Thank you for joining this particular session. Today we are going to cover the baseline introduction of DNAC installation steps, and you can see out of 1 to 15 points in 14 and 15 we have DNAC day 0. Means once your DNAC is up and running, if you log into the dashboard, how the dashboard look like. So that's the 14 and 15. Apart from that, we have some basic theories, and those are also important because why this innovation? What are the network challenges we have? Why we are looking for a solution like Cisco DNA? So we'll check that. And uh, to be very honest, if you check the evolution of a networking and with respect to Cisco, you'll find that Cisco DNA is not a new product, but it's like the innovation in whatever Cisco has in terms of Cisco Epic EM. So it's actually behind the scene, it's a Epic EM and it's a modified version. So we'll go and check this thing that what are the differences in the Epic EM. And if you want to check the Epic EM, I can share you the sandboxes that Cisco is giving. You can check the Cisco Epic EM and then you can check the differences as well. So you can think like Epic EM is the older version and Cisco DNA is a newer version. Okay. So course introduction, the challenges and all, I have slides and let me open the slide. Let's go through these slides and let's try to understand the DNA evolution challenges and all this basic component. Because since this is day one, so we are going to discuss basics about Cisco DNA, correct? Now Cisco DNA, for this particular course, what is prerequisite, you can see here that if you know, let me go here. So if you know this particular course, it's well and good. So suppose if you are new to DNA, you please go through and complete this course that is uploaded over Udemy. Um, this will give you the introduction of Cisco DNA and basic stuffs. Again, those things I'm going to cover. Now, what I'm not going to cover in this particular training curriculum is that so Cisco DNA can support two things, SDA and non-SDA. Now, this course is related to non-SDA. So I'm not going to cover the SDA fabric because most of the client at the moment, they are not using the SDA fabric. Now, what's the SDA fabric? Suppose SDA fabric, if you don't know, this SDA access of software defined access. So SDA or SD fabric is one package inside DNA itself. And once you enable that package, then you can do full automation in terms of the campus area network or in terms of enterprise network. Okay. Again, you may think that so isn't true that if we are using SDA with respect to DNA, will give the true flavor or will give you the 100% capabilities about DNA? The answer is yes, it will give you, but without SDA also we can manage our network, and later in future you can move your non-SDA fabric to SDA fabric. Because suppose if you have big organization, if you're managing n number of endpoints, it's very difficult to move everything in SDA fabric without planning. So it's like transition. You have to follow the transition. So from non-SDA, you can move your fabric to SDA. Now, if you move to SDA, again, you have to redefine different type of nodes, device, their capabilities and roles. So you have to prepare some sort of Excel sheet. You have to prepare the metrics that what capabilities you have with your existing network and with the SDA fabric, what devices, what iOS models, what is supported, what is not supported, what's the integration measure, etc. The risk-free integration is DNA with non-SDA. Now, DNA with non-SDA is still not a small thing, it's also a big thing. Why? So let's discuss about that. Let me erase these points. So what is happening here? when we are talking about digital network architecture, DNA, and then we have the wired and wireless network that we can go and integrate with DNA. So here the key, that you have your wired and you have your wireless network, and again we are talking about non SDA fabric. So you have your wired and then you have your wireless network, plus you may have different type of endpoints, you may have different type of devices as well, like IoT devices, or maybe other type of devices, maybe some sort of non-networking devices. Each and everything you can integrate with DNA. We'll see that what product the DNA is supporting, what network profile the DNA is supporting. So you have wired, wireless, you may have firewalls, you may have other type of network function, virtualize endpoints or appliances as well that Cisco DNA is supporting. So it's a long list of metrics. We can go and refer the metrics as well. So which devices are supported inside DNA. So it's a big thing, big platform that is going to support the wired and wireless. Now in upcoming slide, we'll check that what other capabilities we have with DNA, correct? So you can go and check the course number 1 here. That's the planning and deploying SD access fundamental. And the second course that you are seeing here, so the recording that we have, everything is going to be uploaded inside this. Already, this particular course that you are seeing here, it has Python modules uploaded and it's live in Udemy. But the rest of the things I'm going to upload here. Few videos, I will give the reference link that is available over YouTube as well in future. All right. So let's move on. At this point of time, we know because we belongs to network and we are working in networking domain, what type of management or what type of issues we have in a network. Now, if you go and watch various Cisco live presentations, you will find that that they have done a lot of research, and over the time period they come to conclusion that it is taking maybe 40% or 50% of time just to identify what issue has caused the trouble. So identifying the issue, then get the solution and then get fixed, it is taking time. The question here that why it is taking time, and I will ask you guys that to suppose we are in the legacy enterprise network, to identify the issue, to resolve the issue, why it is taking time, and while fixing the issue, why it is taking time. You can answer.
And other devices.
Yep. So why you think that why it is taking time to fix the issue?
Oh, I'm not sure when I'm supposed to speak, but taking time. So whenever you ask a question, that means you're pausing the. Okay.
All right, you can talk. Yep. So question here is, let me re-ask you the question. Question here is this, that why it is taking time to identify and resolve the issues in the present scenario, in the present network, current network. What do you think?
Gosh, I mean, so the information that the administrative team gets from tools like SolarWinds or some other tools, they are reactive, number one, and slow to deliver accurate information about what's wrong, right? So it's slow and then it's reactive, right? It's not proactive at all. The other thing is the humans either miss the alert, they don't see it at all, they see it late, or they can't properly diagnose what the alarm is really telling you beyond interface up, down, and some layer 1, maybe layer 2, some layer 3 issues. I mean, the intelligence just isn't there. Then they have to figure out what is the right action, okay, to mitigate the problem. I mean, it's a long list of stuff, you know, just to name a few, right?
Yeah, you're right, 100% right. Yeah. So uh, slow resolution, maybe we don't have proper visibility to the network. Means it is happening because I have seen this thing. So say for example, I joined one new company and then I was not able to get the proper layer 2 diagram, layer 3 diagram, or maybe those diagrams are outdated. And suppose if we are managing maybe n different sites, let's give a number, say 30 different sites. So one site having some issue, okay, that site having issue, so that's where is the topology diagram on that side? Okay, so these many routers are there, these many switches are there. Now client is complaining that okay, they have some latency with these applications. So just to reach that, okay, which particular client having what particular issue, it is taking time. So client, first of all, if they have issue, after maybe 1 hour they are sending email, say I'm not able to open my Gmail, or sorry, my Outlook, I'm not able to open my application. They are sending one email to the support team. Maybe support team is sitting somewhere globally, somewhere in India or maybe other Mexico or other country. Now they read the emails and then, oh, that site, what type of issue? So they are not able to judge that it's a layer, it's a L2 issue or L3 issue or L1 issue. So maybe they are the help desk person, they are doing some sort of trace route ping, etc. And then if they are not able to figure out, then they will escalate to L2. Now you can see the process inside process. So one is something like technical thing, so some technical issue is there, correct? And then there is one other process, that support. So support team, they are looking, they are figuring out who is the correct person who will resolve this issue. And again, when they escalate this and when it is coming to L2 or L3, these guys, they don't know that, oh, that particular site, what type of infra it is, what's the visibility, how to whom to contact, and etc. So there are so many things. It's not like only technology, but there are non-technical things as well. And that's why we need one integration. So integration means that that integration will give us the network related information. That integration should give us the application related information. That should give us the client level visibility, and this should be integrated to some sort of IT automation, or IT automation means here ITSM. So process related integration. So again, if we think that, do we have any tool who can understand the network, who can understand the all applications which is flowing over the network, who can have the record of all the clients and their activities, and then that particular tool, do that particular tool has integration with ITSM or such type of tools where it is triggering the tickets, alarms, etc. Correct. So this is like one piece, but apart from that there are other things as well. So suppose with these information we are able to get that what's the problem, and then suppose if that problem is with 200 different devices, then if we have the solution, then to those 200 devices, again log into those 200 devices and uh, push that configuration is difficult. So do we have any process, or do we have anything that we can execute those commands parallelly to 200 devices? So like this issue resolution timeline, it should be fast. So that's the thing we have with DNA. DNA can integrate with everything. That's the answer. Like everything can be integrated with DNA. It's a big giant box. There are so many things inside that. There are actually so many containers inside that, so many processes inside that, and that can be integrated with not only the network and the client and application, but the third party integration as well, and ITSM and such type of tools as well. Even the DNA can integrate with non-Cisco um, boxes as well, like Aruba or Juniper or those type of controllers as well. It can integrate. Okay, so that's the thing here, that if we have such integration, if everything will be at same place, so it's very it's actually easy to figure out that, okay, to how to get the information and results. Correct. So that's the thing, like it's like a different type of approach to resolve the issues, and not only resolve but operate, maintain, manage, troubleshoot, everything, automate, and so many things. We'll see that. Let's move on. So I'll not go through these slides, but one thing that you are seeing all the time in all these slides is the Cisco ISE. And what I'm going to do,
Ratnesh, I have a
yeah, please.
Ratnesh, I have a question now.
Yep.
Yeah. You said like in DNA, Cisco DNA, we can integrate everything, right?
Yep.
Like even other vendors also.
Yep.
Okay. Suppose in my network, like in my LAN network, I have ACI, I have SDWAN. Okay. So do you think like we can integrate ACI, SDWAN also, so that like API controller as well as VMNS?
Okay.
With same one DNA box.
That's integration is already there. That architecture is termed as a multi-domain architecture. So it's already
Okay,
there.
okay. So great, then we can integrate.
Yeah. Cisco DNA
Okay.
integration with Cisco SD-WAN and Cisco ACI is already there, and few of the companies are using that integration at the moment. If you want to
So
see
in that
the
case, like even
if you want to see the Cisco DNA and ACI integration, that lab is there in Cisco DCloud that you can have a look. And recently I have done
so
the
okay. Along with that, even other
yep, you can do
okay,
it.
okay.
Yeah, it's a project to unify all these components, either it's a LAN, WAN, or data center, and that unification is already there, and that's the long-term goal that Cisco has. So Cisco has their business; they will push all
Okay.
their client. So in upcoming 5 years, they will tell all the companies, all the clients that, okay, you can integrate all these three. If you integrate all these three, you can reduce your staff or employees by 75%. So you have, and then you can pay Cisco for licenses and all. Yeah, integration is there. And not only that integration, but you can see the IC as well. Cisco ISE. Apart from that, Stealthwatch integration is there, and those are mandatory for an enterprise network. Security is a prime concern. Every, in Corona time, the number of attacks, they have been increased by 400%. There is hardly a company who don't have attack at this point of time. All the company, they are busy with remediating the attacks. Either it's a malware attack, phishing attack, so many different type of things are going on at this moment. Okay, so integration is there. That integration is termed as a multi-domain architecture. It's already there. Okay, so let's move on. Any other question?
Okay, Ratnesh, thank you.
Thank you.
No.
You
Okay,
were
good.
you were about to mention the why we see ICE on all the slides so much. So
Yeah. So ICE,
yeah.
I'm
So
going to.
just so Eswar,
Mhm.
just so you know, Eswar, I have a customer who just bought DNA, ICE, and Stealthwatch for automation, visibility, monitoring, security, that kind of thing. And I'm learning more and more that Cisco is pushing these three things as a package,
Yeah.
right? Automation, security, monitoring, visibility, right? It kind of all goes together. makes sense, right? So just so you know, I have a real life use case. The gear is in the lab and will be cabled next week, and maybe in 1 week or so, they're going to need me to start putting the stuff together. Oh, they also have wireless, uh, which is a big use case as well, I think, for DNA. So anyway,
Yeah, managing
just wanted to
wireless
you
DNA
know
is
that.
actually very easy. All right. So let's move on. So what I'm telling here is that Cisco ISE, this identity service engine that we have, I'm going to start one small session for Cisco ISE and DNA integration that will be different from this particular course, not integrated here. Uh, what we need before doing that, uh, that we should know, first of all, basics of ISE, and second thing, we should know the DNA. Why it is important? Because uh, identity services are one of the key thing for security, and there are n number of different use cases. So what will be the attack target for hackers? Obviously the endpoints, and those endpoints, how we are tracking those endpoints, that is done via the Cisco ISE. Now Cisco ISE is not only tracking the endpoints, but it is tracking and it is authorizing and accounting the networking devices as well. So this Cisco ISE having big role here, in this new SDN evolution. First thing. Second thing, we know that we have the pixie grid, that communication channel in between the SDN and the ICE. So whatever contextual informations we have in the DNA, so DNA is learning obviously with help of telemetry from n number of different type of networking devices and the endpoints. Once he has those information, because we have integrated two different softwares, DNA and ICE. So DNA can talk to ICE, ICE can talk to DNA with pixie grid integration. So those informations are bypassed to ICE, and then ICE can take action, but all those actions we can create over DNA. Okay, so we have true integration with the ICE and DNA. And again, this I'm not going to cover ICE here, but we can discuss later on about ICE role. It's a big product, and Cisco also has done good amount of improvement in ICE. In DNA, you will find that DNA we are going to work on 2.x. The same type of menu that you will find in DNA 2.x, you'll find in Cisco ICE as well. Like not exactly same, but the overall look is same. The top view is the same. So ICE 3.0 and DNA 2.x, they have same type of menu. All right, let's continue here and let's see that what other capabilities we have with Cisco DNA. And it's a big thing. We can talk hours about this feature, that feature and all, but I have only 150 slides for day one, and we are going to check all those 150. Few of the slides just for your reference. Challenges are there, integrations we need. We want the true segmentation, the access policies. We want the fast onboarding. So when we are talking about onboarding, we are going to use PNP. In SD-WAN, we have learned about ZTP, zero touch provisioning. Now here, the good news. Now since we know SD-WAN, that's the good news we have. So I think for me, it's like 50% job is done for DNA. So you don't have to, you know, relearn all those things that we are going to do inside the DNA. 50% of thing you can assume that you already know. This is SDN. Cisco DNA is also SDN platform. It is getting the information from the endpoints or the devices. DNA will also get those information. Cisco SD-WAN, you can do the ZTP here, you can do the PNP. Even Cisco is also somewhere you will find that ZTP, PNP, PNP, ZTP like interchange. They can interchange those terms. Now In Cisco SD-WAN, we know that we can push the template. So with the template, we can standardize the configuration. In DNA also, we have the template concept. You can create the template and you can push those template to the devices, correct? Then in SD-WAN, we know that we may have local policy, we may have central policy. Now those things are very easy inside DNA. So we don't have to mug up about, okay, we have one central policy, two central policy, overlay, leaking, underlay, redistribution, etc. DNA, whatever we have studied in our last 10-15 years related to OSPF, BGP, IPsec, TMVP, and etc. etc. As it is, take those configuration and push to the devices. And we'll see that there are some differences, some tricks are there, some scripts are there in between that. But whatever we have learned as a Cisco technology, pure Cisco technology, all those things are still there. So nothing changed. Okay. So 50% that whatever we have learned earlier, and 50% from Cisco SD-WAN, and 100% DN is complete. So you can assume that you know 100% of DNA, and that's true actually. So what's the new thing? New type of GUI, new type of tab, and that's it. So you don't have to work so hard to learn DNA. Now maybe you think that, oh, with DNA we can manage wired and wireless. That's right. So with DNA you can manage wired network and you can manage the wireless, correct? Now if you learn how to manage wired network, same is true with the wireless. Again, whatever context we are talking here is with respect to non-SDA. Okay, so forget those different type of SDA terminologies, that who is the core, who is the border, who is the control plane, who is the data plane, etc. Leave those complexity out of box. We have the endpoints as it is, like the present network. You think like your present network. On top of your present network, you have one box whose name is boss, DNA boss, and with that DNA, you're managing everything. Correct? So 50% we are taking from Cisco SD-WAN, and 50% that we have our old knowledge and our DNA is done. So what new thing we have? Just go there, click some boxes, check some new things that you have inside DNA, and there are so many new things we have. We'll see those things. The new thing you have to learn here is with automation, with Python integration, how you can improve, how you can improve the onboarding, how you can improve the operation, how you can improve the troubleshooting, reporting, etc. So those are the new things, but those new things are new to everyone. Yeah. Any other question you have? I think Kevin may be very happy. Oh my God, DNA done. 50% from SD-WAN and 50%. Even I think he left the class as well. So done. Training is done. All right. So let's move on.
No, I'm here. I couldn't get off mute, but I'm laughing. Yeah, I'm celebrating and laughing.
But that's true thing. Actually, you will find it that whatever we have, we know those are as it is, and the SD-WAN we already know SD-WAN. So those SD-WAN type of concepts are there, and that's done. And once you learn the wired, same thing you have to do for the wireless.
Yep, yep. Very nice.
Yeah. So yeah. So again, these are just the terms of implementation complexity, and it's actually true thing. And me and Ishwar, we work on different type of customers. We have seen that n number of devices, and it's like unstructured. So whenever a site, so generally the sites are owned by the site owners. If you're managing the network, and those networks are spread across the globe. So suppose if it is somewhere in Germany or somewhere in France, like different regions. So those networks actually, whatever engineers are working there, they are thinking, oh, I can do any change. This network is like my network. I can add any port anywhere. I can change any configuration anywhere. Like it's like scattered. It's like not a structured. You'll find, and even there are policies like ITSM and rules and governance, etc. But whatever local users are there, they are the boss. They can do anything anytime, and that's the biggest hurdle we have. So and suppose after 2 3 years, if they leave the company, they will not share anything with the new folks, or maybe if there is company merger, so the old company will not share any updated document with the new employees. And also there are so many things related to human understanding and unmanaging. So someone hasn't managed their network from last 5 10 years, because Cisco network is like that. You plug the cable and it will work, and it's from last 15 20 years. You connect it, put some commands, copy paste from somewhere, and it will work. So the network is not organized and structured. And now these SDN platform, they are one box somewhere, or maybe cluster of box somewhere, and they have the view of the entire network, so they can see everything. And now they can integrate with cloud, cloud. And again, in cloud you have different options. So maybe cloud syslog server, maybe cloud reporting server, etc. I'm just giving ABC name, but there are so many good things in cloud as well. So now one place you can view the entire network, and that those information can be passed to some cloud for further analysis and all. Like SIEMs are there, some event management tools are there. So it can be like this. So things are becoming complex actually. So if you see, you will find that okay, as a network engineers, the things are becoming complex. But with respect to operation perspective, with respect to company perspective, it's like okay, one box is managing everything, but that box itself is a big box, and it has so many things inside that. All right, so too many network variation and combinations make it challenging to adopt new capabilities and services. Traditional wireless network are managed separately and difficult to segment. That's true. So wired team is different, wireless team is different, and they don't want to do changes. So wireless team will tell, okay, anyways I'm managing this, and why I'll change this. And I found new breed of wireless guys. It's quite a strange for me. They're telling, oh my god, Cisco technology is waste. Cisco don't know how to do this. Cisco don't have this feature. Cisco Wireless don't have this capability. Aruba have this. This has this. Like these type of excuses, you will get come to know. So they will not integrate their network to DNL. Why not we use Aruba? Why not will use this? Why not will use Juniper and all? Anyways, we can use any SDN solution if they will give you everything plus security. Cisco technology is at the moment, and it is going to be the topmost for the customers who are running enterprise network. And maybe it's this statement is true for next 15 20 years as well, because whenever Cisco is launching their product, they are checking, they have the check mark, and that is related to security as well. Even we can make Cisco small switch so much, so much secure. So we can put so many security configurations inside Cisco switches that it will be difficult to hack. So those things are missing in other vendors, other companies, because they are focusing on features and they are compromising with security. That's actually that's not good. All right. So yep. Segmentations are there. So these features, these are high features. So wireless, everyone will provide. Network segmentation, all the companies will, all the vendors will provide. Layer 2 and layer 3 to. And I'm just skipping these slides just for your reference. You can have a look on this. And in upcoming session, when we'll go and create the template, So then I will cover these things, see segmentation, how you can create the segmentation template. Um, Obviously, we know that what is segmentation and how we can create those configuration. But I have one example related to template. I will show that. Then we have the policy. Now policy, like you can see here, the control policy, QS policy, security policy. In security policy, we can create ACLs, permit deny, who is coming. So maybe those ACLs we can use via the line VTY or via um, any other traffic that is coming inbound or going outside. That's one thing. QS policy we can use if we have the routers we are managing with the DNA. Again, I told you that we can manage the routers, good amount of routers with DNA as well. And if a company they don't want to use SD-WAN, they can use Cisco DNA to manage their WAN devices as well. So that's one very good thing with we have with Cisco DNA. So Cisco DNA is not only managing the wired switches and the wireless devices, but it can manage the routers as well. Correct? That's the one cool thing we have with the DNA. And few of the companies they're thinking to migrate their existing SD-WAN to DNA. You know, so they do not have to manage two different SDN. So one engineer can manage the LAN and the WAN. At the moment, the big enterprise they have separation. So WAN team is different, LAN team is different. And different engineers they are managing different network. Think like this: suppose if one box is managing wireless, WAN, and the LAN devices, then why they will hire different engineers? They will tell, okay, enhance your skills and support it. And this thing, my friend Ishwar knows better.
So yeah, yeah. So that time people like us will be in the enterprise enterprises I,
Yeah.
I I don't want to add any more because yeah Ratnesh, yeah carry on. Thank you.
So we'll see in the upcoming sessions that we have the onboarding templates, initial template, onboarding template. We are going to do PNP as well. We'll see that each and everything we'll see. Then we are going to then I will show you the .1x configuration as well related to triple and ISE integration. But this 802.1x or maybe map, those things actually I want to discuss separately in some security sessions or classes. So once we complete the DNA, you can have the configuration. I'll share you the configuration as well, the baseline standard configurations as well, that you can use it. uh, any company can use those configurations, there's no problem. But all the companies they have their own configuration template as well, they can use that as well. But we can discuss line by line and feature by feature. So this particular line will do this thing, this particular line of .1x configuration will do this thing, this particular line will do these things. This in depth we can discuss about the security configuration over the switches. Okay, so I leave this 8021x for the ICE section if we do that in the future. We have discussed about the slow resolution because we don't have full visibility, what type of integrations we have. So here we have true integration. So we have our control plane, we have our data plane, we have our policy plane, and we have the full visibility from the Cisco DNA. Now this diagram you can see here, this is one of the summary type of diagram, and you can see that you have the wireless network. So you may have wired or wireless client. So you have wireless and you have your wired client as well. There's no problem in that. And then you can see that I will show you in the when I log into the DN, I'll show that you have something called global configuration. So like AAA, NTP, SNMP, syslog, maybe banner. Now those configurations are something like they are they are they are not unique, but they are global to the devices. I mean, all the devices they have NTP, SNMP, syslog, plus minus. There may be some lines that may be different, but mostly those devices have those configuration. All the network devices have these configuration. So you may have, you remember Cisco SD-WAN, when we studied Cisco SD-WAN, then we created one box. In box we put, okay, system wide configuration. Now global configuration you can think as a system wide configuration. This is like putting the configuration over conf t and put those configuration. Then you can go to the particular interface and you can give interface wide configuration. Then you can create the QoS policy and then you can apply those QoS to the WAN link. Correct? So those type of bricks are there, and those bricks, that whatever we have studied in Cisco SD-WAN, it's true for DNA as well. And even DNA, it's actually very easy to create those policies. Yeah. All right. So we'll see that we have true integration, and you can see that you have client. So at the moment, we'll think about client as it's a wired or wireless. Then you have network devices or infrastructure devices. So either it's a wired or wireless, but these are the networking infrastructure devices. Correct? And then you may have a data center somewhere where you have your AAA server, DHCP server, AD servers, and you may have some sort of integration with third party as well. But each and everything, my DNA server has a view. My DNA server can see everything. Correct? And that's the true integration we have. So what is DNA? DNA is one centralized solution that can integrate the network, that can integrate the IT automation process. And here you can see Cisco slides are always good. So business goal, insights, mobile security, IoT, multi-cloud, because they have the intent, and we have actually intent-based APIs as well. So what's the business intent? Even what's the network intent? You know, so what's the intent? So intent based and contextual information they are learning from the different resources. They may learn from networking devices, they may learn from the Cisco ISE as well, and then they have the correlation engine. They have multiple, different type of engine inside the DNA. From there they can learn and they can give the result. Okay. Yes, guys, have any question? These are basic things, so everyone knows this. I'll skip these things and we'll move faster. Let me go and
Yep.
yeah.
Ratnesh,
So
can we take
Yeah.
5 minutes here, or I'm too early? That's okay. I just need to step away for 5 minutes.
yeah, sure. So let me pause the recording. All right. So yeah, we know that we have nice capabilities and features. Let's move on. I have created few slides related to hardware specification, and you can see here clearly that we have three different variation: 44 core, 56 core, 112 core. Now this 112 is like it's a heavy box. Mostly we'll see that you'll find that mostly this 56 core appliance is in use, and I have given the diagram here as well, the snapshot. So we have the uh, Cisco UCS M5. You can see C220M5, C220M5 with 56 core, and then you have C480M5. This is a big box here. Although these guys here you are seeing, this is small, but you will see the lengthwise it's a big. And let's discuss more about this here. So suppose if I have one SDN box, and we can tell that this is a server. So suppose if I have DNS server, now this particular DNS server, I want to put inside the production, and I want to collect all the informations here. The question here is that what type of ports we need, correct? That's the main thing here to understand this, that what type of ports you have. Over those ports, what type of IPs you are assigned, because once you assign those IPs will become fixed. Okay, so it's not like that today you have bring up your DNA system or server and you assign those IP addresses to those interfaces, and then tomorrow you want to change it. So it's not like that. Once you put it, it will get fixed. So suppose I have my M5 UCS and then I want to plug this server to a network. What type of interfaces we need? And it's very easy, correct? So one interface you need to get the updates. So obviously one will be used as a cloud update interface, correct? Now one interface obviously I want to connect with the enterprise, with the existing network. So one interface we are going to use to connect with the network. So that's the enterprise interface. Then one interface you need for the management purpose. This is there for all the Cisco devices. Management interface, correct? So one interface is for management. Now one more interface you need here to form the intra-cluster link. So one will be used for a cluster, correct? Cluster link. And finally, one interface is there for SIMC to manage the devices. So you'll find that, okay, apart from that, that it has a specific RAM, it has a specific storage, these chassis and all those attributes. As a network engineer, the main thing that we need to understand here is that what interfaces we have, and then those interfaces, what's the use of those interfaces. So where we are going to connect, our cable for enterprise, for management, for cluster link, for SIMC, for cloud update. Okay. Great. And the same line you will find here in the upcoming slides. So with those devices, how many devices you can manage, means those servers, how many devices you can manage, and how many endpoints. And again, these data sheets we can refer from Cisco
So,
side. Yep.
question for you. The CIMC and the management interfaces typically on a UCS server can be in the same subnet. What about the enterprise interface? Can
Okay.
that be in the same subnet, or, and
No,
you can
it
check
should
later
be
if you
in
need to.
different. Yeah.
Yes.
So I have actually, slide. Maybe after 20 slides it will come. So I'll show you
Okay.
that why it is required to put different subnets there and what type of
Okay.
subnets
No problem.
it will come. Again, these are just the memory and processing, the size, the storage, etc. Just for the reference purpose, I put these slides here. Slots, the SSD slots and all the LED colors and all these are taken just from Cisco deployment guide, and I have put here. Again, you can see the interfaces 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are the interfaces. One may go to the enterprise, one may go to the intra cluster, and then you will see for maybe SIMC and then cloud interface like that. But basically, there are 5 main interfaces that we have inside the DNA. Okay, I'm just skipping those things just for your reference. Obviously, plan. You have to do the planning, and now let's check about the question that you have asked, the addresses and the subnets. I created dedicated slide for that. These are the slides related to the interfaces. You can see the management interface, then cloud port, enterprise port, cluster port, and one is for SIMC. Here you can see 1 Gbps for SIMC, and here you can see the summary. So 10 gig for enterprise, 10 gig for cluster, 1/10 for management, 1/10 for cloud, and 1 gig for SIMC. And here you can see that where they are showing and what color. So this is for enterprise and this is for cluster and this is for management, like that. Again, these are just the day zero deployment and designing. If you have multiple clusters, then you can connect these cluster with these L3 switches or maybe L2 switches, and then you can do the deployment. Just for the reference, different UCS boxes are there. Okay, so once you connect these devices and then you are ready to do the deployment for the box, then what will happen? So I have created few slides just for the device, the server onboarding, and let me quickly show you that. Again, these are the services. You can have a look on these services that need to be allowed, because suppose if your DNA and your devices, they are separated by firewall, so you need to allow these services in between them. Okay, and that's a long list here. You can have a look on this. All right, so let's check the deployment. We know that the operating system we have, actually the operating system name is, I think, grapevine, and the Linux username is maglev. So when we are logging into the DNA, we are using this maglev username and password, and there are good amount of maglev command as well, okay, that we can run there. But again, it's not mandatory that we should learn, understand all the maglev commands. Those are Linux based command. Everything can be managed from the GUI itself. Again, these are just for your reference. So now let's discuss about installing the appliance, and then I'll answer your question. Yep.
Okay, I'm
Before
not
starting
familiar
this,
with maglev. Is that a flavor of Linux?
it's a Linux, yeah.
Hmm.
So the operating system that we have, it's a Linux operating system, and the operating system name is, I think, grapevine. It's the operating system name inside DNA.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And there is one user, maglev, and if you want to suppose if you want to SSH to the DNA box, you have to use port number 2222, 4 times
Mm.
2, and you can use either admin credential if you have, or you can use the maglev.
Mm.
All right,
Wow.
so let's see the installation of appliance and the steps. So do the cabling. Once you do the proper cabling, then power on the device. So you can see the cabling and the uses of all the cables. You can just follow these guides. Now let's see. So here you can see. And now let's focus on this slide and upcoming 5-6 slides. So we know about these ports. We know there is SIMC port, enterprise, intra-cluster, management, and cloud update. Note, all ports need a dedicated VIP. So in total, 7 IP addresses minimum. Okay. Again, these are the requirements like we have done.
Okay, 7 IPs. Let's count. CIMC is 1.
Yeah,
Enterprise is
I will
2.
show you the IP list. So just hold on for 2 slides. Let me go here. So now you can see here the IPs.
Okay. Enterprise.
So you can see that you have enterprise subnet.
Ah, gotcha. The /21s. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep.
You have management. You have SIMC, cluster link. You have the service subnet address, and then you can see that you have the VIP IP. So suppose if you have a cluster of 3, then you can go and use the IP. So say in our case, we have 3 DNA, for example. So we have one IP for this dot 1, then dot 2 and dot 3, and then we are using dot 4 for VIP. So we are using total 4 IP, 4 management IP, you can think. Correct. Apart from that, you have enterprise CMC cluster and the subnet addresses.
Okay. Let me get this. So the enterprise IP, this 101 would be the VIP, right?
Yes. So here you can
And
see
then the real IP is 102, 101. Okay, hang on a second.
So you can
Oh,
see the
okay. No,
4,
100 would be the VIP.
6, 7.
100 would be the VIP.
This is the VIP here
And
in the
then,
bottom. Yeah.
right, okay, gotcha. And then 1, 2, 3 is the real IPs.
Yeah.
There is no other VIP needed. Everything else is just a straight IP. Or
100% right. Everything is a straight IP.
okay. All right. So to manage it shares the management. It shares the out of band management IP with the 3 boxes in a cluster, right? And then so the out of band IP is shared,
So this
or not
IP
shared, but
and this IP, you can see both are independent IP addresses.
independent represents the entire cluster. Okay.
Yes.
Represents
Represents the
the
entire cluster inside
wait a minute.
entire DNA. Yes, you're right, 100% right.
Okay. But the CIMC, typically that is applied 1 to each box.
You're 100% right. It is not mentioned here.
Okay, so that needs to be updated.
Yes.
Okay, and then out of band, that acts like is it the same thing with the out of band, you think, times 3?
Yes.
Probably so.
100% right.
Okay.
Yeah, 100% right. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
In
Okay.
at least in our network, it's like that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's
But
similar to
we are
APIC.
not using
Similar
CA.
to APIC.
Yeah. So what we are using, this IP. And anyways, we have
Gotcha.
a DNA resolution, so we are using the DNA. I mean, it's the URL instead of individual IP.
Understood. Okay. Not confusing, but definitely got to give some thought. I'm just going to take a quick screenshot of your slide here, and I know you're going to update it. Okay, perfect.
I can give you that, the IP
Yeah,
list and how it is used.
I think I gave that to my customer in the way that I'm telling you. I created a
Okay.
nice sheet for
Yeah, I
so
have
thank
seen
you.
that. Yes, I have seen that
Yep,
document.
yep.
Even I
Perfect.
have also
Okay,
in
thank
the Excel, so that also I can share. All right, so let's move on. And this is the IP. That's the main thing here. Now here you can see that the requirement. So you should have the DNS, you should have the NTP. These are the optional, like if you have proxy servers or not. Then you have the cluster. So what's the requirement for cluster? Now, what's the internal thing we have? So internal thing here is that you have the DNA. It's a Linux, for example, it's a Linux server. But inside this, actually, they are actually, they are actually based on the Kubernetes. We know that the Docker concepts and all those things. So inside this DNA itself, there are so many different services that is running. You will see that. I will show you that different type of services they are running. By default, there may be at least 100 services. So for automation, there is different service. Then you have for network. You will see the NCP, NCA, different services, assurance, different service. Wireless, different service, wired, different services. A long list of services are there. Now those services are independent to each other, and they are represented by process, and those services internally they have the IP addresses. And that's why here you can see it's not a cluster subnet, but that's the reason you will see. Let me quickly show you that there is service subnet address with /21. You can see /21 is a big subnet that is internally assigned to the services that we have inside DNA. We don't need to bother about that. you know so this is actually the reusable internally assigned IP for the services that we have inside the DNA. That's a service. Let's go back. So these we have seen, these we have seen. Some of the services we should not block these services. So you can see the various operations. Now we have started working on 1.3 and then we have upgraded to 2.1.2. Now we have, I think, new integration 2.1.6 that is there. The upgrade to the DNA is quite easy. Suppose if you're running 1.3, what you need to do, so let me quickly show you this. I can go here. Let me show you this DNA box I have here. Oops. Where is my DNA? Yeah, here it is. So you can go here, sandbox Cisco DNA. And once you're there, this is the dashboard. At the moment, it has some devices. It will come up. It will take some time to load, but it will come surely. You can see that two sides, network devices and all those things. We are going to discuss a lot about that. But what I want to show you here is on top, you can see this, you have this small cloud icon. And this cloud here on top, you can go click there. You can see go software updates. You can click there. Once you are inside the software update, you can see that you have the updates, you have the installed app. Now, at the moment, it's telling that you're not able to connectivity check failed, unable to locate the new systems. No problem, because it is telling that make sure that this particular URL, that says star.cisco connect, and maybe this font is very small, let me increase. Make sure that this particular is permitted access. Since it is not permitted access, so you're not able to see the list of application, but you can see the list of application, but you're not able to update. At the moment, it is not connecting to the cloud, but I'll show that how you can update in a while. You can see here different type of applications that they are running as an independent service. So automation base, you can go ahead and check the detail about that. The DNA center, global search, UI, recovery, etc., etc. So good amount of services. You can see path trace, rogue, whips, DNA center platform, access control, AI endpoints, etc. Correct? So that's the same thing I was referring here, that if you want to update, you have the Cisco Connect DNA should be allowed. Otherwise, you will not able to update from the cloud. Correct? And then the Swim software and the Meraki integration, IPAM integration, etc. So that's one key thing we have. Or say installation best practice, do the connection. Once you do the connection, there are some best practice. You have a look on that. You should have less than 10 millisecond of round trip timer, RTT. You should have the /21 for the subnet and services. When it will ask you, just give that information. Now, once you do the upgrade, I have taken the snapshot and attached here. And this is the same steps that you should follow. Start a DNA cluster. It will give you each and every option. And the key here is, and that's the important thing, the key here is that to check this name. So you can see the network adapter 1, it is telling you enterprise some 10S0. Now it may be the older one, the newer has different nomenclature. Let me quickly show you that if I have that, the interface name, and I can give you the slide number as well, so you can go and refer that particular interface. Here you can see. So the interface name, second generation, this let me quickly show you this. If I have the full list, yeah, here it is. So you have the full list here. And what slide is this? I'll upload this slide. This slide is the slide number 77 and slide number 78. So when you do the deployment, have an eye on the name, you can see here I have given the first generation and the second generation. So the first generation on top and second generation you will see like this. Oops. Let me quickly highlight. Yep. So first generation, anyways, you're not going to use first generation. So second generation you will find like this. So if it is a management interface, the name will be this. If it is a cloud interface, the name will be this. If it is an enterprise interface, the name will be this. Okay. If it is a cluster, the name will be this. So you can see the difference here. S0, F0, S0, F1. Okay, like that you can identify when you do the deployment. But anyways, I'll come to know while doing deployment that what are the different terms being used. So let's quickly go there. Again, the deployment is easy, straightforward. You can go and put the IP addresses that you have planned, and here you can check the help from this side, setting up the DNA center, setting up the DNA center interfaces. This is the adapter number 2. I have given like this adapter number 1. You can see here adapter number 1. Then you can see adapter number 2. You can see adapter number 3, adapter number 4. And now if you have cluster link, means if you have multiple DNA, you want to make a cluster. So you can go and select this option. Once you select that option, then it will go and assign the IP to that interface for the cluster link. Done. That's it. That's the only configuration you have to do. Start.
Which one is the cluster link again? Is that the enterprise port?
So here maybe it is different, but if you refer the slide number 77, 78, because obviously you will do the deployment for the generation 2. So the cluster here, you can see the cluster here is this name ENP69S0F1. It will tell you adapter number 4.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
nice.
So adapter 1, 2, 3 and 4. Adapter 1 is management, 2 is cloud, 3 is enterprise. You can see that this is the next generation. In the bottom you have Gen 2. Here it's Gen 1, Gen 2. There is some difference in Gen 1, Gen 2. So let's focus only on Gen 2.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Okay.
interesting. Good.
Yeah, black color is like Gen 2. These guys here in the bottom. Okay, so if adapter 2, that means this, that means cloud.
Okay.
And likewise, you can have a look inside the.
And the cloud port is optional, but do you personally recommend?
Yes, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Maybe always it is updating something from the cloud. After every 1 month, Cisco is giving some new patches. Okay,
Okay.
so we should do that. Okay, and connection is like this. Again, this is very important. You can have a look on this reference slide. Once you do that, then installation is easy, straightforward. There's nothing much to do. Adapter number 1, management. Adapter number 2, cloud. Again, you can refer that sheet. Then the enterprise, and then finally the cluster. This is actually the cluster. Okay. Once done, it will do the setup. It is optional that we should give the proxy if we have. It will ask this maglev cluster virtual IP as well. It's okay. Just follow the steps. This is the VIP IP. We have discussed about this, correct? The VIP IP. So two IPs are there. One IP is there on the box, So box IP, and then one is the VIP IP.
And this is for
Management.
interface
Management, yes.
management.
Management,
Okay.
yeah. Management, yeah. And that's it. You can go and create the Linux user. You should give the username and a password as per the requirement. You can set that. You can go and give the NTP.
Mhm.
Once you give that, that's it. It's easy. Now, one thing very important here, that once you do all these things, it will take, I think, minimum 4 hours to run up the services. So if it is taking time, just hold on. It will do it work, and you will see that no, you can see this allow 3 hours, but it may take more than that. You know, so take it like 3 to 6 hours. Sorry, 4 to 6 hours, and and just wait for that time. Now they
Mhm.
have tried to minimize this time, but still it is taking time. We have seen that. Now when we are
Mhm.
upgrading the package, say when we have done the package upgrade from 1.3 to 2.1, it take, I think, more than 10 hours for us, because we are running so many services. If it is a blank box, then it will take less time. But again, if you have so many services and endpoints running on that service, the DNA, and then if you do the upgrade, it will take much more time. Okay, so day zero deployment may take maybe 4 to 6 hours, but after that, if you do the patch update or something, it will take much time.
Okay, couple questions. One is are these screenshots from 1.3 or 2.1?
1.3. This is old.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, no problem.
yeah,
Probably very similar anyway.
yeah. Means, yeah, behind us in the server will look like this only.
Sure. And what was my other question? Okay, yeah, that's it.
No problem. When you spin up, just ping me. I'll join.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Now once we do that, and once we get the GUI, obviously the GUI thing will become very easy. Then it will ask you about the smart license integration as well. So here, the first time you want to change the admin password, you can go and give the CCO account detail, the smart license, everything it will ask you. It's easy. A, B, C, like that it will ask you. You put all those information. If you have integration with IPAM, you can give that. Otherwise, DNA can work as a IPAM. If you have any proxy server, you can go and give. So you can see all these informations, and then term license. That's it. Ready to go? Yes. Log into the DNA center, and your day zero is ready to go. Now, once you log into day zero, how it look like, I want to show you that. Okay, and if you have any question, please feel free to ask. I'm going to connect the DCloud DNA, that is blank, and we will go and check few of the things there. So once you run the deployment, and then if you go and check the DNA, so how it look like, let me quickly show you that.
Going back to the IP addressing, the cloud interface, that should be able to be in the management subnet, right?
It's not required actually. All those interfaces, you can assign different IP ranges.
Yeah, I know enterprise needs to be in its own subnet,
Yeah.
and CIMC and out of band, those can be in their own different subnet. I was wondering about the cloud interface. Sounds like it just needs it could be in the out of band as well.
Yeah.
Right. Cloud
You can see how
interface.
to bank.
But
Yeah.
if the cloud interface isn't there, then it will use out of band anyway, I would think, right? Yeah.
Okay. Let's answer your question. So I have given the those notes here Let me quickly show you that Cisco is telling about cloud interface. Okay, so here you have about the IP addressing. So let me quickly go to the cloud. Cloud port address. One IP address with subnet. This is an optional port. When used only when you cannot connect to the cloud using the enterprise port.
Okay. All right, got
You
it.
do not need an IP address of the cloud port unless you must use it, you know. So it's like if you are using, it's not optional. If we are not using this, it's okay. And even you can leave it. So with the enterprise port, it will reach to the cloud if we
Yeah,
have the internet connectivity.
if we have the internet. Okay, that's something to discuss on a customer by customer basis.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So let's quickly go and let me quickly show you this, and we are going to dig deeper in the upcoming
Yes.
sessions. Just for 10 minutes, I'll walk you through that GUI, and you also have the access, so you can also have a look.
Yes.
All right. So we are here, and one thing I just a heads up. I checked this. Let me quickly show you this. Stealthwatch SMC,
Mm-hmm.
Stealthwatch management console, and it's working fine. So in the lab, what I have done that I have integrated SMC with DNA, and there are different type of integrations. You know, you have to give the flow destination, and SMC integration is different. Means at different place you have to do, and the flow destination you have to give a different place. You can discover the devices, and then the stealth watch is able to get those information. In this lab, we can do it. So it's there.
This one is the D-Cloud one, not the
Enterprise
free.
hardware lab. Yeah, DCloud. Yes, this is the DCloud. Yeah.
Okay, this is the one where you you do your own thing, right?
Yeah. Yes.
No,
We
no
are going.
lab guide. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
A lab guide is
The
not there,
free.
but I am preparing that for ourselves.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Admin and Cisco 12345 is the password. And at the moment, nothing is integrated, nothing is deployed. So you will see everything is blank.
Right.
And you can see the get started. It will ask you that you want to discover and add the devices in this. Once you tell, okay, I want to do it, then from there you can do. But you can see here, now this is the new dashboard. Initially, 1.3 was different. In 1.3, you have everything here on top, but here you don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And here you have the menu. Once you go inside the menu, you can see the design, policy, provisioning, assurance, workflow, tools, platform, activity report system. Now this design is very important. Policy is related to DNA and ISE integration. Provisioning is also very important. You can see the provisioning inventory and plug and place. It's really very important. Assurance is a independent feature for DNA, and it will give you the um, information related to network health, client health, application health, etc. Even the site health as well, and these informations. Then you have the tools. In SD-WAN also we have tools. Remember, one suitcase was there in
Mm-hmm.
Cisco SD-WAN, and with tools we are able to SSH, and there are other options as well in the tools. Not this much that we have in DNA. So we have the template editor here. We have the command runner, so we can go and run any command in any of the devices. We have the security advisories. We have some sort of AI type of thing like network listener, etc. We can discover, we can check the topology. A good amount of information we have inside the tools. Platform is related to my DNA, so you can go and check the DNA overall services and all those things with the platform. We'll see that in the upcoming session. But what we are using most is the platform and the developer toolkit, where you have all the APIs.
Mm.
So here you can see the long list of APIs that we have.
Mhm.
We have checked almost whatever APIs we have in DNA. We have checked all. Either it's a get, put, post, everything we have checked, and we have good amount of API. To know your network, site management, connectivity, operation, policy. For everything, there is API.
Mhm.
That's the thing. But at the moment, we should focus on design and provisioning. So if we focus on design and provisioning, that means that we are able to do those things with respect to GUI. And once we are able to do the with the GUI, then we'll transform that information to the automation. Correct? So if you go to the
Mhm.
design, you can see that you have the network hierarchy, means you have to define or you have to create your site hierarchy or site design. This is actually for network architect design. This all information that you are seeing here is related to designing the network with respect to architects. Then this is for deployment, this provisioning. This is for network deployment engineers who is doing the implementation or deployment. So once you have the design created, then you can go to the provisioning. You can go to the inventory. At the moment, nothing is there. I wish I could show you something here. Okay, so let me click to this menu. The other easy way here that you can go to the main dashboard. If you scroll down, you can scroll down, and bottom you can see that again you have design, policy, provisioning, and again you have the tools. Inside tools you have a discovery. You can go and you can add one discovery. Let me add one switch. You can give the CDP, you can give the IP address range, you can give multiple IPs as well. And let me quickly show you that there are some devices here. You can go to the web hardware console, and let me discover the 3850 switch. I need the IP address for this switch. So let me quickly connect this. Let me take the IP. 198.168.128.24. So I can go here and give the IP 198.1.8. Okay, what was the IP? 128 and 24. 128 and 24. And then uh, if you have only one IP, you can give in this to and from. But again, you can see that I can discover this right away because I need to add the credentials. And that's the very important thing. So you need to add the CLI, SNMP version 2 or 3. Uh, if you have any properties, HTTPS netcon. So at least we should have some um, you know CLI credential. I know that the username and password to log into the switch. Enable password also I can go and give, and you can see in the checkbox is there, save as a global setting. So we can go and click save as a global setting. That means this is true for all the devices inside DNA.
Mhm.
Okay, then I can go to the SNMP read. I'll do this read only RO, just for the interest of time. I'm giving just a small string. These are the strings, community based strings, and then we can go and give the read write RW. It's also save and save. And here you can see the magic that CLI, you can see here, SNMP read, you can see here, write, you can see here. We can go and give netconf port number is 830, but leave it at this moment. I just wanted to show you the discovery process, how it will be. Now I'm ready to do the discovery. You want to do the discovery now, or you want to schedule it? Now I want to do it. Now once you are doing the discovery, you can see on the top, we are getting one error message. It is telling that discovery devices will be added to the inventory automatically and successfully. Completion to the, it's just a notification message, but it is telling that you can go and check the inventory. And at the moment, inside the provisioning and inventory, we haven't defined any site. You can see it is asking to define the site hierarchy, and we haven't defined that. Now we can go and add the site. So again, I will go and show you these things later on, but uh, whatever design related thing you have, like it's a site design or network setting or image repository, like what you want to tag as a golden or gold image, etc., network profile, we are going to discuss more and more about that. And the authentication template related to maybe ISE integration or AAA integration, you have to go and do in the design section. So for example, I can go to the network hierarchy. I want to add one site, add the area. So inside, I should go and you can see here, add area building floor, add the area. I will add the same. Uh, it's a global, means it's a part under global. And once you go and click here, you can see inside global you have San Jose. You can go to this gear icon. You can go and add the building, and building name I'll give say San 15. It is asking about the address. I don't know the address, so I'll give the same that I can see there. Latitude, longitude. See, this information we are giving as a global configuration to the SD-WAN, correct? Same global configuration we are giving here. I remember that when we are using the SD-WAN, we are giving the host name, and then we are giving the site ID. Instead of site ID, we are giving here the site name, and then we are giving the longitude, latitudes. That also we have given here, right? So this is nothing but the site. In SD-WAN also we have created, here we have created with respect to GUI, correct? Now I can go back to the discovery process. So you can see that inside tools we have the discovery. Just to see, you can see that I have one success. You can see that discovery is one, the IP range with IP range, and it discovered. Now once you discover the device, what you need to do here is, and that's the key here, you can see the unassigned device, because this device we haven't assigned to any site, correct? We haven't assigned to any site, but my DNA center, he is able to learn this is the name, this is the IP, this is the
Hey,
device family, this is
hi,
the reachability.
hi, hi, Ratnesh and Kevin.
So you can see that we have successfully discovered a device, and then we have created one site and the area and the building inside this global. That's the parent and then the child. And then you can see that my DNA is intelligent enough to learn so many things about this device. So what's the name, what's the IP, what's the family, the reachability status, and the MAC address, the role and the image, uptime. And even if you go to this menu, and you can see the software image, OS update status, image need upgrade, pre-checks, version, provisioning status, credential status, and some are related to APIs. You can apply here, and you will see the information is increasing. Okay. Now, before doing anything, what I want to do, I want to assign this. There are multiple ways to assign. From here, you can click, or you may click here, and then you can go to the action on the top. You can go to the provision, and then you can see assign device to site. choose the site. Suppose if you have n number of devices, you can click choose, and then you can check box, and you can at a time all the devices you can go and assign to the site. We'll see that later on. So now you can see at the moment we haven't defined that what's the SNMP server, syslog server. So by default the DNA center is working as a the syslog server, SNMP server, etc., etc. But we can define those things inside where, inside design, and then the network setting. Correct. We'll check that later on. So now you can see that that device is gone from the unassigned devices because it has been assigned here, and you can see the site. Very easy. Now again you can see the magic here that you can double click to this device, and once you click here, see this good amount of information here. Now suppose if you want to run any CLI command, you can go and click command runner. And now you have your command runner. You can go and check show IP interface brief, or any command you can run. No problem. It will go and fetch the information. Even I can extend this, it's like I can enlarge this screen, and you can go and run the command here. So that's the one thing. Second thing, if you want to check the 360-degree view, and that's a part of assurance. So you can go and on top you can see the assurance, dashboard, health, 360 view. It's a good amount of information, and if I scroll down you can check. So issues 0, the physical topology, and I'll try to scroll it down. At the moment only one device, otherwise it will show you the topology diagram, where it is connected, what are the devices it is connected, and all those informations. And if I scroll down you can see the event, the path trace, the reachability, the detailed information. So here you can see the device info, CPU, memory, etc., the interface level information, the fabric level informations, like that, and and all other things. Okay, so you can see how interesting the DNA is. Even if we are using to manage the network, so very easy. You can just discover the devices, and it will start learning everything about that device. Yep. So let me stop the recording. Thank you for joining. Today we are going to cover day number 2, where I'll go through and cover DNA quick start. I'm going to walk you through the DNA quick start. And before we start that, let me quickly show you the lab setup. If you go to this lab setup, everything is like blank. And if we want to build our lab, we can go and we can build our lab. We can build our use cases. It's a nice hardware lab. Generally, we found that over Cisco Cloud, we don't have hardware lab. Mostly, we have the software-based lab. But this is the one lab we have the hardware devices as well. And here you can see that we have ISE. Let me quickly show you that how you can go and deploy the ISE. You can see that I am recording this session, so you can go and follow the same step. You can go click to the ISE, then you will see this VM console option. Once you go there, then your ISE VM will start. You have to go and type setup, and now you can see that the ISE is ready to get deployed. You can go and give the host name. I have given say ISE. Now there is one document in this particular link I will upload with this recording, and as per the document I am giving the IP address, but we can give the IP address in this range 198.168.133.27. Then the as for the document I am giving the subnet mask, and then we have the gateway 198.168.128.1. You want to configure IPv6? No, at this moment. Then we have the DNS domain. I'm not sure what is that. Maybe dcloud.cisco.com. If I have that document open here, let me quickly see. So I can refer that particular sheet. Since it is not here, what you can do that you can go to the resources. Yeah, once you are in the resources, you can see ISE 3.0 lab guide, and it's downloading. I think it's already downloaded. I have downloaded this earlier, so let me quickly go and open my RDM. Oh, so many downloads are there. Sandbox, something related to ISE. Okay, no problem. Let him download that. I think it got downloaded. Is this the... Oh my god, this is the field guide for ISE and Stealthwatch integration. Okay, what do I have here? This is something ISE and VPN. This is different lab. Just give me one moment. Let me check if it got downloaded. Yeah, I think this one. ISE lab. This is the document I will upload with this recording. If you go scroll this document, this is page number, over page number 4, you can see IP, net mask, gateway, and then the DNS and other stuff. So let me quickly go and put all these values here as it is. Cisco.com, then your name server. I know that IP is 133.1. Secondary name server, I don't have. Then the NTP is the same as the name server in this case. And then NTP, no. UTC is okay. Enable SSH, yes, that's a mandatory. And then the username and password. Now, before entering the username and password, you should connect to the VPN. So let me quickly go and connect to the VPN. I can go to the details where we have the VPN credentials. Go and connect it. 257 something I have. And it's connecting. Now while it is connecting, now we can go back here to the ISE, and the username is admin, the password is Cisco12345. Now this will take maybe 25 to 30 minutes to install all the applications, databases, services inside the ISE. Meanwhile, I will go and continue our rest of the things that we have. Okay. So what we are going to do today, as already I told you, that we are going to cover the DNA walkthrough. Yes, Kevin?
No, go ahead. Thanks.
All right. So let me quickly go to the document. This document also I am going to upload. And this document has both the flavor, PDF and PPT. I will upload both. Now for me, it's a little bit easier to go through via the PDF, so I'm going through like this. I have the drawing option, so I can go and draw. All right. Walkthrough. And even I'm going to log into the DNA as well, and I will show you that. So how the dashboard look like, the pay section, app, and other stuffs. Now, before going there, I think you have seen that how this DNA dashboard look like. So before going and before showing that DNA dashboard, if you can tell me that what options we have, I'll write here. So once I open the dashboard, DNA dashboard, what are the tabs we have? You can tell me, I'll write here in the short.
Oh man.
Yep. It's not that you can tell in number anything, like we know that we can do assurance, correct? So one tab is there for assurance. Then
Man, I can't remember.
yeah, no problem, it's very easy. So we know that with DNA we are going to manage the infrastructure. So obviously we have to go and do the designing. So we have one tab related to design. Now once the design engineer will go and do the design, then next he want to do the implementation or the deployment. So one tab we have related to provisioning, correct? So we have design, we have provisioning, we have assurance. And since we are going to integrate this with the ISE, and ISE is what? ISE is nothing but the policy engine, correct? So one tab we have related to policy. These are actually four major tabs we have. Apart from that, we can do the license management, we have some tool option, we have the API option, we have the platform, we have the activity, we have the log, like long list of things we have. But majorly when Cisco has introduced their solution, their DNA solution or their SD access solution, then they came up with this option. So design, policy, provisioning, assurance, correct? Now the good thing here is that suppose if one client he just want to use only the assurance, he can go and use it, correct? That's a great thing here. And other great thing we have in DNA is this, that the DNA can support SDA fabric, like software defined access. It can go to support non-SDA as well. So whatever existing network is there, DNA can work on top as well, like OTT type of platform on the top, over the top, something like that, and it can work. So it can get embedded and work, or it can work as a brain as well. So both options we have. Let me go and erase. Oh, like that I have to erase, or can I erase everything? Okay, no problem. Let me scroll down and let's continue. So any question so far you have? Any question, any doubt?
No, 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 that's good.
All right. So we'll see that a dashboard and different things are there, but again, more will go and work, and more we are going to learn about this. So you have this nice user page. You can go give your username and password, and then you can log in. Now this is little bit older. So here you can see that design, provisioning, assurance, and policy. I will show you these things in the new dashboard as well. Even I have added new dashboard as well in this particular presentation. So as name suggests, here you can see from the name itself, you can figure out that this will go and do the discovery of the devices. Then we have the inventory. We can go and check the topology. We have the image repository, and these are the tools. Now everything has been arranged inside the menu. You can go and check the menu. Inside that menu, you will find the design, policy, provisioning, assurance, tools. Now inside the tool section, you will get all these important tools. One of the greater tool we have here is the plug and play. So if you want to do the day zero deployment, a device you are connecting, just you have to plug in and rest everything taken care from the DNA itself. So that's nothing but the plug and play. Same thing we have in the SD-WAN like ZTP, zero touch provisioning. Same type of thing we have here in plug and play. Other thing, template editor. Now in DNA also we have template editor. Name itself I think is a template, and we know that in in SD-WAN, so in SD-WAN also we have the template. Here also we have the template, but there is a difference inside the SD-WAN template and this template. Inside SD-WAN we have both option. We can create the um, GUI based template, and we can create the CLI based template, correct? But here you will find, so the template that you have in SD-WAN, you can create both. You can create GUI and you can create CLI based template. In DNA, we have at this point of time, we have only CLI based template. But uh, Cisco has taken help from Apache. We know that one of the server, Apache, web server. And from there, they have used one programming language called Velocity, VTL in short. So we will see that in upcoming classes that with help of Velocity, we can create multiple variables. We can create loop conditions. So whatever we are doing in the programming, we can do programming for the configuration, and then we can push to the n number of devices. Correct. So we'll see that. Although this is the CLI template, but it's quite powerful. And in SD-WAN we have GUI and CLI, but here you have the template, but this template is quite powerful and unique. Great. Rest of the things that you're seeing here, I'll go and show you that. Obviously, once you work more and more, all these tabs will make sense because it's a big giant box. And Cisco is adding features. I think every month you will find some new features added into it. Now, next level features what we have. So we have machine learning type of capability. We have artificial intelligence, and Cisco is working hard on this. And recently, I think Cisco has created one new stream. That stream is termed as AI Ops. So, like we have DevNet, CCNA, CCNA DevNet, CCNP DevNet, etc. Like that, Cisco has created one new stream, AI Ops, and very soon they will go and launch CCNA for AI Ops. They have the tool. With that tool, certain things can be happen, but this tool is integrated in DNA as well with respect to access points. So intelligence is there with respect to access point, and inside DNA we have the AI ops features, like artificial intelligence feature is embedded inside the new code 2.x. So those things are there. It's a full new innovations and new things are there. So before going further, let me quickly log into the DNA. Let me quickly show you this thing. Now, if you go for interview, then what interview question they can ask you? There may be question related to like, what do you think that DNA can be used as a SDA fabric or non-SDA fabric, and what are the differences in that? That may be one of the tricky question. The other thing they may ask you about the assurance. With DNA assurance, what are the things we can achieve? Okay, if the interview is like little bit a standard, then they can go inside the template and the variables and what programming language and what logic and all. So those things we'll see later on. Again, there may be questions related to DNA and API integration. So what type of APIs are there and what are the capabilities? These things also we'll see in the upcoming sessions. So I'm going to log into the DNA, and you will see the new dashboard. Ishwar and Kevin has the access. For Sam, I will share this credential so he can also log in and check. Admin and this, and you can see in this dashboard you will find the uh, what is this M remote ng next generation. You have the sorry for that. You have the virtual machine, DNS center, CLI. Later on, I'll show you some configuration here from the CLI, some script related to Python. And a username is maglev. Password is cu12345, whatever password we have. History, let's see if we have only one command is there, but yeah, there are some maglev related commands as well, some useful commands and a script that we can check later on. But if you want to check maglev, it's a Linux based box, so you can go and check from here as well. The Linux related command like if config, then a route, IP route or whatever, those things you can go and check. The interesting thing here is that it is supporting Python. So here itself you can write the code and execute over the DNA. So you don't need any external Python server to run the code. But be careful while running the script from the server itself in the production network. All right. So let's go back here. You can see the blank dashboard. And once you are in the dashboard, if you are new to the DNA, you will find, oh my God, what is this? There are so many things. But if you work day by day on this, you'll find, oh, all these tabs, they're making sense. And I told you that Cisco is adding, I think every month they are adding some new features. Now you can see here the beta version of Network Reasoner. Although here you will see only 3, but I think there are 6, 7 different um, automation packages. You can think this as an automation package. So if you want to see the CPU utilization, you can go here and then you will get the list of the devices. You will go select that device and it will tell you the CPU utilization. It will tell you the top talkers as well. And not only that, but it will run the commands like show, process, CPU, etc. 5-6 commands it will run you. Only thing you have to go and click it. I'll show you that. At the moment we don't have any device here, that's why nothing is coming. So what we'll do, we'll go and discover some devices, we'll create the site, we'll add those devices into the site, and then we'll go and check the network resonator. That's a new feature you can see in the bottom. Now, initially in the older version, everything was there on the top, but now Cisco has made like this dashboard like ISE 3.0. So if you check ISE 3.0 that we are doing the deployment in the back, there also you will find the menu option like this. So let me quickly go and log into ISE as well, because I think that is get deployed. This 198.188.133.27 is the IP that still it is loading, so no problem, we'll come back later on. And now you can see that we have design, policy, provisioning, assurance. These are the main 4. Then we have the workflow. And Cisco is adding so many different workflows to help the engineers who don't know exactly how to configure a different type of stuffs like VPN and other stuffs. Then tool option is there. Platform, activity, reports, and system. System is this particular device and device specific things. Plus, if you want to do some integration with that, we're going to dig deeper inside each and every tab. We'll see each and every options that we have inside the DNA. All right. So here you can see that the first thing we have is the design. So if I go and click inside design, you have the network hierarchy, you have the network setting, image repository, network profile, and authentication template. Now, when we are thinking about design, this is exactly what the solution architect can do. So this is very much helpful to design the uh, overall enterprise network. Okay. Now, what does it mean? Again, what does it mean? It means that network hierarchy. A network hierarchy is very much like site design or site hierarchy. You will see that. Uh, it's like, it's like inheritance feature. So suppose you have one big IT infrastructure, and for the sake of simplicity, I'll go and divide this into 4 parts. So you have A, B, C, and D. Now in AWS, we know that we have the concept of zoning: zone A, zone B, zone C, zone D, etc. Now suppose these are the 4 regions we have inside DNA, and for this particular site or zone, we have different type of AAA configurations. So I'll use only 3 set: AAA, NTP, SNMP. But with site A, the AAA, NTP, and SNMP configuration may be global. So maybe I have 300 devices in this site, but for all those 300 devices, AAA, NTP, and SNMP configurations are common or unique. Correct? So if we go and create the network setting related to AAA, NTP, and SNMP at the global level, at the A level, that means we don't need to push the configuration related to AAA, NTP, and SNMP to those 300 devices. So that means that will be one-time effort. Once we'll create and then we'll push to 300 devices. Now there may be chance that inside A I have B, for example, and again inside B I have C. Now for C and B, they may have the AAA, NTP, SNMP as A or may not. So in this case, we want to change the NTP and SNMP configuration for B and C. That's part of the parent A, correct? That can be done easily. And those are the design, decisions we have to take, and those are structured here. Same story with the image repository. Now, if you have some image that's a stable, and that's not per Cisco standard, but that is gold for my organization as standard. So I can make that particular image as a standard for my organization, and that can be done from the image repository. The network profile, this is also big. This is also huge. Network profile. Just give me a second. So this network profile is also one of the very interesting thing, one of the key areas we have inside DNA success. Now, what is happening here that, okay, we have talked about global configuration, correct? So we told, okay, we have AAA, NTP, SNMP configuration. They are working as a global configuration, correct? Now, think like this. Suppose I have 3K switch, and in that 3K switch, I have 3850 switch with iOS version 1, and then 3850 with iOS version 2. Maybe I have 3650, maybe I have 3750, that's the non-DNA switch, but just an example. Suppose, so if we have switch with different flavors, correct? Say flavor A, B, C, D, maybe 4K switch, maybe 3K, maybe 9K, 9300, etc. Now for those different type of switch, and then plus you have the routers as well. So for different type of routers like ISR routers or ASR routers, and different type of variety of switches, correct? You want some sort of common configuration. You have some configuration that is common for certain type of certain nature of device that is falling under network profile. You can go and create the network profile for routers, for switches, for different nature of switches, correct? And those network profiles, maybe those network profiles are nothing but the small configuration, correct? And those network profiles, again, you can think this abstraction of the configuration. They are the abstract that can be pushed to the same type of devices. This is it's a big in good DNA design. We should be very careful while designing the network profile. This is important. And then finally, we have the authentication template, like what type of authentication method we have, open, close, etc. We can use it. Now, whatever 5 options that we are seeing here with related to design, they are true for both wired and wireless. So network profile, say if I go here and you can see on the top, if I go and click, you can see routing, firewalling, switches and wireless. And obviously the NFVIS. Mostly we are using these for. So we can go and create the profile, and those profile can be used inside different sites, and obviously inside sites we have the devices, correct? We have the access points, we have the WLCs, we have the routers, we have the switches. So those are applicable to those particular sites, correct? So it's like, we are managing the configuration, but we are thinking that how we can uh, take common configuration and put at same place. So tomorrow if we have any change, if we want to delete something, if we want to add something, we don't have to do changes in our design section, rather than we can go and do changes in our deployment section. The structure is like this. So Cisco has built this DNA like this, you know so design properly, and then you can go and check the provisions. Inside provision, this is specifically for the operation engineers, so how they can operate the network once the design is successful. Obviously you have to go and do the deployment. So if I go to provisioning, you can see that you have the inventory and the plug and play. Apart from that, service catalog, user defined network, application visibility, Stealthwatch, these are the things related to operation only. But although you're seeing only 2 tab, but if I go inside this inventory, you will find 10 different options inside inventory. So inventory is that your devices are already in the production and then you're managing it. Plug and play is that day 0. Someone is connecting the device and then it is getting the IP address, it is getting the day 0 template, it is getting the day end template. Okay. So 2 options are there, day 0 and day end. You can think like this: day 0, and then it is moving to the operation inside the inventory. If I go inside the inventory, yeah, I think Kevin has some question, can ask.
I was wondering what the NFVIS was, network function virtualization. What?
Yeah. So the packages that we are putting inside, for that also we can go and build the templates, NFVIS.
So plug and play is like the initial provisioning, initial discovery.
So there may be 2 options. The option number 1 is that brownfield. So brownfield, what you will do, you will obviously discover and then you will add to the inventory, correct? And plug and play is that it's like blank box as a green field. Now you have to do the deployment and manage it. So that's the plug and play.
And the minimum, as you told me, I think earlier this week, the minimum we need an IP address for management, and SSH configured to get this plug and play working.
Inventory, plug and play. I will show you what's the steps and how it is working. Plug and play, nothing is required. Plug and play means you have box with zero configuration, and then it will get everything. Like we have done ZTP and SDWAN. That
Okay.
that thing is for brownfield. So you have existing thing, like you have existing network and you want to manage by the DNA. So that means the DNA will discover that existing network. Obviously, we should have reachability in between the device and the DNA, correct? And then we can manage it. So before going further, let me quickly show you this. See, let me show you here then CLI. See, I have one device here, 3850 switch. Let me show you that what minimum configuration we have in this switch. So I have one switch 3850. What I will do, that I will go and discover this device inside the DNA. It's taking a little bit time to come up. No problem. Let me close the session and open one more time. Disconnect and connect it. Network error, connection refused. Maybe some issue with the network. No problem. Let me check this ISR. I'll come back to the 9300 as well. Anything we can search. So suppose this is one of the router, and we'll go and check sure and show IP SSH. 2.0 is enabled, SSH is enabled, and we have done the SSH to this device. The point here that we should have the SSH enabled. This is the IP of our remote desktop from where we are doing the SSH to this device, correct? And then we should ping through the DNA. Should have the reachability to the DNA. You can see this is reachable. We'll go and check the IP. Maybe the font size is very small. Show IP into brief. So here you can see this is the IP we have here. Management IP. I can go and check the interface. It will show you the management VRF. Sure, and I should do interface, correct? And you can see that it's netted outside and then it is going to the external world. I'll take this IP here, and what we'll do, we'll go to the DNA, go to the main dashboard here. There are multiple ways to reach there. If you scroll down, you will see that there is one discovery option inside the tool section. So you can see the discovery. I can click here, or we can click to the menu. We can go to the tools, and discovery option is there. And it's very easy to do the discovery. Add the discovery. It's coming, and you can give the discovery name, say router 1. I want the IP range here. We can discover with the IP range as well. We have the LLDP and CDP option as well. Now here is the catch. Now if you want to do the discovery, what is happening, and that's the key thing here. So DNA center, they should know how to SSH to the device. So there are some minimum configuration that we should do over the devices. So my DNA should know the credential of this device, the SSH credential. Here you can see that we have the admin and Cisco 1235 and net admin as well. And we should have the SNM, oh, sorry for that. We should have the baseline SNMP configuration. But apart from that, there are some other settings as well that we can go and do, like HTTPS and netconf. I'm just showing you that what SNMP configuration we have. So here you can see that we have RORW, correct? This community. So I'll go and configure it. I just click to the Chrome, it will come. It's a little bit slow. So now what you have to do here, if you are doing the first time discovery, that you need to go and add the credentials. Once you click there, I'll add as a login. We know that your username is admin, that's not a good practice. And the password, let me put that. Save as a global configuration. What does it mean? That means that we have global. So first site, you will see that in the design site hierarchy, the first site name is the global. And whenever we are creating any other site, that will be the child of that. At the moment, it's okay. We are saving it as a globally, but I will explain you later about that. Okay, read the warning message, click OK. And then SNMP version 2, read only. I'm just giving the name like as it is. RO in caps. I'm giving. Save this as it is and then write. Save this, click save. So you can see these are becoming pink here. So these we have enabled. Then we have HTTPS and netconf as well. That it's okay, but we can enable those as well. And now I can go and click discover. We can do it now or we can schedule it as well.
So the minimum for discovery is what? It's just CLI?
CLI, yeah. CLI and SNMP.
Oh, CLI and SNMP.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't done discovery without CLI and SNMP. I haven't checked that only with CLI it will work or not. But maybe it will work with CLI only as well. Whenever I have
And
done the discovery, yeah, sure, please.
do you have any thoughts on this? What about if we have, we have 77 switch stacks, which total 330 access switches, 9,300 access switches, 77 stacks. Would you think that we need to build the stack,
No,
then configure SNMP and
no,
CLI and
no,
discover the whole stack, or?
no. It will discover. It will discover only one active switch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So no need to do that. So in those stack switches, SNMP is not configured like SNMP version 2 or 3.
It will be. It's greenfield complete, so it will
Okay.
be. So yeah, so one config, of course, as you know. So it'll just be one user, one user account, one config for the whole stack. So I guess it just discovers a stack, and it looks like one switch.
Yes. So DNA is looking just like one switch. Yep.
Looking at it as one
Oh,
switch. Okay,
yes.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will show
Hmm.
you as a one switch. Even in the inventory as well, it will show you only one switch IP, but it will give you multiple serial numbers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you can see it got discovered and it is telling that you can go and check inside the view inventory. Now we know that inventory is inside the provisioning and the inventory. Like that also you can go. Now you can see that one device is there, but it is not assigned to any of the site because we haven't created any site, correct? So we should create one site and assign this device to that particular site. We'll do that. Very easy to do that. Let me quickly go back and let me show you these slides because in these slides you'll find that. So you can see that you can go and design. By default, you'll find global. Inside global, you can see. By default, this will be there. And inside global, we can go and design the sites. So once we'll go and design the site, what's the site, building area, etc. Then we can go and put the devices inside the site. Okay, that we have discovered, and that's the phase one. So you can see that area, building, and floor. I will show you just in 2 minutes. Like that, you can go if you have the floor map and those things. Those also can be added very easily. Even we can take the floor map from the Cisco Prime, and same we can upload here as well. So we have those options to upload it. So now here you can see the highlight here is these fields here inside the design. Still we are in the design section, and in design section you have these 5 field: network hierarchy, where we are doing the site design; network setting, where we can go and give these configurations like global parameters, AAA, DHCP, DNS, syslog, SNMP, um, Stealthwatch, flow destination, etc. Then image repository, network profile, and auth template. Believe me or not, these things are very much like self-explanatory. If you go there and click, you will find, oh, what to do. So as a network engineer, it's like, it's not a big deal, it's easy to understand. So I'll go there and I'll show you those things. So let me quickly go and reach up to this point. Great, let's go back. So what we can do now that we are inside the globe, and then we can go and define the network hierarchy. So obviously everything related to design, we should go to the design. So we can go to the design section here, and we can go and add a site, add area. I'll give the same name as you can see by default, which is coming, San Jose. Even I don't know exactly where it is.
It's in California. It's on the left side of the United States there.
So now in this map, we will see that where it is exactly. It will tell us the location, and when we'll add the device, it will give me the exact location. So inside the area, we can go and add the building, and where it will ask you the longitude and the latitude information. So the building name, I'll give this San 15. It's a part of global, and the parent is San Jose. The address, I'll give 150W, and can I get San Jose? Okay, so this avenue 150 something, and you can see California 91711 US. Now we can see the exact location. Let me click add here. It's a little bit slow, it's loading. And here it is, our building. I think we can go a little bit deep here inside this. And 2 views are there. It's nice actually. It's a little bit slow, it's loading still. Okay, I'll come back here. So you can see here, this is the hierarchy. Later on, these things we are going to do via the script. I'll show you that how with this script we can go and create these. So good amount of sites or any amount of sites, and the floor and building areas we can define with the script, with the Python script. It will do it for us. Okay, so now we have the site, we have the area, we have the site building. What we want to assign the router inside SAN 15. So the provisioning, how we can do, we can go from here, we have the provisioning tab, we can go to the inventory. Once you are inside the inventory, it's a key here. You can see on the top here, unassigned device is 1. Now if we assign that device to the SAN 15, it will show 0, correct? So click to the unassigned device, and you have multiple options. One option you can select from here. On top you can see you have the action. Once you are inside the action, you have this provisioning. Once you are inside the provisioning, you have assigned the device to site, correct? That's the one way. Other way, easy way, simply click here and the same flow will get followed. Choose a site, click there, and we want to go here and we want to select this and we want to save it. Next, assign. Now you can see that SNMP trap is DNA, syslog is DNA, label is 6, CTS yes, controller certificate yes. These things DNA is doing for us. And now you can see here it will get moved at this location, and initially we need to turn on the telemetry and other features. Nowadays everything is on by default, so now this device is tracked inside assurance as well. No need to do any other stuffs. We can go and check this device. Now cool thing about DNA, it's really cool that now you can see, and we are where we are at the moment, provisioning and network devices. I can go here, I can double click to this device. Once you do the double click, you can see device detail, configuration. It's coming, it's complete configuration. You can see everything. Just scroll up. You can see the configuration, you can see the interface detail. Okay, but here you can see this is for your command runner. Command runner is again one package feature inside DNA that will be there by default. And then you have this view 360. Now this view 360 is assurance. Let me show you the command runner first, and I can go and run show IP interface brief. Any type of CLI command you can go and run and it will give you the output, correct? This is the command runner. Then we have this view 360. Click there, and on top you can see that we are moved to the assurance. So we are inside the assurance dashboard where we can go and check n number of things. Still no much load on this particular device, so no data is there, but later on we'll see that issue physical neighbor path trace. A path trace is really really powerful in DNA. Application experience, CPU, memory utilization, each and everything you can see here related to this device. Apart from that, so not only these features we have.
So no more need for SolarWinds?
Yeah, it's not required.
It looks like SolarWinds is out of business. I mean, guys, am I wrong? I mean,
Surely it's out of business because we are not using SolarWinds to manage that.
Yeah.
And other thing I want to show you here is, so let me quickly show you this. So if we okay, that's like cool thing. I like this. So on top you can see focus. It's very interesting, and most of the places like it's not mentioned like this is that much important. So you can see the focus inventory, but if you go and click here, you can see the focus is image software, provisioning, marked for replacement if you are doing RMA. So if you go to the provisioning, okay, and once we are inside the provisioning, now we can see the provisioning state. If you go and click here, you can see the detail about the onboarding. It's coming, and you can see the workflow here. So it is telling that start, and even I think we can go and check details as well of all these things. You can see the start and then detail, all the steps and the end. how good this is, structured. You can see here there's a provisioning state. That's the one thing. Now the other thing, if I can show you here, so inside provisioning, if I can have this, okay, let me quickly see if the option should be there. Let's leave it because still we haven't done each and everything related to this, so it's not showing, but it's okay. We'll check later on because we have full-fledged DNA as well. So I'll show you other features inside full-fledged DNA, and in this lab when we'll go and add more and more things inside this, then we'll check more and more stuffs inside that. Now while I'm
So,
here,
Ratnesh,
mhm,
are you going to be holding on to this lab over the next couple of days, or are you going to start fresh every time you have a class with us?
this lab will be there for next 4 days. So once I book the lab, it will be there for 4 to 5 days. Maximum limit I have for 5 days.
Okay. All right. Wow.
So after 5 days, I have to break that lab. All right. So one again cool thing here is that, and we are using that every day. You just either select the IP or you select the host name, and on top you can see the search box. And this is really cool search. So let me do one thing. Let me go to the menu. I don't want to search from here. Means you can search from anywhere. That's the key here. So we are here now, and I can click here on the top, this search bar, and then it's coming. It's a little bit slow. Then we can click here now. We'll see that it will search, and now you can see that you can go and check the um, assurance, device 360's assurance. You can go and check the topology. At the moment, nothing is there. And then the inventory. Once you go to the inventory, so you landed inside the provisioning and the inventory, and you have the device, and you can go and check the detail about that device, correct? So it's like that. It's very easy and easy to use, easy to manage all those things. So let's go back. Still we are inside these menu. So what you can do here, just for your homework, but anyways I'll cover as well. You can go to the network hierarchy where you can go and design the site that we have done. Likewise, next time we can go and check the network setting. So I can go here to the network setting, and inside network setting, it is asking us, okay, you want to do the inheritance property? Yes, I want to do that. So this particular guy here, means this particular site here, is going to inherit the configuration that we have done at the global level, but it's not mandatory. Suppose the global level, your DHCP, DNS and other stuffs are different, and the site level, if those parameters are different, you can do it, correct? You have to go and define the other label things differently. So let me quickly show you here in the switch, in the router, sorry. We have this router, and let's see the domain. Do we have any domain configured here? I think yes, dcloud.cisco.com is configured, but let's quickly confirm that. So IP domain name is dcloud.cisco.com, and if you go here, still it is loading. Okay, so now you can see the DNS. I can go ahead and give, say, dcloud.cisco.com. I don't know the IP for that. 133.1 and 8.8.8.8. I have saved this configuration with respect to this, correct? Now if you go here and check the configuration, you'll see that that will be pushed down to the device. We'll give him some time to get pushed those configuration. But that's the cool thing we have here, that we can define it globally and then it will go and push that configuration for us to all the devices that we have in that particular zone. Let me go and add a server here. So if you go here and add, I'll go and add some fictitious IP. So we'll go and add AAA and NTP. Later on, I will show you how to do the integration. So this lab will be valid for the next class as well. Network and the client endpoint, AAA network. At the moment, I'll just give AAA, but I will go and add ISE in upcoming session. And if I scroll down, I should show that I can see NTP. So no, because we haven't added as an external server, so no problem. I'll show you this later on. Let me quickly go and add NTP.
So in this case, when you check AAA, what is it doing?
I'll show you that.
Okay.
So what you need to do, that you have to go here and you can go to the system and you can go to the settings. We have option related to radius and TACACS. And we have option to add the AAA with respect to SDA and non-SDA fabric. Now in non-SDA fabric, we can go and I have complete, I think maybe more than 1 hour or maybe 2 hour class just for radius and AAA and ISE, so don't worry. But you can think that it can work as an authentication server, as an external authentication server in case of non-SDA fabric. Now here you can go and search as a like authentication and you'll get this. Then if you go and click add, multiple options are there. A server IP, I know that means I have ISE in this lab, and for that ISE I have this IP. You can go and enable this ISE here. You can give all this information. If you don't have ISE, if you have the AAA server, if you have only radius, you can go and enable like this. Just sake of simplicity, I'm not enabling ISE at this moment. We'll discuss later on. So I have given one IP and assuming that this is AAA and the protocol is radius. Click there. You can see active. Now we can go back to the design and network settings. And now we can go and let me quickly add AAA here. Okay. As a network, AAA, radius, and then in the drop down, which is automatically it is coming, correct? Save this. And now we can go here and we should see change here coming. Section AAA. So let's see that what configuration it may be. This configuration may be old configuration, we don't know, but I will validate this. It's a local console default and all. I'm not seeing any new configuration here. Surely we can enable some sort of logging terminal, so whatever changes that we are pushing, it will show you over the screen. So those things I will do in upcoming sessions. Whenever we are doing any configuration change, it will show us that what changes we have. Okay, so let's see here.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'll do that in the upcoming session. So here 12900 is redirected. So the initial configuration I can see related to SNMP and others. So whenever we have to push the configuration, I'll show you that how you can push the configuration from the template. So that's not a big thing. We can have the long list of configuration, and I have good examples related to that I'll show you in the upcoming session. So don't worry about that. I will show you each and everything. Okay. So the point here is that if we have something globally configured, so let me go back to the dashboard. No need to think that each and every devices we can go and push the configuration from here itself. It can take those configuration for all those devices that is deployed in that particular site. That's the inheritance capability we have. Okay, I'll show you this lab in the upcoming session. So what your task is this, that I'll upload this document and have a look. I'll go and cover image repository, network profile, auth template, and whatever things are there. And now, since this particular device has taken from Epic EM, so no wonder that you will find stuffs related to WAN. You know, it's very interesting that DNA was developed for WAN because this is taken from Epic EM, and Epic EM was for WAN. It was not for LAN. And then Cisco has done so many changes, and then you can manage your LAN and WAN with DNA. But originally it was for actually WAN devices, and that's why you can see this service profile, you can see the QoS setting, even you can see the IP DHCP pool, you can see the application visibility. So here also you have the N bar capability, and that can recognize 1400 applications. And there is a long list of devices I will show you in the upcoming class that can be managed from the DNA. So if someone is managing the network, there's no need to use SD-WAN until unless they have some SecOps type of thing like security operations with the WAN devices. So now the SD-WAN devices can inbuilt with the firewall and other stuffs. If it is not there, then we can manage the LAN and WAN with the DNA.
Well, management and visibility, but it won't do anything like OMP and prefer certain paths based on jitter latency, all those things. No, not yet.
It can do, why not? We have full DMVPN capability inside this. DMVP is as good as OMP. So if you go here and let me quickly show you that counter. Yes, I'm not telling anyone to use it, but internally I'm telling that we can do this with WAN management with the DNA. But I'm not telling any Cisco sales guys, oh, this is the truth. Yeah, you can do with
Well,
SD-WAN because my prime business is SD-WAN as well. So I will love that they will
yeah,
do.
yeah. Well, this is coming from the SD-WAN master. So Sam, there's no way I'm going to challenge the SD-WAN.
For your lab practice, what you can do, you can use this URL. I have given you the username and password as well. And that's one of the nice place where you can go and check DNA 2.1. So if you want to see the version, you can see here on the top, you have this question mark, and then you can go and click about. I can see this is 2125. Here you have this cloud connector. That means if you want to upgrade the image, and if you have the privilege, you can go and upgrade. So if you want to see that what new version is there, I will show you in our lab setup. It will tell you switch. So from 2125, if you want to switch to 2126, just click there, and then you can go and just click. It will give you all the path. So you want to update the installed app. Suppose if you have good amount of installed app and all these applications, you have the patches. So selectively also you can go to individual applications and you can upgrade it. Or suppose if you want to do bulk update, so single shot you can click and you can upgrade it. But it will take time depending upon your network and the network devices connected with DNA. It may take time, like it may take maybe 1 day, and so behind the scene the upgrade process will run, and all these patches applications will get updated. So it may take maybe 24 hour, but the initial update, initial installation will take at least 2 to 3 hours. At that time maybe your features are down, your assurance feature will be down, your main applications related to DNA, those things may down. But uh, the full upgrade is taking much time than that. All right, we'll see that later on in our dcloud lab. We have that option that we can go and upgrade it. We'll check that. So here you can see this is the new dashboard, and we are
And
checking.
Ratnesh, this works like the Apex with ACI, right? Management only, not passing any data. If we
100%
shut them off, no issue.
100% right. Yeah, it's just a management plane. So it's a management automation and what assurance platform. That's right, 100% right. So yeah, so yesterday we are talking about different type of tabs that we have, and now I'm going to ask you that what tabs we have, what type of tabs, at least the high point. Select one color. Yeah, you can answer. I will write here. Yeah, tabs we have on top. So if I go and click to the menu, those four important tabs, what are those four important tabs we have? You know,
Man,
we have
this quiz
design.
again.
Yeah, design, correct? Then,
Assurance.
yeah, you're right. Assurance is there. Design policy, provisioning, and assurance. Apart from that, you'll find that you have the tools section as well. And so it's easy for you as well. You can go to this URL, correct? Anytime you can go and visit to this URL, and then you can go and check all these options that we have there, correct? So take your time, just go there, click individual tabs are there. At the moment you can leave this workflow. Apart from this workflow, you can go to each and every tabs and you can see that what is there. Now I'm going to show you right away one very important feature that is not there in my slides in my PPT. Provisioning and inventory, if you go there, that's one of the nice feature that Cisco has added recently, and that tab is nothing but the compliance. So if you go here and you can see here, let me highlight this option. Now in this particular section, if you go and click, so for example, if I go to 3850, compliant is 10 means 100%. If you go and click that compliant, and now you can see the dashboard, this is like GUI type of dashboard. In ACIs and other product, you can see that. So you can see that on top here, you have the interfaces and their status. Then you can go and click to the VLANs. You can see the GUI information about the VLANs. Then you can go and check the hardware and software configuration is your running configuration. You can check all those configuration items. Then power and fan. And in bottom, you can see the summary. The summary is quite interesting. In this example, you are seeing 1, 2, 3, but if you have SDA fabric, you will get one more for SDA fabric. And I think there is one more as well. I'm not able to recall at this time, but there are 5. At the moment in this lab, you can see that the starter versus running configuration, software image, and critical security advisory. Everything is green, green, green. That's why it is 10 out of 10 in terms of compliance. Now, cool thing here is that if you go and click, and now if you see that if you have any red dots, everywhere you are seeing the green dot, that means the running and the startup config, they don't have any mismatch. Now let me quickly go back and let me show you the non-compliant one. So if you go there and you can see that few of the devices are non-compliant. So if I go here in the summary, yeah, you can see critical security advisory, application visibility. Yeah, so application visibility is one, and one is for SDA fabric. Right? Due to software image, it is showing that it's not compliant, and you can see all the green dot. Green dot means that at that time someone has done some commit change. Someone has done some running configuration change, so that's why that slot is there. Let me go to ASR, so I can show you at least. See, here you have some difference. So 287 lines in a startup and 295 in running. That means these many lines are mismatched. And here you can see one red dot. If you go and click there, so it will tell you exactly which lines are extra.
Man, this is blowing me away. This is, I mean, no, really, this is blowing me away. I'm used to it with ACI, right? But seeing it in the campus like this, especially for greenfield, that's even a different thing. Brand new for brownfield, this is really powerful for brownfield.
Yeah,
you know, I just finished a $360,000 mesh that was empty, ISE, DNA, and it was from scratch.
Yes, that is.
Is that this one or is that a different
No,
one?
this is different. That is different. I need
That's
to
the
connect.
DCloud one.
That is the DCloud. We need to connect VPN, and this will run without VPN.
Okay, gotcha. Nice.
But
Wow. So there's really 3 of them. There's the DCloud one that gives you the wireless use case. There's the DCloud sandbox one that's kind of empty. You go and you start from scratch. And then there's this one.
Yep. Yes, you're right. And we are going to use all. So one DNA we have that I think SDA fabric is configured there. So we are going to use that as well. But once we understand most of the things, then we'll go and check the configuration there.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
All right, so let's continue here. And this is one of the cool feature that we have. So I just wanted to highlight. And let's check our notes. So where we are. So now if you go to our 102 page slide that I have shared, so you can understand once you log in, then you can go to the dashboard. This is like 1.3, so that's why it is showing like this. But you know that what's the change there in the new, you have to go here in the menu and then you can see everything, correct? So that's the change. And now you can understand most of the features, like what features we have. And then what you can do that you can go one by one. So you can go to design, you can see hierarchy, system profile. Today I'm going to show you that how you can create the network profile, because network profile we are going to use for PNP as it's a day 0 or day end template. I will show you that. Then you have the authentication template. Now mostly these things, if it is related to design, this is true for both wired and wireless. So it depends that how we are going to use our authentication methods. We can check that, okay, later on. All right, so once you go there, the design section is mostly completed. In the lab section, I will show you how we can create the network profile. So one thing is there, how to create the network profile. I'm going to show you maybe after 15-20 minutes. So let me quickly cover these things. Correct. So once you complete your design section, then you can see on top policy. That's the 4 tab I was highlighting: design, policy, provisioning, and assurance. So let's go inside the policy. And once you are inside the policy, AI endpoints analytic is with respect to wireless. Group based policy, IP based access control application. So whenever you are seeing the application or QoS or those things, then you simply think like this is with respect to WAN devices. This is applicable mostly for WAN routers like ASR or ISR, where you can create the application. I'll show you that how we can do that in the traffic copy and virtual network. So let me click all these things one by one. I can go and click to the AI endpoint analytics, that you have to enable it. Once you enable it, it will do its work automatically. It's like automated. At the moment, we don't have wireless and APs in this, but surely we can check the inbuilt DCloud running lab, where we have the wireless and access points. So then at that point of time, I will go and highlight more on this. But you can go and enable it. It's very easy to enable it, and then automatically it will use its its algorithm to check certain things. Then group based policy. Now if I go and integrate my DNA with ISE, and there is one big class we have related to integration of DNA and ISE. You can see on the top that what patches is needed. Once we do the integration, then what it will do, that it will take the policies. So DNA and ISE will do the communication. From ISE, this policy will come here, and then what you need to do, it's that much easy. Just click here, and I'll show you that I have that lab. I can show you. Just click here and click here and create the rule. That's it. Click, click, click 2-3 times. It will create the rule. Like ACI, we can create the contract. So if you have any uh, either access or deny rule, so for example, in between developer and in between bring your own device or contractor, so you can select developer, and then you can go and select the BYOD, and in between that you can go and create the contract. In contract, obviously, what we are doing. In contract, we are putting some sort of ACL entries, ACE entries. So you can create the contract, and then you can give permission or deny statements. 100% I'm going to show you this lab in upcoming class. Okay. So that's one thing. Apart from that, you can see SGT, scalable group tagging. So these groups will automatically come from ISE inside the DNA. At the moment you will create any group to the ISE, it will you can go here and see here in this. Then we have the contracts. I told you that we can go and create the contracts between group, and inside contract you can go and give allow, DHCP, or deny, and these are like user defined contracts. You can go and create the contracts. And then analytics we have. Now we'll see that if I have slides related to telemetry and analytic. So what is happening with respect to telemetry? Initially in earlier version like 1.3, before 2.0, the telemetry was not on by default. But in 2.0 onwards, the telemetry for wired and wireless, they are on by default. So we don't need to worry about anything. I can give you one classical example here. The one classical example here is, suppose if I go and discover the WLC. Let me write as well. So if I go and discover the WLC, so suppose I have my DNA, and then if I go and do the discovery for WLC, since the telemetry features are on, what will happen? Whatever APs are associated with the WLC, all those APs you can go and see inside DNA. There is 0% configuration to do it. At the moment you discover WLC, DNA will discover all the APs as well, because the telemetry is on by default, and then you can see all the APs in your DNA. Correct? So that's the cool thing we have. No much headache, nothing is there. Great. So you can see this IP based policy. So we have IP based ACL policy, IP network group access contracts that you can go and create. We can check more on this later on. Then application. Application is basically related to your WAN. So you can think like your SD-WAN type of thing. Let me quickly revise you. So Cisco, when they came with their own WAN solution, it was nothing but IWAN, intelligent WAN. And so many Cisco customer, they are using IWAN. Still, there are so many customers, they are using IWAN. And for IWAN, Cisco original product was Epic EM. Sorry, Epic EM, enterprise module. Now this is not ACI Epic, but this is Epic for IWAN. And this Epic EM, if you go and check Epic EM, the whatever APIs we have in the Epic EM, same APIs you have in DNA, plus DNA has its own API. But Cisco has taken all the code from Epic EM and put inside DNA, and now the product is in improvement phase. Correct? So what are the features we have inside Epic EM? One of the feature we have inside Epic EM is PNP. The same PNP we are going to use inside DNA. One of the feature we have inside Epic EM is 100% this. Application policies, application set queuing policy. This is nothing but WAN related stuffs. This is core WAN thing, like application policy, applications. Let me go and click and let me show you one by one these things. At the moment this is blank, but I can show you in our DNA. Everything is showing you blank. And now you can see the queuing policy, it is using CVDs, and business policy, critical, and all those things. It's very easy to use the WAN strategy that we have inside DNA, because originally it was WAN product. IWAN, Epic EM was developed for intelligent WAN. It was not for LAN and wireless and other stuffs that we have inside DNA. So DNA can create the policy and profile and everything related to LAN, and we are seeing all those things, correct? And then Cisco has added machine learning, AI intelligence, and Cisco has now Cisco has integrated with um, CMX. Maybe CMX, that maybe you heard about this term, DNA space. DNA space is there. It's like location analytics, and DNA, we have option that we can integrate with DNA space, and we have option to connect with CMX servers as well. That means overall story is this, that Cisco is doing the integration, and the integration is on. If you want to see the latest integration and all, you can go to the tools, I think, and let me see that you can go to 360 view, system 360. Okay, and you can check the integration. Let me
What
quickly show you this for 1
what
second.
is CMX? Okay.
CMX servers Cisco has, correct? Let's see, CMX is trying to customer experience something or something. Let's see. But I think that is for Cisco CMX. We are not using that at the moment. Let's see. Software solution that uses location. Okay, location and intelligence from Cisco wireless infrastructure. And you can check that's connected mobile experience, CMX.
Okay, got it.
All right. So let's see. You can see the integration. We manage Umbrella, Stealthwatch, ISE, IPAM. These are the integrations. Anyways, let's go back and continue our policy. So these are things, again, you can see the traffic copy policy we can create and virtual network we can create when you have the true SDA integration. So for SDA fabric, we need virtual network, and by default, you'll find there are some default VNs like default and infra. I think infra is for wireless network, that will be by default there, and default is your default VRF. We manage VPN, guest VN, and SGTs are there. Okay, let's go to provisioning. You can see provisioning, you have inventory and plug and play. Plug and play I'll cover tomorrow. Let's check inventory. Now inventory, it seems like only one tab, but if you go there and if you click to the focus, you can see software images, provisioning, three options are there, correct? Now inside inventory, I just walk you through this compliant and non-compliant, but you can see that long list of information that you can get. If you go to this three dot, you can see if you want to check the image need update, image pre-check, you can go and check mark these things. Last is AP group, etc. Apply it, then your list will increase, correct? You can see all those information. Need update, see details, OS update, correct? So long information we are getting. And then finally, when we are at the provisioning, and today we are going to do that provisioning from GUI as well. So if you are at the provisioning level, then you can click any of the device and then you can go to the action. See, because we don't have the privilege, you are not seeing any action option here. Yeah, but I'll show you in our DNA. We have an action tab top here, and that action, what you want to do. So those things we can do with the provisioning. Okay, so design, where we can go and design the overall structure like hierarchy, network, global network configuration, image configuration setting, network profile. So we can create the profile for router, switch, firewall, some network function virtualization and others. Yeah, like WLC, and then authentication. So this is like overall design. Then policy, we may have external policy that is coming from ISE. We can create policy for routers, application policy, QoS policy, everything will be grouped here. Then in provisioning, we have the inventory where we have three different focus. So inside provisioning, we have inventory, we have provisioning, and then we have software images. Again, these framework you should create at the level of design, and then you can apply at the provisioning. Then we have the assurance. Assurance is one of the demanding feature that Cisco has, and this is where the Cisco can beat any other management platform. Last time Kevin told that, like, so no requirement of SolarWinds. That's right, it's not required, because if we go to the assurance, and you can see the assurance with respect to three things. I always remember like this. So what are the three pieces we have in a network? So network has an end user, that is nothing but the client, and the client, they are using application. So here you can see that all three things like network, client, and application. Let me quickly pause the recording here. So this client is something that will tell you that how many connections you have. Now in this, it's a very small lab and nothing is there, but in production you'll find more than 20 or more than 30,000 devices connected, wired and wireless, maybe more than 50,000 clients. In those clients, client means some Windows machine or maybe servers or Linux server, etc. Now in those machine, out of maybe 50,000 machine, maybe 1,000 is your server, correct? So we have the API that we can go and check. So if I have a list of 3,000 devices with IP addresses, obviously, we can go and compare the 50,000 clients that is there connected in a DNA. and you can see the power here that it will tell you the location. So this is one of the client. He is connected with this switch, with this interface, and in this location. Now suppose if those clients or those servers are not in use, we can go to this switch and shut down this interface, and that's it. But apart from apart from DNA, do we have any option that we can search those servers? It's like very difficult. How we can search? Otherwise, we have to run some sort of search tool or search function, but still it is very difficult. So what this search function will do, it will give me the list of 50,000 clients. And now on that 50,000 clients, how we will figure out that, okay, these 3,000s are matching there or not? And suppose if you have different cluster, then it's too much time consuming and all. But with the help of API and DNA API, we can do that within maybe 1 hour, within 30 minutes, and then we can create a template and push to 1,000 switches to block certain applications or certain ports. So that's the thing we have. But now coming back to the assurance, that if you go to the assurance house, you can see how clean all this information. So you can see the onboarding, RSSI, SNR, signal to noise ratio, SSIDs, connectivity, and wired and wireless information. You can go deep inside this. Once you go and click there, it will tell you the 360 view of that particular client. So client detail, and here you can see if you go and click to this green button, even you can go back and forth in the time, and you can check those things. View all details. If you want to see all the details, you can see. Then if I scroll a little bit down here, if any issues are there with that client onboarding, you can see this is connected like this. It is telling us the diagram, event viewer. That means with that particular client, you will find good amount of information. And then we have this path trace. Now this path trace is not like simply doing the trace, but not only it will do the path trace, but it will tell you exactly what particular rule is blocking that. You can think this at this point of time is like firewall type of path trace, where it is telling all these options and informations and all. So if I go and check any IP just to show you the example, now it's loading the trace. Let him give the time to load it. Then the application experience and detailed information. And how easy is this? We don't need good amount of networking knowledge to check all these things. Now you can see the path trace. So this is the client, this is the destination, and how the traffic is flowing. If I go and click here, I can go and see the more details. See, I can go and check. So it is telling here you have 8, 10, 10. Means this is the path trace with information. It's not like uh, blank path trace and all. It is giving you good amount of information. So inbuilt, you have the application
So,
visibility and the trouble. Yep.
so it can just see the MAC address on the switch, and it
Everything.
assumes that that is a host, right?
That's right. Means it is not your
So,
network.
or more than,
Mhm. So it's not part of your network device. That's why you have this one network field here. You can see you have 3 options: network, client, and application. So if I click here network, that means that your router or switches or firewall that is in DNA. Client means that it is learning that information in any of the switch or any of the APs. Like that, it will think as a client, as a user
mm-hmm,
perspective.
right, right, right. Hmm.
And not only this, but if we have any AD integration, and if we have any client like John or Alan or whatever, those things also I'll show you that later on. Those details also we can check.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it's easy to distinguish between a client and a network device. Just simply look at what kind of packets it's sending. I mean,
100%
that
right.
makes
So
sense.
if it is a network, you can see here that we have the routers, switches, wireless controller, AP. So these are falling inside the networking. Now, if any Windows, Apple, Mac, they are connected over networking devices, it will categorize as a client, correct? So whatever
Mm-hmm.
not is
Mm-hmm.
not categorized as a network, they will fall under client. So it's not router, it's not
Mm-hmm.
switch, it's not AP and WLC. So that means it's a client.
Right.
This
Right.
blue
Excuse
stuff.
me. Makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And go to
Okay.
application for me.
Yeah, sure. So we can go to the application and I will see that what application it is used. Maybe it will not show anything because we don't have application, but I'll show you this in the full-fledged lab.
Nothing communicating. Yeah.
At the
Yeah.
moment we don't have, so that's why. I'll show
So
you at
you would, I
assurance.
would think then we can, okay, so we can tell exactly on which switch a particular client exactly what traffic it is sending in
100%.
terms of application traffic, right?
Yes, yes,
Wow,
yes, yeah.
that's powerful. That's big time.
We can go. So let's do this thing. So next class I'll show the DNA and we'll dig deeper. But I think we have separate section for assurance. So we'll check that in that section. When I'll go inside assurance, we'll go and check that. All right. Then we have the tool section, and in tool section we have discovery. We're going to actually we have done one discovery. Topology, it will give you the topology diagram. Command runner means you can run all the show commands. License manager, you can go and check the license, overall license inside DNA and the devices. Template editor we are going to use today. Then you have the config editor, it's just the steps that if you can go and use those predefined templates. And then wide area bonzier, this is I think one of the application that we can use it inside DNA. So recently Cisco DNA has added this platform specific to this DNA device. We are going to spend a lot of time inside the developer toolkit. Inside developer toolkit, we have the APIs and the reference. So we are going to dig deeper inside this. You can go and check the runtime dashboard, means the dashboard information. Manage means if you want to manage the, I think, severity of the tickets like router down or latency jitter, those things we can go and manage. But I will go and hit these things as well later on. Activity is a user activity report. Now Cisco DNA is giving options to generate so many different type of good reports. We can go and generate those reports either in Excel or PDF. And finally, we have the system tab. We can go and check the system 360 software update settings, data platform. It's a powerful tool. We have system health, user and roles. I will go and uh, show you things inside user and roles when we'll go and study ISE integration full-fledged. So I'll show you that we have 4 different type of role like super admin, network, telemetry, and observer, etc. We'll see that. And then backup restore, we can take the backup in the external FTP servers, and disaster recovery use cases models are there if you go and check. These are all the options and tools we have. So before moving further, let me quickly go and let me quickly complete these slides. This is just for reference. Please have a look on this. So design section, you have these things. I'm going to I'm quickly going through it. We'll go and create the site. We have done that
Mm-hmm.
already. This is there in DNA. We can import the floor map and all. We can set the global settings. So network global settings are there. Then we can go to the image repository. Wireless network settings, same as we can do. I can see same setting option is there. Then we can go and create the service profile, SP profile that's related to WAN devices. We are going to check that today as well. Network profile is one of the very important thing. So what are the important thing we should at least know? We should know the PNP flow. We should know about the template. We should know about the site design, the global network setting, and the network profile. These are the very important thing that we should do it. Now there are chance that we will not use all the capabilities and features that we have in DNA, but DNA is giving us so many features, correct? Now this is one of the profile related to WAN device. I will show you that today how we can do it. So adding the network profile, you can add that. Then you have the policy. In policy, you can see that you have the group based list. First of all, we should have the list, like what groups we have. We can import from the ISE once we have the full integration. Once we have those groups, then we can create the contract in between that. And when we are creating the contract, then we can put the condition in that. This is related to applications, how many application it is supporting. It is supporting more than 1400 application, because these devices, they are using N-bar, network based application recognition. And recently Cisco has added C-bar as well. I think that's cloud based application recognition. That's also a powerful tool, a C-bar. We can check on that as well later on. So this is just the dashboard walkthrough, you know. So what tabs are there? These groups are called from ISE. Once you create any group in the ISE, it will come, it will show you here. And then what you need to do is just drag and drop. You can drag and drop and you can create the policy. You can assign the VN, VRFs, etc. Then third tab we have related to provisioning. You can, once you have done the discovery, those discovered devices you can go and assign to the site. So here you can see that we have this option that we can go and assign to the site, correct? Great. And then more and more lab we will do, and more we are going to learn. Now, a few of the examples in this slide you will see that is related to SDA fabric. Now once you have a SDA fabric, the story is very much different. So then you have to define the role for the devices. So if I have the SDA fabric, then we have to define that what's the border, what's the control plane, what's the border, and then what's the edge node. In between, by default, it is running ISIS protocol like in ACI. And then the overlay protocol we have that we should define Lisp. So Lisp will run as an overlay. You can think like OMP, but Lisp is a older protocol, older mature protocol, and so many ISPs they are using Lisp. So then you have the edge devices, and again you may have APs and you may have WLC, you may have ICE, etc. But in SDA fabric, you have to define the role, border, control plane, edge devices, etc. And then the flow is working. So in that case, you have to go and define the fabric. You can see the fabrics are there, and that's why it is here. In this, we are not using any fabric and all. That's okay. Okay, let me go and move on.
Yep.
Fabric we are not doing at the moment, but we can do. It's very easy. You can say the CP is control plane and border. This device can work as a CP border, but before doing the fabric, we should design our network, like what exactly we want. And this is true that 100% my network can mix with fabric and non-fabric. Some portion of configuration is related to fabric, some portion is related to non-fabric, and it will work. There is no problem on that. This is related to fabric configuration. Once we are doing the fabric enablement, then these things will come. And then the fourth tab we have is the assurance. Three things are there in assurance. What three things we are measuring? Yep. We can go and check the assurance with respect to um, network, client, and application, correct? So these three assurance you'll get, and you can get the assurance data, and you can get the assurance data in detail. Like it is giving you good option. You can get those information in detail with the assurance.
Mm.
The assurance
Is
for
it like a
both.
verbose option or?
I mean, it is giving us a detailed option. We can go and dig deeper inside the tab and the multiple tabs and all. We'll see that. I have one complete session for assurance, 2-hour session. So I'll go and I'll show you all these options, tab and everything. But in the here also in the dashboard lab also you can see that wireless 64% wired means it's nice, nice to see type of thing is there. Connectivity, the red and green, what is down, what is up, you know. All right, and here you can see the overall network client and application, and you can check the application health and count as well. Okay, great. So once you complete the assurance, then in this you will find that tools option is there in this particular slide packages. In tools, again, discovery, inventory, topology, image repository, command, and everything we are going to use it. In SD1 also we have one tool option, correct? Tool option we are going to dig deeper and deeper. So remember when we have done the discovery yesterday, last time, so we gone through and we have added the CLI and SNMP configuration. That is the minimum thing required, and then we have discovered one of the device. Today we are going to discover rest of the devices, and then we are going to assign those devices to the site as well. So those things we will see. Then I will go and click to the topology, so we can see the topology as well. So before moving further, let me quickly show you these things, and then we'll take one 10-minute break. So I'm going to connect the VPN. Task is very simple here. I'm going to connect the VPN, and then I'll discover rest of the devices that we have in the infrastructure. Once we discover rest of the devices, I will go and connect those or associate those devices to the sites, and then we'll take break. Okay. So here you can see, should have the username saved, and then so let's connect here, and it's connecting. It's a little bit slow.
Mhm.
And it's connecting. Oh, it's taking much time, but yeah, no problem. It's got connected. It's loading. Okay, so remember we discover one of the device here, and what we'll do, we have multiple option. The easiest way, you can go click here, go to the tools, and click discovery. What we have discovered, only one router, correct? Now we want to discover two more switches we have in the infra. So let me quickly go and check the IP addresses for the switch. We have the remote session in the bottom here, and let's check this 3850 switch. why it's down or something. It's not responding. And this 9300 switch as well. Let's see. Last time also I think it was not responding. Let's see. Responding. One other option you have here, suppose if it is not opening there, if you go to this Chrome, you can see that a web hardware console is there. Just click there, and then you can see that you have this 9300 open terminal. Click there. It's trying to connect the SSH, and let me open one more tab for 3850. Okay, I think someone has done some configuration change seems. Let me try with the username and password, admin, and I hope that will get the access. That's why. Okay, this here I can see there is no change. Okay, here it's okay, but I think this 9300, someone has done some changes here. Okay, let me try one more time. But we have the option, we can fix it. We can, blank this configuration, reboot to reload, all options we have. But we should not change any configuration here, means, PNP1 PNP console is now available. I don't know, someone has done some change here, but no problem. We'll check that. I need to reset this switch. But anyways, let's search this device and discover this device in the fabric. This is the IP. I can copy this IP and we can go and we're inside DNA. I'll give any name, say switch 3850. You can give any name for the discovery. And IP range, correct? This is the IP. I know the IP for the 9300 is 23, but since the credentials are not wrong, means not correct, so it will not work. But anyways, I have given this. Okay, and then next, what we need to do here, we need to add the credentials. So here you can see that we have the credentials that last time we have created, admin and SNMP. Click discover. Start now. Greater than end. Oh, I think I have given some wrong order of IP. I should give 23 and 24. Click discover. Start. And now it is telling you that okay, you can go and check the view inventory. So once the discovery process is done, then we can go and check the inventory. Now again, multiple options are there. You can go to the provisioning and you can check the inventory, or you can scroll this little bit down. So if I scroll down here, you can see I'm scrolling down. It's a little bit slow, and you can see the inventory here, but yeah, again you have to go like this. But the easy way here, you can go click here, go to the provisioning, and inside provisioning you have the inventory. So what will happen if the switch will get discovered? It will show you here in as a unassigned devices. So at the moment unassigned devices are 0. That's why we are not seeing it. It will take maybe 1 to 2 minutes, and you will see inside unassigned device your switch will come. Once it will come there, then we'll go and assign to the site. Once you assign to the site, then we'll go and check the topology option as well. Then it will show you the topology. So I'll show you the topology. All these connections, communication, you will see. Likewise, we can go and check the emails repository as well inside the tool section. If you want to tag any of the emails as a gold image, so that option we have, we can go and mark as a gold. This is up to us. This is user defined. Okay, and that's it. You can mark as a gold and you can check the golden image. Then we have the command runner option. I'll show the command runner option as well. You can go and run the CLI command. Then you have this license manager where you can go and check the licenses for all the devices. You have option to change the network license DNA and the license mode from the same place. You can see here, it's nice dashboard is there, and then our template editor. So after the break, I will show you the template editor and use of the template editor, and tomorrow we'll learn about the PNP. Okay, so that's the quick start guide, just for your reference. Have a look on that. Let's quickly go back to this place, and still I think is not able to discover the switch. So let's do one thing. Let's take the break, and
Can't tell.
yeah, sorry about that. I thought I. All right. So what we are going to do here is that we'll create the template, and that template will go and attach to the device, and that device is not day zero device. So that template is a day end type of template. Just for practice purpose we are doing it, but in upcoming sections or classes, we are going to learn more about the templates. The good thing about this that you don't need to learn the programmability of the templates and all, because I'm going to give you all the variables and templates. So yeah, you have just, from your perspective, you just have to use it. All right, so where we are here, and let me go and quickly connect, do the RDP session. So connection is there, and I can go and do the RDP. Before the break, we have discovered the device. Let's see that it got discovered or not. So if it got discovered properly, it will show you in the unassigned device section. I can't see any device here. Let's see one more time. Let's refresh the page. That means the discovery was not successful. That means that device, we don't have SSH configuration in that particular device, and that's why my DNA is not able to discover it. So let's do this thing. Let's go back and check the discovery page, and let's see the error as well. So if the DNA is not able to discover the device, you can go to the tools and discovery. It will show you some failure messages. You see it is still showing only one router, and we can see that some problem is there. What we'll do, let's check all the discoveries. Switch 3850 unreachable. 24, it is showing that this is unreachable from DNA. And if we go to the web console, so we have the web console, and if I go back to the switch login, let's check the 3850 switch. Let's refresh the page, reconnect this. It's connecting back. Let's wait for a few seconds. Enable, and then we can go and check here that do we have the connectivity with the DNA. So the IP is 129.100. I can see that you don't have a reachability to the DNA. Someone has done some configuration changes here. and let's see the running configuration. If not, then we'll go and put some routing configuration here. I can see that I can see only. Oh, I can see that route VRF is there. That's the route we should have there. Let me quickly check the router configuration. And here we have the ISR router. Let's open that. Okay, it's coming here.
Mhm.
Let me make some space.
Mm.
Show IP route. It's just a second. See, using some other keyboard. Okay. Show run section IP route. Let's see the routing. One nine eight one eight 129.100. This is the IP we have for DNA. It's not there. No problem. Let's see here. Show CDP neighbor, and it has this interface. Okay, and here let's see. Show an interface. The 0/024 is connected with this. What was that interface? 1024. Okay, so the interface in a switch that we have. Everything is seems to me everything is okay. 129.100, and maybe it's reachable via the VRF. That's the management VRF. But let me check one more time. VRF and then 198.1.8. 129.100. Yep. So it's reachable, and that's why we have the route for VRF. Okay. So that's okay. There's no problem. No need to put this extra route here. Let me quickly log into the DNA, and from DNA, let me quickly check that if we are able to ping to the switch. Come on, this DNA is slow since
Mhm.
that's loading. Still, I can close the session, or maybe I can reconnect. Okay. Maglev is the username, and the password is Cisco12345. Let me ping to the management IP of the switch. That's this IP 198.168.128.124. Let's see. And these are the pre-checks actually, correct? 198.1.8, and then come on, it seems very very slow. 128.24. This has the reachability. So why DNA was not able to discover that? Let's see this. It's telling unreachable. 198.18128.24. It should reach. Let's do the rediscover. I'm rediscovering this device. It's showing it's not reachable from DNA in first discovery, and we are doing the rediscovery here. I will see that it is in progress.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll go and remove the range. I'll give only 24 and 24. It is still in progress. We'll wait. Okay. So first it is checking 23, and then it should check 24. Still in progress. Unreachable. Okay, I'll do one thing. We'll go back here to the discovery, and I'll give only one IP. It's 198.18128.24. Correct? But yeah, we can discover all the devices in a single shots, not in restriction. 128.24. That's 100% correct. Discover it one more time. Now, so in the discovery here, you can see in the below that we have done earlier, it is telling 0 reachable devices. So my DNA was not able to reach to this particular switch. Let's do the discovery one more time, and we can figure out that. This is going on. Okay, so meanwhile the discovery is in progress, let's work on the template part, okay? Because that's important and that's tricky as well. Because at least we have one device where we can go and apply the template, so there is no problem. We have one router that is discovered, so we can check our template at this moment. Let me log into the other session, and there we can go and build the template. So template will be there inside the tools section. So you can go here and go to the tools, and then you have this template editor. The structure of this template is like this. You have onboarding template, and then whatever template you can go and create that will fall under the day end template. So the template is like this. You have day 0 or onboarding template, and then you have day n, and then inside that you can go and create the template. So first of all, that the thing you are seeing here is nothing but the project. You have to go and define the project, and inside the project you can go and define the template. So what does it mean? If I go and click here to the plus sign, it will ask me create the project, correct? So I can go and click create the project, and the name of the project I'll give, say, day n, maybe brown field something template. You can give any nice description. So now I'm creating the project, and you can see here a day in brown field template. Here is the gear icon. You can go and click there, and then you can add the template. So we can go add the template, we can go and export the project, import the templates. Those options are there. Suppose I have two different DNA. One is in America and one is in Asia Pacific. Now you can create the template to the Americas, and then you can export that, and then you can import here. Correct? So export import features are there with the template. At the moment what we want to add a template. Now here you can see what type of template. It's a regular template or it's a composite. We'll check this composite later on. So at the moment this is a regular template. What language you are using? You are using Velocity or you are using Zinja. We are going to use the Velocity. This is one of the Apache language. This is open source. You can go and learn about that. But no need to learn. I'm going to give you all the samples for the template. You can use it. You have to just change certain values. You can use it. The velocity, what's the name of your template? So for example, for sake of simplicity, we'll create NTP day n. Okay, so project is this. You can go and give the description. If you have a tag, you can create multiple tags and attach it. Tag is nothing but the attachment or something, just the identifier. Then the bottom one is important. So what's the device? You can go and select that. So let me go and click edit. See, I want to create this for switch. So I can go and give hub and switch. Suppose if you have multiple selection, again you can go and search the router. They can go and select. You can see the supported list of routers. There is a long list of devices that is supported here. Likewise, there is long list of switches as well that is supported here. So you can see that UCS and cloud and Meraki, long list of templates they are supported here, and the APs and WLC and firewalls, those things are there. All right, so two device selected we have created for two things, that is a router and routers and a switch. Then what image? So if I scroll down, you can see it. iOS is very difficult for you to see this. If I can scroll a little bit down, that's the thing here. This page size. Oh, now you can see it. So let me show you this. See iOS XE, and likewise if I scroll down, you can see NXOS, Cisco controller, iOS XR, flat iOS. So good amount of images that are in support. So what I want to do here, I want to include iOS XE software version. We can leave it. Click add. So now we have this blank page where we can go and put our template. Correct? I have some samples in my notepad. Let me go and take that. So in my notepad, I have DNAC all device. Let me quickly see where I have this sample. Do I have? Just give me 1 second. Let me pause the recording. Sorry. So here I have template just for example. I'll show you each and everything, but just sake of simplicity, first of all, we'll create the NTP template. So my NTP template is starting from here. and I'll explain you about the variables in a while. Up to here, so my template is from there to there. I can copy this and can go back to the place. Oops. So this template you are seeing here, and the programming language for this is Velocity. Velocity is one of the program for Apache server, where you can go and define the variables as well. Defining the variable is very easy if you go and use the dollar sign. So if in this case, if I have any dollar sign, dollar means variable, and we know that we can go and create if and if else and if else and if else, if else and else if, like those type of things, that whatever we have studied in Python or in any other programming language, that is valid. Here, if you are giving this pond symbol, it's not comment. In Python language, it's used as a comment. But if you want to write any comment, you have to give this pond twice, and then you can write any. So this is my NTP based template. This is my comment. But if you go and give only one, so that means you are starting some logic here. So let me explain you this. This is simple ACL. We know that it's like Cisco devices. This is also ACL. This is just a configuration. So up to line number 1 to 17, same thing. Even the line number 18 and 19, there is no big difference in between Cisco and the template. It's a running configuration for NTP. But from here, from line number, you can say 20, you can see the logic, correct? So in the logic, you can see if June, if we are using dollar here, can I increase the font size so you can also see this? Let me increase it. I just increase the font size so it will be visible. So now if you see here the dollar sign, that means this is going to use as a June variable. So suppose if I have zone like US East, EMEA, APAC, correct? So it will ask me while pushing this template. So if we go and select US West, it will take only these two NTP servers. If we go and use say US East, it will take these, like that. Now the good thing here, so if you want to parse this logic, so you can click this form, and before doing anything, you should go to the action. First of all, save this. Once you save this template, saving, then you can click action and commit this. Once I go and click commit, you will see the version. See in the bottom, this is version 1. So this was there for a split second, but it was showing that this is version 1. Again, if you want to check that, I think I can go to here and you can check the properties. So you have this properties option, and you can see a little bit detail about that. I'm not showing anything here about the version, but yeah, we can check that later on with the API. Properties is here as well, and if you want to see more, so language is Velocity, software is iOS XE, device type we can use switches and routers, correct? So now we have saved the template. Now we have committed the template. You can go and click this form, and you can see that if you go and put the zone, correct? I will show you that how we can do that. But apart from that, you can see the zone. So at the moment we have only one variable. That's why it is showing you only one form. But if you have multiple variables, it will show you form for all the variables. So what is zone? It's required, field name, and all these things. It's just for our information. No need to play around with this. Now zone, if I can go inside the template, I can open one more instance of a template. I should open one more, otherwise. So let me do one thing. Let me go back here, and I want to open one more, template, one more tab here. It's not allowing me to do that. No problem. We'll do one thing. We'll go and copy this US waste. So I'm going to give US waste, and you can, inside US waste, you can see that we have 10 and 11. So let's click here, and in the zone, just specify US. Let me type here. US. It should take there as well, but no problem. US waste. Okay. Now we have given US waste here, and then third button here, you can see this is for simulation. This is, at the moment, we are not pushing this template to anywhere. We are generating the simulation. So if you go and put the variable as US waste, then what it will show you when you push this configuration to device. So then you can see that you have the simulation. You can go to the action, create new simulation, give the name, say sim1, and then you have this US waste, and then click run. Now you can see the change. Line number 20, 21, 22. So if we select the zone as US waste, then it took only these two lines. Correct? Let's go back here. Something
Yeah.
like you have to have a look on this. It's like a very straightforward variable template. We don't have much things inside this. What it is telling, if a zone contains US waste or Canada or LATAM, then this configuration. Or
Mm.
that's the else if. Else
Mm-hmm.
if we go and put US East, then this configuration. If we go and put EMEA, then this configuration. I'll make this little bit different. Say everything is showing same here. 111 and 100, just to verify these things. Save it
Mm.
before doing anything and click commit. This time I'll go and use the last one, and you can see the version, it will show you 2. Version is 2, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I will go and use APAC. So from here also you can go and generate the simulation, how it will look like inside the switch when you push this configuration. Say same one, and this time I'll go and give EMEA. What was the in the bottom, APAC or EMEA? Let's see it. APAC or maybe EMEA. EMEA is 111. You can see 10 10 10 111. So run it. I can see 111. So that means the program is 100% correct. It is giving you the option with variable. Correct. This is related to NTP. Any question here you can ask?
I saw earlier a language pop up. It said velocity.
Velocity.
I'm not familiar. What is that?
Uh, it's actually, there are so many open reference documents are there. I can give you the link. And
Hmm.
in our training also, I'm going to cover it. You can see that I have slides for the template. Not here, but it will start. Maybe it will start after 100 slide. See, this is the, yeah, I have created slides. So
Mm-hmm.
the language, and then I'll give you the link as well. You know,
Mm.
these are just the velocity language, how it look like, and all those things are there explained. So I have
Wow.
slides for that. So don't worry. And but there are good amount of blog and documents, reference documents are there. Those nice blogs are there. If you just go to those blog, it is in a nice way, explained in a nice way, you'll understand everything.
Hmm.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I will cover this in upcoming sessions. Okay, all right, let's move on and let's go back here and let's see that are we able to discover that switch or not. Success or unsuccess, I don't know. I think something happened. It's not showing reachable, it's not showing unreachable. So let's go back to the inventory. And we are here in the provisioning inventory. Let me decrease the font size. It's quite strange that switch is not able to get discovered. But never mind, I will check that in the other lab. At the moment we have one router. Now the template for the router and the template and network profile for the switch are very different. For switch it's very easy. For router you have to click few places, but switch it's like a straightforward click click click, you know. And that's why I want to show you that with respect to switch, but no worries, I will show you that with in next session. I will reset these switches and then we will discover and check that. So what are the important steps we have here to push this configuration? To push this configuration means we created one template and we want to push that template here in this particular router. But before doing any push or anything, we have to create network profile. So you can go to the design and you have the network profile. You can go and add the profile. Since this is a router, click to the routing and you can see, so many things you need to go and add, but let's do it, no problem. So we can go here and the service provider, I will give 0 because we don't have any service provider. Devices, that's okay, one device. What's the type? What's the router type we have? That's the ISR. Let's see. We have the router here in the web console. And just let me close this. What type of router you are? You are ISR 4451 or something. Let's see. ISR 4451. So now here you can go and give ISR 4451. Simply select with ISR or 4451, like this it will come. See how we are searching that. Do we have any tag? No, we haven't created any tag. Now at the moment I click there, you can see that now it is asking LAN configuration, integrator switch, custom configuration. Click next. Give the name as well. So this is for NTP, syslog, SNMP, maybe people can give any name. At the moment I have given this. All right, next. What configuration you have? Configuration connection do you have? Any L2, L3? No, skip this. I don't have anything. Go next. Integrated switch configuration. Do you have any integrated switch configuration? No, we don't have any. We can go. Now here you can see that this network profile you want to create with PNP, that's a day 0 onboarding, or day N. This is very important step here. We should understand. Same network profile we can give two templates, day 0, day N. At the moment we have this day N, yes, and then we can go and search that. Just now we created NTP day N, correct? Select here. Next. Summary. You can go and check the summary. Save it. So this step we have created the network profile should be assigned to the site. So we can go here and assign to this particular location this network profile to the site attachment, correct? That doesn't mean that in the router we have pushed the configuration. So to push the configuration, always you have to go to the provisioning inventory. Your focus should be provisioning, correct? Click here, and now you can see the action that was not there in the sandbox. See, when we are checking the sandbox here, has gone, I think. And if you're checking this sandbox here and you're going to the provisioning and the inventory, and if you change the focus to the provisioning, select any device, you can see we are not seeing action.
Mm. Why? Because they removed it?
Yeah, means we don't have privilege, so in
Sure.
this we are working as a DevNet, DevNet user. We don't have that change type of admin privilege. But yeah, in the user section, I will show you that how we can take out these, these privileges, and then assign any role to any specific users and all. Correct. So you can select here, and then you can go to the action, and what you want. You want to do the provisioning. Assign device to site is there. No, I just want to attach the template. Correct. Where is that template option we have? Do we have here or? Provisioning device, I think. Yeah, provisioning device. I am so used to with this template with the APIs and programming. We are not doing any provisioning like this manually. We are running API and APIs are doing everything for us. But you can see that how we went there. Let me go back. So you are here and go to the provisioning. Go here, click action, provisioning, and the provisioning device. So this is the steps that it's recording, and you can pause and you can check the provisioning devices, and then you will come to this page. So now in this page you can see site name, profile name, device IP, and everything is there. What we need to do, just click next. Click here. If you have any variable, it will pop up. Next, it's a day end template. Click to day end. Click this guy here, and see at this point of time, it's very important to do not skip anything. So here you can see that copy running configuration to a startup, and on top you can see provisioning these templates even if they are being deployed before, like if you have any update template. So in June we have created the simulation. I'll give you a pack, and that's the beauty here. Suppose if you have different devices and some devices are belonging to some other NTP location, some other NTP location and zone, we can specify from here, correct? Because this is the variable for us. You can click next, and it is giving us the summary. Click deploy. It's doing this deployment. Click apply. Now I want to deploy it. On top you can see the reference page is going on, and we'll see that it will take few seconds and it will pop up here. We can go and see the results, configuration and something. Okay, so now I can show you that. Give him some time. The deployment is in progress. It's going on. We'll wait. And meanwhile, we can go and log into the device itself. Just in this case, I can go here and I can see here that the DNA is trying to contact this device and it is doing some configuration behind the scene. Okay, so we will wait for a few seconds and we'll verify that radius server. So now you can see that yesterday when we have created the global configuration, global setting, so we have given this IP in our global network configuration. The moment it is telling that this configuration is not responding, okay, this is okay, there's no problem. So now if we go back here and we are in the one thing you can see here that is there in this lab here. So if you are in the provisioning, let me go here. If you are in the inventory, you can see the compliance, and if you are here in the DCloud lab inventory, we are not seeing the compliance. Let's see. I think in the DCloud lab, the compliance option is not there. I can't see here the compliance, and even that option is there that you can go here and click action and it will show you the compliance option. No resync, provisioning or compliance is not there. Okay, no problem. So what we'll do, we'll check the configuration has been pushed or not. We can go and check enable. And what was our template? The template having some ACLs as well, like NTP servers, correct? So if we go and check show IP access list, and if we can see some NTP servers, see 10, 10, 11, that means that template has been pushed. You can see here line 10, 20, 30. See this line 10, 20. It was not earlier there. And even if you go and check the log, show log, you can see the log messages that is telling that it has done something. But let's wait for 1 second. Let me close this switch session here. Just a second. Okay, so it's going on. We'll wait. Still it is going on. Meanwhile, other options are there. So if once you are here, you can do one thing quickly. You can go to the tools, and inside tools we have command runner, and we have only one router here, this guy. So we can search and add this guy here to the list. Add it. It's already added seems. And then we can go and run the command show running or show run, and then we can click run the command in the bottom. It will run the command for us, but there are multiple options for command runner as well, correct? I told you earlier that we have one option that you can go here to the assurance, correct? First of all, go to the assurance, go to the network. Once you're in the network, your router will pop up. and then you can click and go to that router and the command line. But here why it is not showing, I don't know. Maybe this is the VM based device. Let me try one more time. Is from here also you can go to command line. That's the point I make. Okay, so go to the device 360. On top you can see this command line is there. This command runner is like better than this command runner. See, still it is going on, nothing has come. From here we can go and check show run. And it will take few seconds, it will give you the run command. Or if you want to select anything, like show run, section NTP or whatever, it will show you that. So point here is that we are able to push one of the template, and this knowledge we will continue in upcoming days as well. We know this point that all the modern SDN framework, they are supporting plug and play option. So either it's a Cisco SD-WAN, Cisco Viptela SD-WAN, it's a Cisco DNA for enterprise network or for the campus area network. They are supporting plug and play. Now, what is plug and play? As name suggests that you can go and connect your switches to a network, and then that switch will get full configuration. It will be up and running, and it will join the fabric or it will join the network. Because anyways, this course is related to non-fabric management, but the switch will get the configuration. It should have something called day zero configuration, and it will be up and running. Later on, the same day as well, we can go and push the day end configuration or rest of the configuration as well. So how this process work? By default, it's actually very easy and straightforward. So let me show you that first and I'll come back then. So here you can see that I have the switch where by default, so if the switch is coming from Cisco, there is plug and play agent is there by default. So once you connect that switch to the interface, to the network port, then the plug and play agent will be there. Now with help of this plug and play, what will happen that somehow he has to reach to his DHCP server, or somehow he has to resolve the DNS, or even if we have a smart account and your DNA and a smart account, they are synced together. So the story here is this, that somehow he has to reach to the DNA center. From DNA, it will go and start its plug and play operation. That means once DNA will recognize this device, that this is a valid device, this is a device I want to help to do the day zero configuration. Once that particular authentication will take place, then my PNP server, that's the DNA center, it will go and push. First of all, it will establish a secure communication connection in between that, and then as per our day zero configuration, as per our template that we have created as an onboarding template, those configuration will get pushed to the device, and then that device will be up and running. So in this case, on other word, you can see that somehow the gateway devices, they can work as a DHCP server, and that's the reason. Let me go back here one step. So I can show you that in our lab we have ISE router, and that router we can go and enable the DHCP services, particularly DHCP option 43. Now with this option, and there are some configuration as well where we are embedding the code related to DNS center. So we are giving the information about DNS center. So whenever the agent will come and query to that gateway router or gateway switch where we have the DHCP server enabled, then that query will be forwarded to DNS center, and then DNS center will take care the rest of the actions. Correct? And the same theory you can see here. By default, all the devices, all the interfaces in the switch, they are part of VLAN 1, and inside VLAN 1 that process will start. Now what is happening here? So once the plug and play, so once we connect the switch for plug and play, Then DNA center will learn first of all its serial number. So what will happen if you go to the provisioning and plug and play, then you will find that you have one serial number. Here you can see that serial number is listed, and we will see this in the lab as well. So you'll find that your serial number will be listed there. What we need to do, that just select the serial number and click claim. Once you click claim, then the PNP workflow will start. So you have to assign the site, assign the configuration, do the provisioning template, and that's it. The things will be taken care from the DNA center. Once your plug and play will be up and running and successful, that means that your device will be onboarded successfully, and you can see that device inside that particular site with the day zero configuration. So now this thing we can perform the lab task. So let's stop here, and in the next section we'll go and perform the lab related to this. Let us make our system ready for plug and play. So at this moment we know that in our DNA we have few devices which is already discovered. So here you can see that we have 3850 switch here. Now, first of all, I want to do the PNP for this device. So let me go here and remove this device from the list. I don't want this device part of my inventory. So here you can see that I have option to delete the device. Yes. And you can see that we have this option of configuration cleanup as well. But no problem. We can remove that configuration from our template as well that I have there in the notepad. I want to make this device ready for PNP. Now we can go here back. So let me go and refresh this page first. So if I refresh, still it is in progress seems, but you can go to the same place. So let me show you the order. You can go to the provisioning and you can see that plug and play. And let's see, at the moment nothing is there, no serial number has been discovered from DNA to start the plug and play, correct? So we will do that. And now you can see that I can go to 3850 and I can make that 3850 ready for plug and play. So I'll go and remove all the configuration, all the certificates, all the keys, whatever keys that it is there, because whenever the DNA is discovering the device, it is pushing those keys inside that in terms of generating the RSA keys and then the certificate registration, etc. So those authentication process, those trust relation actually is building behind the scene. And if you want to make a device just for lab purpose to do the plug and play, then we can go and remove all those configurations and the keys, etc. So these are the configurations. Simply I'll copy and paste to 3850 to make that device ready for plug and play. Now what will happen at the moment the plug and play agent will get kicked inside 3850, it will go and check its gateway. Now inside gateway, you can see this is the configuration related to DHCP, and you can see that option 43 where we are giving the IP address for the DNA, and you can see that the protocol is 80, and some other code as well is like some other code I can show you in the PPT slide, that what does all these code means. So in next section, I will show you this meaning of the code, but the agent will go and contact to the DNS center, and then DNS center will take care about that. Okay. So this configuration I need to do inside the ISR router. So let me go and log into the ISR. I have the ISR 4451 here, and I can make the ISR device as a DHCP server for the switch PNP processes, correct? Next, I can go to the switch 3850 and we can start the PNP inside there. Now, it's very important to understand that once you are starting the PNP, you should not press any enter key inside that particular switch. So if you are here and if you are doing all these commands, if PNP is getting started, system configuration modified, no, confirm, proceed to reload. Now it is, you can see now it is reload has been started. Do not do any change here. So from here, the next task we have that we should go and create the template inside the DNA as well. So for that, I have one template here that I want to create as an onboarding template. And we know that when we are creating the template, if we are giving the $sign there, that means that we want to create the variable, correct? So we can go here, and if you go and refresh this guy here, you should see the serial number here, because if you do not see the serial number, reclaim process will not work. Meanwhile, let's go back here and let's go to the tools and let's go to the template editor. I can go here and I can create onboarding template. Inside that, I can go and add one template. This template name I will go and give 3850 and PNP. This is onboarding, and the devices we want to onboard hub and switches. Let's go back and select the image, that is the software type ISE. Add it. Now once we add it, then we'll go and put that configuration that we have. So this is the configuration. In this configuration you can see that this is the basic one configuration where host name treated as a variable. Apart from that, if you go and check the topology, you'll find that the switch 3850 has one connection going to 9300 switch and one connection that is going to the router. Now we have one management interface called Gigi00, and this is the gateway. Although these things also we can go and create as a variable. So here you can see that we have the interface name and the description also made as a variable, and this is IP address ISR and the subnet, that's point to point. So this IP is basically related to the connection between myself and router where we are running the OSPF. So I should know this IP subnet and everything. Then what about the management IP? Because we are going to get the IP address. So let me show you this DHCP where it is working. So we should have this guy here that will get the IP from the DHCP server. Once it will get the IP, then obviously it will go and communicate to the DNA center, correct? Great. So we can go further and we can save this template. So let me save this, and then we should do the commit. So I can go and do the commit for this template, do the commit now. Meanwhile, our PNP is in progress. It is going on behind the scene. Now we should go to the design section where, so let me go here. And now you can see one critical issue here. Now we can go to the design section and we can go to the, we have the profile here and we want to create a profile for day 0. I can go create add profile related to switching, and here we can go and give the name PNP 3850. This is the switching, this is day 0, that's right. We can go and add the device type here, hub and switch 3850 PNP. The good thing here is that we can not only add the day 0, but same place we can add the day n as well. So we have one day n template as well related to this switch, and just for an example I'm showing you here that we can go and add this as well. So we have maybe basics, or maybe this is for the switch basic, etc., that we can go and add. Correct? Great. Now what we can do, we can go and save this, and once we are here to the PNP, we should go and assign this template to the site, and we know that our site is the floor switch. Click save, click yes, and now we are good. Now let me quickly go back to the provisioning and the inventory just to see that how many devices we have inside that floor. So you can see that these devices that we have discovered, and if you go and click plug and play, still we are not seeing any serial number that we want to claim. Correct? So you can see the dashboard that is still we are not getting the device that should come here, and we can do the claim. So we have option here to learn that source as a user defined or from the network. But if we go back here and if we go and check our script that we have copied and pasted, let me go back to this location, and you can see that trust pool is okay, zero touch is okay, those are okay, and write arrays. And once we are doing write arrays, so that's the key here. So once we are doing the write arrays, reload and then no. So let's see, write erase, then reload, then no, and then confirm. Yes, it should confirm it. And those are the steps that we should use. Now, if still we are not able to find this, no problem. We can do one thing, that we have the console to that particular switch. Let's see here. So from here, let me try to log into 3850 switch. I just wanted to remove all the configuration and make this switch ready for PNP, because generally what will happen that you need to go and connect your device here. So you don't need to erase everything and anything and do this thing. Just for lab practice we are doing it. So let me go and erase, let me console to this switch, erase all the configuration, and let me come back to this particular switch. So what I have done, that I console that switch and the same command. So here you can see that the same command that we have run via the SSH, I have console to that switch and I ran that same command. So on the top to the bottom, you can see same command that we have in the notepad, I executed here. And now this switch is rebooting and it is ready for PNP. So you can see that it is ready for PNP. The point here that we should not press enter, otherwise the PNP process will get interrupted. Now let's go back to the DNA center. Now let's see if we are able to get the serial number here, because once it will get the serial number, then we can go and do the claim process. So we can wait for a few more seconds. And now you can see that the switch is rebooting, but you can see that PNP is started here. Now you can see that it is going for PNP with port number 80, and now the DNA center should discover this particular device. So now let's go back to the DNA center, and inside DNA center it should fulfill all the queries that is going on behind the scene. So let's go and check the DNA center. Let me go and click there, and here you can see that I have one serial number that is coming, requesting here. It is in unclaim position. We can go and click to the action, click claim, And then you can see that workflow has been started. So what we need here is that just follow this process, and the device name, obviously we have created the template, and while pushing the template we can go and give the device name, but this device name is just the process device name. Then you can go and assign the site. We know that the site we have is the floor switch. Apply to this site. By default it will get picked here. You can see the serial number, product ID, etc. Then go to next, where you want to assign the configuration. Here you can see assign configuration is PNP that we have created with that day 0 configuration, and plus inside network profile we have attached it. Correct. Now we have option to assign with the golden image as well, and you can leave this as default as well, so there is no problem. Later on if you want to upgrade the image, that we can do it. Go next, and now you will see that it will ask you whatever variables that we have created inside the template. So hostname, I'll go and give 3850 PNP today, or any name, just the placeholder. Then the interface name, here you can see that we have interface name, and that's the point-to-point interface, and it should be very carefully given here. So I should know that which interface is connected with the ISR, because this is related to ISR interface that we have created as variable, and I have that in my notes. So here you can see that the switch, router to switch connection, so this is the interface that is belonging to the switch, and gig 00 maybe router. So 1024 is the connection, and again I can verify this, because if we give this parameter wrong, then problem will happen. So what I will do here, I can go to the router, and inside the router we can go and check show CDP neighbor, so at least we can get the information about 9300. You can see the switch, so yeah, 1024, so that's correct. Let's go back here and give the interface name is this, then the description, connection to ISR, and you can give any good description, then the IP address. Now again this should also be right, and we can go and check sure an interface gig 003. So 2.1 here, that means the other side will be 2.2. So I can go here and give IP as 2.2 and net mask 255.255.252, because this is point-to-point OSPF related network. Great, click next, and I can see that some problem is there, error. Now you can see, and this is good. So what it is telling, that this error we are getting because inside the design section network setting we don't have the configuration related to the global parameters or the CLI parameters. So that's cool, and we can't do any claim because it will throw an error. So we should go here, we should go to the design. Once we go to the network settings, you will see that we haven't given any configuration related to device credentials. So let's go there, and let's go and add the parameters. So this is there, and let's save this. So login credential, while we have done the discovery, we have added that. Then I have read only for SNMP. This should be inherited, correct? This should be inherited to the lower level. Lower level means that at the site level. Save this. Now, what we can do, we can go here, We can go to the building, we can go to the switch, and once we are at the switch level, I'll get this pop-up message. What it will tell, that settings displayed with the above icon have been inherited from the parent to site. Okay, yes, I want this. I want to do this inheritance from the global to this particular site level. Click save. Okay, now it seems okay. Now again we can go to the provisioning and plug and play. So I can go ahead to the provisioning, plug and play. You can go ahead, you can see the 40% is there. We can go and click claim, and again we have to repeat that process. So no problem. We'll do that process one more time. Here also one interesting fact, that while you are doing this process, and if you find any difficulty, any problem related to configuration, then it will again throw an error, but it will tell you exact which line we have the issue. And then let me go and give the mask 255.252. The interface name is, I should give the exact correct interface name, otherwise problem may happen. So I can go to the notepad where I have the interface exact name 1024. Let me verify here that the IP address should be correct. So this is 198.192.1. That also need to be modified. The interface name should be modified, and the host name is 3850 switch for PNP. Okay, so everything is okay here, and we can go click next. And now you can see there is no error. You can click claim. It will take a while. It will take 2 to 3 minutes. And if any problem is there during the configuration related to anything, one device is successfully claimed. It is showing that one device is successfully claimed, but if any issue is there, then it will give you again red mark. You can go click to that red mark. You can check exactly what issue at what point, and then further from there you can troubleshoot. Alright, so let's wait for a few seconds. Now you can see here that claim process is in progress. The IP address is 198.168.128.2, and source is network. Now it is 70%. Again, it will take some time to complete. Meanwhile, we can go back to the router, and here we can go and check show IP DHCP bindings, because it should show something. So here you can see that the released address it has is 128.3, correct? So that's also one check. While doing the provisioning, you can check here. Again, it will take some more time from here, and then once it is completed, obviously the green sign will come that the process has been completed. Then we can go back to the device and we can check it, correct? So again, wait for a few more seconds. Now you can see that device name has been changed. Now the device name is switch PNP. Even the IP address is also changed. The IP address is 128.3. That's from the DHCP release, correct? And if I go and refresh this, so you can see that provisioning is 1. This is completed, and all you can see that is 1. You can go and check the workflow. It will show you big, complete workflow, means including all these steps, whatever things has happened. So you can go and check the template. Here is the template. It's complete detail you will get from this workflow. Great. Even you can go and check the history as well. So once it is configured, we can go back to the inventory, and inside inventory we know that where it is. So here you have the 3850 switch PNP is non-compliant, and then we can go click here. We can go and check the command runner and all. We can go here to the command runner, and once it is there, you can see the name has been changed. Show IP interface brief, just to check this thing, the interface brief, and you can see that the template push is there, but let's check the IP address over the interface. So 128.3. This is the way that we can go and do the PNP. So once we have the day 0 template, then we can go and push the day end template as well. Correct? So let's stop here and let's move to the other sections. Great. So just now we have completed lab related to plug and play. Let's do the quick summary and understand about option 43 as well. Now, to PNP work perfectly, we have to have a DHCP server. We can make DHCP server to any router or L3 switch, or it can be your info blocks or any type of DHCP server in the infrastructure. So what is happening that from that DHCP server, we are pushing, or we are putting the configuration option 43, and that option 43 will take that request. So we have the PNP agent, and you can think as a PNP client as well. So the switch, in our case, it was 3850. So that PNP plug and play client that we have, it will go and query to the DHCP server. It will get the IP, reach to the DNA, and from DNA, the rest of the plug and play things will kick off. And all the workflow and everything we have already seen. So in that case, we have option 43 that we need to go inside the DHCP scope and enable option 43. Now here you can see that we have one long string inside option 43 where we have some character initially, and then we have the DNA or DNAC IP address, and then we are giving the port number. So here you can see that 5A, 1D, B2, K4, like that it will start. 5A stand for PNP DHCP ID. 1D stand for the debugging is on. 1N for debugging is off. And then you can see that we have the token. So we have B2. B2 means it's a token for IPv4. Then we have K4, it's a protocol for HTTP. And then we are using I again with I we are giving the IP address of the DNAC or remote DNAC. And then we have final J option, that is we are providing the port number. Correct. Again, you can see the explanation here about that string, but this is the key that we should scope that request properly, so the request will reach to the DNA and rest of the configuration that we have seen earlier, it will get fulfilled. Again, you can see the configuration snippet here, and in our case we have little bit different configuration. So we have almost all these things, but we are using our DNAC IP, and then we are excluding some addresses as well. So please refer the lab, go through it once and twice, and you will understand the plug and play, how it is working inside the Cisco DNA. We have very important class. This is actually day number 5. And let's see that what we have covered and what is left. So we have completed day number 1. In day number 2, still we haven't covered this Stealthwatch. And for ISE, we have one dedicated day. So one complete day is there for ISE and DNA integration. We have seen a few steps, but I want to cover some more details about ISE and DNA integration. In that class, in that day, I'll go and cover Stealthwatch as well. So ISE and Stealthwatch, we have one day, dedicated day for that. So leave that. Template we have started, and tomorrow I'm going to cover more and more about template. Today we are going to do day number 3, API introduction and little bit of programming. Why? Because in template we need this knowledge. So we can create template via manually means you can go to the DNAC GUI, and with help of GUI options are there, you can go click and you can create the template. Now the same thing we can do with the automation as well. And it's very interesting and important that the modern network that we have nowadays, we can't think those network without automation. Automation is a big piece now. It's a big thing. And if a network is not capable of doing automation, that means it's not that much productive, and we can't save money, and its network is not intelligent. There are so many problems, there are so many things that we can do with automation that even we can't imagine with respect to the traditional network without automation. So automation is one of the key thing we have at this point of time. And when we have the power of API, so with API, we can connect API with either Python or Go language or even curl or any type of scripting language. There are so many, and we'll see that DNA is supporting good amount of programming languages. We can achieve the target with those automation and script. Things can be done very easily. Now, when we are doing the automation, the point here is that to develop those code, to if such requirements are there, and then you are writing the code to solve those issues or requirements, then it will take time. Means the development phase is like time consuming, but once the code is ready, once the software is ready, the next things are easy to manage. Like you have to reuse the code, you can do a small edit in the code, and you can achieve the target. So today we are going to learn the basics of DNA programming, and it will be good, huge fun. You will like this because the code and the libraries that we have, those are constant. Same type of code, same type of library we have to use again and again and again. Either it's my network or any network. Only thing you need to go and change the DNA IP or DNA URL. Rest of the things will be as it is. Now what we need to learn, we know a little bit of Python, we know a little bit of API with respect to SD-WAN APIs. Here, you just need to know that how you can run these programs. Then I will show you that from where you can go and get these programs as well. Most of the program, it's easily available in either in GitHub, or maybe if you do some Cisco Google search, you will find those APIs and program integrations. Correct? So let's check this. So inside day number 3, we haven't started API introduction, but rest of the things we have done, like template use case and PNP. Again, for template, tomorrow we are going to dig deeper inside the template. So you can assume that if I start API introduction and integration, day number 3 will get completed, and then see that what is there in day number 4. Day number 4, with respect to APIs, we have to do site design, device discovery, API introduction, the same thing you can see in day 3. And then DNAC first time site design, create network profile. These things that you are seeing inside day number 4, first of all, I will show you with the help of GUI. And then same thing we are going to do with the help of APIs as well. So think that we are inside day number 3 at this moment. I will not go and cover all these advanced programming things. We will, maybe I will take few that is easy, like point number 10. Okay, or maybe easy things today I'm going to cover. Okay, so let's start the basics of the API programming that we have inside DNA. Okay, great. Why API? Because this is the next level of CLI, or you can think that this is next level of GUI, application programming interfaces. We need it because it's fast, and all the OEM, all the vendors, they are providing the libraries as well. So we need it, and we have it actually. Now how we can utilize this, those things we are going to learn. There are different type of methods. Actually, there are different type of protocols, and those protocols, there are different type of methods. The 4 important one is get, post, put, and delete. We know that get will give you the result like it's equal to show command. Post is that when you are creating new object. Put means that when you are updating an object, and delete means then when you are deleting the object, correct? So these methods are there that we are going to use. A small thing that we already know from the SD-WAN world as well. Now here is the key, and here the selling point for DNA. DNA is big. Not only that DNA can manage the infrastructure, but we can go and we can integrate the um, other parties as well, like ISE, Meraki, Cisco Stealthwatch, Cisco Umbrella. Those integrations are there. Apart from that, and it's very interesting that Cisco has done this, I think, first time in this scale, that apart from that, we can go inside DNA and we can do the integration with third party. So that means I can go and integrate with Juniper or maybe Avaya or maybe some other tools. So third party integration, non-Cisco devices we can integrate with and manage with Cisco DNA. At this point of time, say at the release 2.1.2.x something, we are at this release. Cisco, they are still adding more and more capabilities and feature to manage, for example, Juniper routers and switch. So what are the things we can do here? You can see that in the bottom it is written that we can go and discover those devices, we can manage the inventory, we can check the topology, we can check the availability, we can check the health score. Means we can do the assurance, and apart from that we can discover the devices, we can add into the DNA, and then we can check the topology diagram, correct? Those things are there. It's not like we can do everything, like you can't do plug and play, wireless provisioning, you can't do even you can do command runner as well. So this feature is there in the new code. We can do command runner, we can check basic commands, but template programming is not there. Everything is not there, but still Cisco is adding those things with the third party integration. So if you have Juniper devices in the infrastructure, still those can be at least those can be discovered and seen with respect to Cisco DNA, correct? Then we can go and connect with the ITSM, IPAM, other reporting tools like Tableau, etc. And the business intent. This is the key we have. We have the intent based APIs. Everything that we can do with the CLI or the GUI, we can do via the API as well, each and everything. And in that way, we can get this scale. So from where we are going to get the scale, the APIs will give you a scale, correct? Great. How we can go and
Hey,
enable it?
Ratnesh, that was a big comment you just made. Let me make sure I heard it. Everything you can do at the CLI, you can do from the with the REST API as well.
Yeah, everything that we can do either by the CLI or GUI, that we can do with the APIs. That's yes, correct.
Okay.
Each and everything.
Oh, okay. Cool.
But reverse is not true. Everything that we can do with the APIs that we can't do either with the GUI or CLI.
Gotcha.
So where you find the library, but before finding this library, what you need to do, you need to enable it. So I have some slides, I'll show you that how to go and enable the package related to the APIs and all. This is the lab credential and lab location. These are the open lab, and for the API related things, we can go and use our APIs with respect to these sandboxes. Now, if you want to do some sort of post thing, means you want to create something, you want to delete something, then you need our DCloud lab where you can do any type of deletion, updation, and all those things. It's still, except the post and except the delete thing, you can go and run most of the programs here in these sandboxes. Before I go there, I just wanted to show you something related to how you can go and enable these API. This particular topic and this particular course that we are studying here, this will cover CCNP DNA automation portion as well. So if you see, there is one course, CCNP Enterprise Automation, and this is for Sam. So in future, Sam, if you're planning to do automation related certification, you can look for this particular certification, Enterprise Automation. This particular automation complete course I have uploaded to Udemy. I think you have purchased as well, but I'm not sure. In that, so far I haven't added Meraki. Meraki I am working. That's my project to complete Meraki module. But apart from Meraki, I have completed SDWAN, DNA, and other programming that is there in this course. So you can go and check this course.
Sorry,
Now,
Ratnesh. Hi, all. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I joined.
so you can go and check that course that I have uploaded in Udemy, and in that course, you'll find that 20% weightage is for uh, enterprise automation DNA section. Now, in this 20%, and Cisco, because APIs and this programming is a big topic. It's a big and vast topic, and even you will see in future, maybe after 2-3 years, you'll find just for DNA you will find one certification. So it's like that much big. It's not a small thing. It's a big thing. And again, I told you earlier that whatever we can do with CLI GUI, we can do with the scripting and programming, because yes, we can do it, because it's a big, and for each and everything Cisco is adding APIs and all. Cisco is adding some new innovative APIs as well, like related to coronavirus, for example. I'll show you that API that Cisco has added, those features that Cisco has added as an app inside DNA. Those APIs, what it will do, that it will track its name is proximity app. So it will track the client and his location, and whenever he is sitting, how many people are sitting, uh, in what distance, as per the map, or as per the the, what we can say, the whenever we are provisioning the APs and WLC APs particularly, we are putting the floor map inside that, and with that floor map, what is the employee ID of that particular employee, and what is the distance between one employee and another employee, and how many times he came to office, and last 14 days how many employees he interacted, like those type of features are there in DNN. That is termed as a proximity feature app. Programming and complete code is there in GitHub. So those features are also, means the innovation thing is also available if we are thinking in this way, that we can achieve this target with respect to APIs and programming. So here you can see in the syllabus clearly, and first of all, what's the traditional and the DNA based SD-WAN solution, etc. Then feature and capability. Then these are the theory: network assurance API, intent-based API, multi-vendor support, event and notification. Then a webhook. This webhook piece is important, and this is valid for SD-WAN, and this is valid for DNA. So many good things are there. If you have any external webhook servers where you can send the notification, like it's not SNMP based trap, it's like webhook type of intelligent trap. Then management task. Inside management task, you have command runner, site API, intent API, etc., etc., etc. Means this is again one thing that I'm going to cover in our in this particular course. So these things will come later on, because this is just the day one that we are seeing here. Now, once you understand this thing, you can think that you can start your programming in DNA. This is just the beginning that you're seeing here. It's just the start point. Now, this plus there are maybe 15 to 20 more scripts that we are going to discuss in coming days. So be ready for that. For example, if you haven't taken the programming and scripting seriously, take it seriously, because if we do automation, scripting, programming, then our value will be anyway that will be higher than any other engineer, because same thing they can do in 2 days, we can do in 2 hours. Anyways, we can tell the management that we are developing the code, so it took 3 days plus 2 hours, but you can understand behind the scene things, correct? All right, so what we are going to learn now, we are going to learn now that how you can go and enable the API inside the DNA. What's the place, what's the location where you have to go and enable the API, because first you enable the APIs, the bundle and package, then only you can go and use it, correct? So let me quickly show you, and I have clear slides here that will tell you that how you can go and enable the API. This is as per the syllabus, the traditional and SD-WAN and hybrid also. Hybrid SDN example is Cisco ACI. So you may have pure SD-WAN solution, a pure not SD-WAN, pure SDN solution. You know what's the pure SDN solution? Uh, for me, that is Cisco WLC, where you have the controllers and AP, and WLC is doing everything. It's the control and management plane, and then APs, they are forwarding the data traffic. So it's the pure SDN solution. But the rest of like Cisco ACI is a hybrid, this example, and our SD-WAN is still, they are not 100% SDN solution, because the data plane devices can have some logic, can have some control. All right, some slides just for your reference. I just wanted to show you that how you can go and enable the API feature, and then I will log into DNA, and there also I will show that. So here you can see that first of all, you need DNAC platform. If it is not installed, you go and install. Nowadays, at the moment you install your DNA, these things will come automatically. So do not worry about this. Then you have to go to platform. Once you go inside the platform, you'll find the overview of bundle. Once you are inside the bundle, you can see that you have different type of integrations like DNA Center REST API. You can go click enable, so the REST API feature will get enabled. Then you can see the other features as well. If you want to enable it, you can go and enable it. Correct. Now once you enable it, then you can go to the developer toolkit, and then you can see all the APIs. Correct. So let me show you this thing up to this point, and then we'll move. So I have the DevNet, and you can use this lab. It's open. You can go here because this is 2.1, so this is little bit different than the older one. There on top you have everything, but here you have to go to the menu. You can go to the platform. You can go to the developer toolkit. Once you are inside the developer toolkit, I think you have to go to integration flow or somewhere. Not here. I think I'm in the wrong place, because once you enable it, then you can go ahead and check the APIs. But this will not show you until unless you go to platform, I think runtime dashboard. So some changes is there in the older and the new version. Let's see the overview. Yeah. So you can see the path here. Go to platform and the overview, and then you can see the bundle. Go to the bundles, and now here in the bundle you can see what capabilities we have. You can see it is already active, means it is already enabled. But here you will see one button to click and enable it. But apart from that, you can see what other integrations we have. ITSM integration with the CMDB, ITSM integration with the endpoint attributes. Then this is the enrichment. That means in DNA, you can, if you have any issues in DNA, so DNA can raise tickets like P1, P2, P3, and then it will communicate ITSM. Means those tickets can be seen inside the ITSM toolkit. Then you have rogue or WIPs, that's related to wireless networking, and then this is the software image management integration.
Ratnesh, one quick question, Ratnesh.
Yeah.
Is that like no DNA itself can raise tickets, right? P1, P2, P3, whatever it is.
Yep.
So is there any kind of integration, like understanding between ITSM with DNAC?
Yeah. So thing here is that by default there is no integration. So here you can see that you have ITSM on top. We have capability that we can go in the platform and then we can integrate with ITSM. So if we do the integration, then whatever ticket that DNA is raising inside himself, that will be communicated to ITSM. Then ITSM, once suppose if P1 ticket is coming, it will auto assign to a group who is responsible for that ticket. Once you solve that ticket, you resolve that ticket in ITSM. Once you close inside the ITSM, then it will communicate to DNA, and then DNA will close that ticket. But we need to enable that integration inside DNA. Okay, so it's
Got
easy.
it. Thank you.
And if you
Yeah.
want to see the tickets and all those things, then you can go to the assurance and you can go and check here. These tickets are visible here as well in the dashboard. See P1. At the moment there is no ticket, so it's not showing anything. But you can see open, resolve, ignored. Oh, I can see some of them here. See this P3. So whatever you are seeing here, it will automatically go to ITSM if the integration is there. And not only that, not only the ticket, but the steps will be there. So what you want to do in a step number 1, check the device time on device, and not only the steps, but it will run this show run as well. So with respect to 3850 switch, it is giving you the time. Then if NTP is enabled, check the server. So then it's failed. It is NTP is not enabled. So you can understand that why there is lag, because NTP is not. If NTP is not, we suppose if this is enabled, then you go to step number 3, then step number 4, and finally it will tell you that raise attack case. Now all these steps as it is will be carry forward inside ITSM. You will see all these things inside ITSM. Do a step number 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're not able to resolve, then raise attack case and click one link and attack case will get open. So no mediator required to just raise attack case, correct?
Good job. Good job. Good thing.
All right, so that's the thing. We need to enable it, and
Ratnesh,
yeah,
I'm sorry, I missed that part about the TAC case. Can you just review that sequence one more time, please?
yeah, sure. So what I'm telling that DNA is tracking all the cases and all, and once you are inside the DNA, so this particular ticket you can see inside ITSM, and then obviously in ITSM we have the group, so that group will get that ticket and they can work on that ticket. Once they close this ticket from ITSM, then it will come here and it will get closed from DNA. Now what DNA is doing, that DNA not only sending the issue and the device details and etc., but it is sending the suggested actions as well. Like check the device time, check the NTP status, check the server configuration, deployment, and if like step number 1, 2, 3, 4 is correct, then raise attack case like this. So those steps will be structured. Not only that, but there is some other features as well, and we can see that not here. I don't think so it will come here, but I'll show you some other features as well that Cisco is providing to do the troubleshooting inside the box. So toolkits are there inside this box. We'll check that later in the assurance.
So you can program certain criteria and add a step for opening a TAC case depending on the previous steps or previous dependencies, right?
Yeah, means so along with so high point here is that along with the issue, DNA is giving suggestions as well. So these are the symptoms and these are the suggestions. Now, if you are following those suggestions and still you are not able to resolve, like, it's up to us that we want to raise a tag case or further we want to do
Mm.
troubleshooting from our side.
Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
like that, yeah.
Wow. Nice.
Okay, great. So
I
now,
think
yes, sir.
I think we have good option. I think we have good option DNA, like to system. It's the DNA itself will take care of to raise a Cisco tag case, because usually nowadays to get a Cisco tag on call, it will take minimum 45 minutes to even sometimes it will more time also. But DNA is
Yes.
saving our time.
Yeah, I mean saving time and plus taking job as well, both the things.
Yeah, that's the whole reducing costs. And the tech engineer gets more detailed, more accurate summary of the problem from DNA than he probably would from us.
That's
And
right.
that's
Exactly.
right,
True.
saving them cost as well and reduce tech jobs.
One thing that Cisco strategy seems to be like, that Cisco want that issue and tag. So Cisco don't want that the engineers that in-house they solve the case. So if any issue is there, we should open a tag case like that Cisco want nowadays, it seems. So they are removing L3, even L2 as well. So L1 and tag. It's like that. Means the job here is in danger is surely with L2 engineers, because still company need design engineer, architect and all those things. But L1 and then tag is like that. L1, you check what are the suggestions that DNA is giving. Check this thing, this thing, this thing. L1, if you are not able to solve with these 4 points, then go and raise a tag case. We'll discuss this thing. I have good amount of slides just to discuss, just for discussion inside assurance. That's for discussion. 2 hour we are going to discuss this thing only, and obviously we'll see what are the capability features we have inside the assurance. But it's an important point that we can discuss about this thing, that how the network is changing and how the job profile is going to change. We're going to discuss about this. So once we go and enable the API, then what you can do, that you can go to the platform. Once you are inside the platform, you can go and check the development toolkit. Inside development toolkit, you can see that we have the API, and then you can see the list of API. So know your network, site related. If I go and click site related API, so get the site count, get the site. Now here it's actually very important. If I go and click get the site, so it is telling, okay, you will go and get all this information. This is the API. And now if you go and try it, you can see here that these informations will come. Click run. Easy, correct? It will give you the output in the JSON format. What in Python we are doing, that we are converting this Python to converting this JSON to some readable table, either CSV or maybe in the table format, correct? And whatever information we need from this JSON, we are converting the JSON output to the readable format. That we are doing with respect to Python. We are not changing any API, we are not changing any DNA specific thing. We are just changing the output format or maybe input format with the help of a script. That's the one thing. Second thing, you will see that, and you will get amazed that if you go and click here to code preview, and if you go and click here on top, you'll see how many languages it is supporting. Node, Uni, Request. So here you can see Python, Ruby, JavaScript, jQuery, PHP, Go, Ansible. These many languages it is supporting. And suppose if you want this API in the language of PHP, so this is PHP for you. If you want to see the Go language, how it look like, so this is the Go language. If you want to see the Python, you can go and check the Python like this. And what we are doing in our script, we are using the same format. We need the token, we need the content, we need some import packages or functions. then we are establishing a connection. So these things we are already defining, these things, oops, I don't want to change the order, but whatever there in the header we are defining in few lines, and those are constant with all the programs. So what we are changing once we are getting the API, so with that API, what output we need, so those things we are manipulating with Python. So we are not manipulating anything with respect to API. API is at as it is. We are taking the API. Maybe we are nesting different API. So take input from one API, put that input inside other API, then that API into other API. Like that, we will connect different APIs. But ultimately, what we need, that we need the output, and with the help of these APIs, we can get the output. Now here you can see again in this page, you can see, and let me try to highlight. That's the key of any API based programming. The key here is that how you can go and connect them. So suppose these are very small thing like get APIs, nothing is there. But if you have something related to post, so suppose if you want to create a site, correct? To create the site, what are the information you need? So there may be chance that you need this API, this API, so 1 plus 2, and then you can feed inside the third API, and third API will go and create the site. Suppose once I created the site, I want to see that site, number of sites. So number of site, you can go and use this API like get the site count. Then if you want to see the name of the site, so you can go and use the get site. Correct. So point here is that API that we are using, API, they are the machine language. So API can be input or output for the other API. So like machine to machine interaction, correct? And once we are master in the API to API communication, that itself is a job, you know. Automatically one job will created for us if we fully understand the flow, that how the API flow will work, how the API connections are working. And that's the thing. So once we know understand this API things, that we don't need CLI, we don't need GUI, you can do it everything with the APIs, and we are going to do actually in our lab and all. So I'll show you that later on. All right, now you can see that what type of API you have. You can see your know your network, then the site management related to site like PNP, device replacement, RMA, everything. There are API connectivity if it's STA or wireless, then operational task, command runner, discovery, path trace, file, task, tag, and then policy, event management like ITSM integration, and then the ecosystem integration. Again, I think it's ITSM related. Event management when you are doing some sort of webhook notification, etc. Okay, so everything we have the APIs. Now, how we are going to build our knowledge? We are going to learn the basic thing first, and then with help of those basic knowledge, we are going to add some complex programming knowledge and all those things later on. So if I go here and just check the authentication, if I have anything, see, you can see that I have an authentication API. Why it is required? Because to do anything, so APIs, they are doing authentication. If you are running any type of API is just a task. So if you are running any type of task, you need some sort of OTP. It's like banking transaction. Whenever we are doing the banking transaction, what is happening? It is asking, oh, it's a OTP. You want to proceed with this OTP? If your OTP or token is wrong, that means you are not able to execute that task at that moment. And it's very important that whenever you are generating task, what is happening whenever you are doing something, that's something called task. And for task, OTP will get generated. I think that's the 60 minute is the duration. I think in by default the OTP will be there for 60 minutes in DNA. So the OTP will get generated, and that particular OTP will be valid for certain time period. Whenever you are generating any task, the task ID will create. So for everything, suppose if I'm creating site, if I'm creating template, if I'm deleting something, for each and everything there should be one task ID, or there should be one ID, not task ID, but there should be one ID, because whatever transactions are there, whatever requests are there, Cisco or the DNA is going to store that transaction or request with some sort of reference, even when we are doing, bank transaction or any type of transaction, they are generating some sort of reference number like 432113996, etc. Correct. Here also they will go and generate some sort of ID, but not in terms of numerical value, but it will be a longer string. Correct. So two things are very important. First of all, that the task, they need OTP, they need authentication, otherwise they will not get executed. First thing. Second thing, whenever you are doing anything, it is going to generate ID. If it is not generating the ID, that means this task will not get even started. Okay, and I will show you all these things. So now you can see that for this SD-WAN, we have the token, and if you go and click try it, so it is telling that authorization token and all. If I go and click run, it is asking some field here. This is actually the password in some other format, base 64 encoding password. I need to put some sort of information here, some sort of header value here, so it will get authorized, and then once I click run, then it will go and generate the token for us. But uh, this particular integration we already have inside the programming, so I'll show you this thing with the programming. So what does it mean? It means that if you are learning API integration or programming, the first program you should learn is how to generate the token. Okay, how to get the token, and that's why you can see that we have the authentication API. That's the first program that we have. So what will happen that with respect to Python and the programming integration, I'm going to show you this, that how you can do it. Before I proceed, if you guys have any question, please feel free to ask.
Is there a way to make the life of the token persistent longer than 60 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
So what is happening there? Sometimes when we are generating the token, and sometimes there may be chance that you want to run that script for more than 60 minutes. So how you can do that? I'll show that. And
Okay, no problem.
yeah, so no, this is valid question, good question. So we are executing some task earlier, and we are finding that due to token, always after 60 minutes it was getting out. Then we thought, okay, what we can do to just continue the task. So one solution here is that do not change the token time, but whenever it is going to reach to 60 minutes, just before that generate new token. So program again will query and generate new token, and again it is valid for next 60 minutes.
Okay, good.
Okay, so that's one of the workaround we have done. All right, so let's quickly go here and understand the flow, that how we are going to work here with respect to DNA programming. If I have one slide here blank. Yep. Okay. So what I have done here is that I have made this programming easy. So we have only 3 files, actually 4 files. So we have only 4 files here. File number 1 is your environment env lab. So there you can go and give the DNAC DNA URL, username, and the password. Now, if you're running your script in your environment, you have to go and change only these fields. So you go and give your DNA URL, your username, and your password. The second thing we have is the utils. Utils means utility Python function. Inside that, there are so many user-defined functions are there. So for example, input MAC, input IP, print Like this will be pprint, and there are some others. This is not that much important, but still we have some file, because if we want to get some input, we can get input from one separate program, correct? Then one of the most important function we have, or program we have, is the library. So I have one program called DNAC underscore APIs. Okay, so DNAC underscore APIs, where I have all the libraries. So whatever APIs we have, say we have APIs related to site management, assurance, template management, command runner, troubleshooting, integrations, whatever APIs we have, everything is coded here in this DNAC APIs, each and everything. Now we have the final program, that's your task. Means whatever task that we want to give. Suppose if I want to create the template, so I will go and create one program called template.py. So what this template.py will do, that it will go and get the credentials from where? So it will go and get the credentials from here. Then if it has any user defined thing, it will go and get from here. If you want any API, it will go and get the API from here. This is for API, very important. And then it will either use get, put, post, whatever methods, and then it will go and give you the result. That's it. Only these 4 Python program we need to learn. Now, do not worry about utils, those are fixed. Do not worry about DNAC APIs, those are fixed. Do not worry about environment lab, those are also fixed. Do not worry about this part, this part, this part. Those are always fixed. In future, if you are very comfortable and good in programming, then you can go and create your own library. Okay, so in this particular package, in this particular library, we have created our own library, our own functions as well, that I will show you later on. So once you are comfortable and once you understand that what exactly we are looking for, we can go and create our own library functions inside the DNAC underscore APIs. But most of the things are already there. No need to, worry about this thing. Now, where we need to work, the fourth here. Here we have to work and we have to show our creativity. Now, good thing about this, that the option number 4 that we have, 90% of code you will get from GitHub. So GitHub is going to be our friend. Most of the places I have seen when I start my Python journey and programming, I have seen that most of the training institute, most of the training materials, they are taking the code from GitHub, you know. So it's open, we can take the code, but if we are taking the code, we should put our code as well, so some other guys will get benefited. Cisco has done great work inside GitHub. Cisco has their own repository related to everything: DNA, EpicEM, Meraki, security products, ACI. Good amount of code Cisco has put, and Cisco has dedicated engineers for programming, and they have done really great job. They have put most of the things there inside DNA. Now what we need to do, we need to go there and learn that and use inside our environment. Okay, cool. Any questions so far?
No. GitHub is our friend, that's for sure.
Yes. Yeah. So initially dcloud
No,
was my
Ratnesh.
friend. Now GitHub is my friend. Yeah, GitHub is really awesome place. Seriously, I have learned so many things, and my work pressure get reduced. I'm getting time to do some other things as well due to GitHub, because my office related work I'm able to complete in either 1 hour, 2 hour, and rest of the time I'm doing some new activities, learning, research work, design work, those type of things I'm doing because of programming things and all. Great. So let's see our first program. So I told you that what type of programs we have. Let me show you the uh, code. All this code that you're seeing here, you have to also execute, and everything I'm going to share with you. So let me go and open first of all utils. I'll start with 1, 2, 3, 4. So I told you the number one was environment lab. So let me go and open this first, and let's check this first. So here you can see these are just the DNA URL username password. DNA URL username password. Sometimes I'm using dcloud. So this is dcloud credential. You can see here. This is dcloud. I can go and put comment here. Say dcloud login details. And then sometimes we are using sandbox. On top you can see sandbox. Now this is Cisco DNA sandbox login detail. Now sometimes this is also Cisco DNA sandbox in the bottom. Sometimes I'll use these credentials, sometimes I'll use these credentials, sometimes I'll use these credentials, but the file will be the same. Only one environmental lab file I have, and we are going to use it. Okay, great. Let's go and check the. You have any doubt? Is clear? Correct? It's very easy. Just the username and password. That's it. URL, username, password. The next file we have. What was the file number 2? File number 2 was utils. I have shown utils, utility functions. I put everything here. So I think you guys understand this. These are just the packages that you can import and utilize here. Now you can see that inside the util, I have these function like print the JSON data. So you are giving some sort of indentation, separation. So the output will be in formatted way, and you can see over the screen input IP. If you use this function, what it will do, it will ask you enter your IP address. If you use username, it will ask enter your username, enter your MAC address. If you have any timeout, use the timeout function. If the IPv4 address is in valid format like a.b.c.d, it will go and check the validity of the IP address. These are actually fixed Python functions. If you want to ping like these, this is one of the ping function. Then the time, we know that epoch time and other sleep time. These are just the functions. You can have a look on this. Get the token. I have added some other functions as well. As I made this little bit complex. But if you get the util from the GitHub, you'll find maybe 6 or 7 functions like up to here. A ping return maybe will be there up to ping return or epoch. Rest of the things I have added when I was working on other project. So I have added some get token and other things. We can check these things later on. The point here is that whatever things that you want, that you don't want in your column number 4, I told you 4 things, correct? So number 1 was your environmental variable, your var file. Then you have your utils. Then you have your library like DNAC, DNAC APIs, and then finally you have your own function, what you want to do. So your work, whatever we want to do. So your or our work, correct? So this we have seen. This is util function. If you don't want to put anything here, you want to take those things from the utils. So you can create that function inside util, and then you can call inside your program. And then library will be as it is. This is one of the biggest code we have. The library function, you will see that easily it will cross more than 1,000 lines because it has all the APIs inside the library. So if you go inside the DNAC, I think this one is there. So here you can see the number of line. You can take your time, maybe weeks, to understand this. This is Oh, I told you only 1,000, but it is crossing 3,000 lines. But good thing here is this, that they have small block of API calls. So for example, if you want to get the project ID, so this is your API, and then the return function is returning the project ID. Correct? So small blocks are there, small APIs are there. So every function that you're seeing, you will see either mostly like 90% one API or maybe two APIs inside the same function. So create the project, delete the project, get the project info, create the commit template, commit the template, update the template, upload the template. These are just the tasks that we want to achieve with help of API. Correct? So everything is coded here. When the time will come, I'll come back here and I'll show you that. So for example, our first program is related to token. So here you can see that the header is this application JSON, and then inside the response, this is the API, correct? And then this is the response. Response is using post method. So you have the URL. When you run this, the URL will copy it from here to here. So URL is this. Now this DNAC URL, we have created this as a user variable. This will come from the environmental underscore lab. Again, I will show you that flow. So then you have the URL, it is coming from here. Then you have the DNAC auth. DNAC auth, whatever you're seeing inside this, that means this is a user defined. You have to give that. Then the header, header, it is defining from here application JSON, and you're not verifying the certificate. So verify is false. Then it will go and generate the token, and then it will go and return the token. Correct? And finally, you have the function, that our function, what we want to do. So first of all, I want to generate the token. So let me show you the fourth one. See, the work file is very small. What I want Cisco DNA token. Now this token, how I will get? I will go and call one of the API that is there. Where is this API? You can copy this, and then you can go to the API library. So here is this API. What this API is doing? This API will go and call, this function actually will go and call this API, and then it will go and return the token. Correct? So this is the flow, and I will again come back and I will explain you this flow for 10-15 minutes more after the break. So let's take a break. What we are going to do now, again, so I told you that now we are returning from the break, and if you have notebook and and pen, you can write it. Four things. Again, I'm repeating. First, define the environmental variable. So whatever variables we have. That's a point number one. Number two, your utils. You're not going to use all the time these utils, but the second program we have is the utils, utility program. Then third, we have the DNAC APIs. And finally, our program, what we want to do. Correct? So in program number one, we want to generate the token and we want to see the token. So program name is get token.py. Now how it is working? So let's see the flow. Let's try to understand. So with help of DNA token API, we are going to run this program and we are going to get the token. First of all, you have the packages that you are importing. So you are importing the date time, although these are not important. So I can go and remove, the date time. I can go and remove the JSON. But what I need for this program is the URL library 3, because because this function will go and import the insecure request warning. So whenever whenever you're logging via the GUI, then we are getting one message that these certificates that you are getting from the server, they are not trusted. Still you want to continue. So these function that you are seeing here, URL library, those are something like they are ignoring the insecure HTTPS warning, disabling the insecure HTTPS warning. Just ignore those messages and proceed. Then we have this DNAC auth, which is using HTTP basic auth, where we are putting the user and the password. Now this user and password, you can see that we are getting the user and password from where? From env lab. That's the variable. Where is the env lab? Here you have. Now here you can see clearly that that I want sandbox credential at the moment. I don't have the DCloud lab. I don't have any connection now, so I can go and remove these. Remove this means you can disable this, so you can go and use the pond. So now you can see that I can go and use a user, password, and the URL. Now let me save this. If you go back here to the program, URL, what's the URL? Again, you can go and check the URL. URL is https sandbox dnac.cisco.com, and then the password and the username. So although we are using the user and password here, but URL will get used here. So now what is happening that DNAC authentication is using this particular function, DNAC JWT token. Okay, and this is called from where? So suppose if I go here and if I remove this, let's remove this. I want to run this program here. Let me show you all these things. So while you watch the recording, you'll understand. I can go here and run say python.exe and then get token. So it is telling that DNAC auth get token is not defined. This function is not defined. Now you have two ways. What you can do here is that you can go here, you can copy this, and then top of the main function, you can go and paste this. Means you're defining the function here, and then if you can go and run this, see the token, it is generating the token. Why? Because now we have defined the function here, and with help of this function, so what is happening, this is calling this and then this API. So see inside this particular URL, this will go and call the DNAC URL. From where it will come? It will come from here, this URL, this URL, line number 6. And then things will get correct, 1 plus 1 plus 1, and then you will get the token. Then you will go and return this and it will print. Now suppose if you have big function, like you are doing 6, 7, 8 operations, then in those big function, it's not feasible to define the function here. So what you do, that those type of functions that you have, those are termed as a library function. Those library functions that you have, do not define here, but you define inside the library. My library name is DNAC underscore APIs. So now what I want here, that from DNAC underscore APIs 1 dot here, so from this location I am getting this function. This is this, I am calling this function from this library. So now you will see the same output. You will see the same output that it has here, but it is telling that DNAC APIs is not defined. Why? And again you can see the line number. So line number 25, line number 30. Line number 25 is this. Actually, what is happening here, you should go and import this. Instead of DNAC APIs, you are importing DNAC underscore APIs, correct? So that's the reason it is not coming. Now, if you go and run this, you can see the token. Now, initially it has generated different token because this is OTP, one-time password. And next time it is generating other token, you know. So suppose if your token is getting expired, your program should understand and it generate new token all the time. Any question, any doubt you have here, you ask.
No, Ratnesh.
Thank you. Any other folks, if you have any. So what I have done, this particular document and the classes that we have, I try to make this as simple as I can make it, you know. So what you need to do that, obviously you need to learn little bit of Python. If you don't know about Python much, you go and learn that, because with Python what we are doing, we are not generating whole all lot of program, but what we are doing, whatever there in API, with that API what output we need, that integration we are doing with our Python knowledge. So here you can see that what we have done, the program number one, that we got this. This is the first program we executed. Likewise, we are going to discuss these programs. So far we have discussed about environment lab, we have discussed about API. This thing will come with experience. You know, more and more we'll learn, understand, more and more we'll understand our DNAC APIs. Then we have one other. What was that? So utils. It is not listed here, utils. So leave it. Next program I want to show you is check IP client. Okay, check IP network. So I am going to follow this list. Maybe some of the program is little bit complex, that is top in the list. Another program may be little bit small, this bottom. But let's start from here. You know, so is modern SDN solution, either it's SDWAN, DNA or ACI. What good thing we have inside this is that they can categorize the network, client and application. In ACI, when it is little bit one step advanced, like you have web, app and DB, correct? But here in DNA you will see that you can go and categorize the network, you can go categorize the client and the application. Now in the same regard, check the client IP, check the IP of the client. So what this program will do, let's suppose if we have 30,000 client connected with DNA and you have one IP address, you want to check this IP belongs to this 30,000 list of client. Any of this 30,000 list of client has that IP or not. It will go and scan all the 30,000 clients and then it will match or not match. Correct? Likewise, check the IP network device. Maybe if we have 400 network devices and we want to check one particular IP that belonging to any of the network devices or interface or maybe VLAN. So this program will go and check the IP that is belonging to network device or not. Now both this program, either checking the client IP or the network IP, both are very simple. And why I have added here, because we just started our programming skills, you know. So that's why I have added these list of program. This is like basic program in DNA. Basic, but still you will find this is quite powerful and useful. From this program also, these programs that we have, you can do basic troubleshooting, you can get the device license, you can get the switch port inventory, all the devices and their interface description, access port, VLAN, those information you will get. Right? So not only these are small, easy, but they are very interesting as well. And almost all these programs I'm using in production. Always I'm using these programs in production, either directly or either with connection with other programs. So let's see. They check the IP client. Maybe at this moment you will not find it very useful, but when you start working on DNA, you will find this makes sense. Check IP client. Now our goal here is to learn this program just to understand the flow of programming, how the programming language works inside DNA at this point of time. So let's go here and check. So at this moment, I assume that we know about the environment variable, we know about the utils function, we know about the DNAC APIs, and then this is our program. What do we want? What's our goal? We want to match a IP. So if user defined client IP is there, that is matching with any of the IP that is there inside the DNA or not related to client. Correct? Any doubt here? Okay. So what you can do here, you can go to the DNA, you can go to the assurance, you can go to health, and you can see that you have network, client, and application. Once you go to the network, some actions and dashboard you are currently unavailable, Cisco tag. Okay, I think session got time out. Let me go and log back. Yeah, log in back. So let's go back and log in. We can go here, we can go to assurance, we can go to the client, and if I scroll down, you can see the list of clients. At the moment, only two you can see in the list. These are the IPs of the client, and it is telling you the location and all. But assume if you have 10,000 IPs and you want to search it, there is a limitation with DNA that if you have more than 5,000 entries, you can't export it. This field will get grayed. This will not come like this. If you have less than 5,000 clients, then only it will allow you to import or download. Sorry, export or download. Okay, so let's check with our API program, and let's go back. First of all, let's try to understand the program, how it is. The first few lines will be always there. pprint function we can call from the utils. So if you want, you can go and delete. Oops. You can go and delete these function if you don't want. It can come from the utils. Then get input IP. Now this was there also inside the util. Let's see the util function where we have. Let me quickly go and open the util function. If it is not there, I can go and here it is. Alright, so if you go to util and if you go and check this, get the input IP. Get input. You have this function, correct? That means you don't need it. So what you do here is that this location you write like this: utils dot get the input IP, and then if further you can go and remove this. Then check the client IP address. So what it will do, this is the actually API. Now this function, if you don't want here, check the client IP, then you can move this function inside the library. So let me go and check client IP address inside the library. What is happening? And let me copy this and we can go here. It's not there, seems. So what I can do here is that this is your library function. Just copy this, go to your library, go here in the bottom, anywhere, no problem. Add that function here, save it. This name is important. Save this, no problem. I'll come back here, check where it is used as here. So here you can go and use DNAC underscore APIs 1, and then you can go and remove this. Correct. So now you can see that the program we have is reducing in size, the main program. So what we are doing, that we are generating the token, and for token we are using the library that is DNAC underscore APIs, get the token. Then we are giving the user defined IP. So client IP address is coming from one function, utils. Inside utils we have this get, and now you should go here and you should import the utils, correct? And then last thing here is that check the IP that is there inside DNA or not. See, that's it. Now you can go and run this. Let's verify this. I can go here python.exe and then check the IP client.py. So where is the problem? DNAC auth. DNAC APIs is not defined, so I should have DNAC APIs here and run this. You can see the line number 14. Line number 14 is showing here, but yeah, line number 23. DNAC auth. Yeah, line number 14 actually. She's giving the exact line, correct? Should give one here. You know, just to show you here, I have changed the name as 1. Now it is telling that input the IP from where it is coming. So this function that you have here, this is coming from utils, correct? And inside util we have that just to get the IP. I'll go and give some wrong IP here, wrong client IP, and then a strange type of thing is coming and it's telling DNAC auth is not defined. Let's see, let's see where it is telling. So DNAC auth is not defined, where it is not defined. DNAC API is 1. In which particular program? It will tell you that where exactly you have the issue. Correct? So line number 31 in main. Okay. Exactly, it is telling that where is the issue. So it is telling that this place having some issue, it is not getting the authentication. Some authentication issue he has here. That will go and correct it, no problem, correct? But before doing that, I just wanted to give you correct IP. So let's see the client IP first. That is 10.10.22.98. 10.10.22.98. Some issue here. It's line number 3153. Where DNAC APIs. It is telling that in this program you have line number 3153 where you have the issue. So let's go here. DNAC APIs 3153. If you go here to 3153, Here it is telling that it has issue related to DNAC auth. Now in library, whenever I have function, they are actually DNAC JWT token, and here I have given auth. There are small things. When you watch the recording, you'll find it okay. This makes sense, and I think that's okay. So let's run this. Give this client IP 3153. It has some issue here in this code. Okay, this line that you should go and correct it. No problem. Let me show you that how you can correct this. So you can go and check any of the other function where we have defined this authentication token. And let me do one quick thing here. Let me go up, cut this. It's not required. Just give me a moment. You can place this function anywhere. Just to show you this, I'm doing here. So if you go and check the field that is XAuth token, so small things are there that should be corrected first, and then the DNAC auth. I think now it should be correct. Just give me a moment. It's quite strange. Okay. Okay, so let's correct this. I think there is some problem with this particular program, and when we are creating our library function, how we are creating, check this URL, and there you have the URL. There's no problem in this statement. Then the header. So I can go and copy this. Again, we can discuss this more later on. Let me correct this at this moment. We can discuss in this payload. The rest of the things seems okay to me. Some problem is there. Just stop there. So we have used the util function as well, and then we have moved this function inside the util. I'm just breaking the things, get input IP is already there, so I don't need it. I can go back here, go scroll up, and you can go and import utils, correct? And then you can go here, and here you can go and give, say, utils, save it, go back. Only one function we have shifted. We have shifted the util function. That means up to this point it is working, correct? Now the next challenge we have is that put this function inside the library, and then from the library call it. Now while putting this, what is happening, this is not giving me the exact DNAC auth. So I'm getting some issue related to this authentication function, this auth that we have. So what I will do here, I will go here and let me cut. Let's do one more time. I'll go to DNAC APIs just to make our code clean. We are doing this, and we can save this, and we can go here. We can save this, and here we'll make this say DNAC underscore APIs dot this. Correct. We can go back and up arrow, and then it is generating the token, and then it is not able to use this token. So we are generating the token 2 times here. That's the key. So we are generating the token here, but the token that I'm generating here, that we are printing here, I'm not using here. And that's the problem it is getting. And that's the reason it is not able to print the output. So what I can do here, just for just to show this. So what you can do, that you can copy this, and then if I generate the token inside the library function, that's not a good practice. Just to show you, I can go to the APIs. I can go here, this place. I can put this DNAC auth, and there are certain other things as well. So in the library, we have this DNAC JWT auth, and then this auth for this auth. So if you go up, scroll up, you should have the HTTP function, HTTP function. So this is correct, 100% correct and valid. And then when you're coming down here, so DNAC also, it should go, and if we are doing this local, local function, then it should work now. But again, I have done some other changes. At this point of time, you can understand that your functions are defined at the same place. Otherwise, it is in the library. So that's the problem it is getting here. Should not use this because this is the local. So many things I have done. If you watch this recording, you'll find makes sense. So from here I have copied there, from there I have copied here, and now you can see that it is working. Still I need to save this. Let me run one more time. Yep. So now you can see that we have the code here, and because I was generating the token twice, one outside the scope, whenever you are creating anything outside of function, those are outside of a scope, means they have the global scope, and then if you have the local functions defined here, you should need the token in the local scope, like this. So those are the things, but again, these things will come once you do much more programming, then you'll come understand these things. The idea behind this particular program was just to give you the thing that you have 4 things. You have your library function, you have the environment variable, you have your utils function, and then you have your work function. This is your work. What you want to search one client, and with help of API you can search it, correct? And so many connections we have checked. Any question here, guys?
No, good. Yeah, like you said, watching the recording, and this goes back to some Python knowledge.
Yeah, we need that knowledge. Otherwise, what will happen, that whatever program I will give you, means you will run that program only all the time, until unless you check other stuffs in this. Great. So let's continue, and let's focus on the other program. Here I will not go that much deep. Simply I'll go and run this program. So check the IP network. Whatever we have learned here, you'll find 100% same thing. There is no difference. Only thing will get changed is one place you have client IP, one place you have network IP. Correct? So let me quickly go and open that function, check the network IP something, check IP, check network device, since this is the program. So now you can see that you have the input IP, then you have the check device. What we are doing, that we are checking the interface IP address and the interface IP, that's the user defined IP. It will check is it wired, is it wireless, or it is not, and then it will go and give the result. Only thing I have to change here is the DNAC APIs. I need to change the DNAC API 1, and rest everything will be the same. So I can go and uh, replace all. Done. So let's do this. Python.exe and check the, what was that? Check the IP network. Okay, check IP network. What IP you have? I know there's some IP like 60, 70, etc., etc. Checking the network. So you're not gonna. Let's see if we have. Let's check the network. Okay, 10, 10, 22, 66. So 10, 10, 2, 2, and then 6, 6 is one of the IP configured on a network device. Now, the result that you're seeing is like simply it is telling that it is configured as a network or not. But suppose if you want much more information about this, exactly what device, what interface, what VLAN, what MAC address, those detailed information as well we can get. Okay, so for that I can go and show you get IP client info. So this program, what it will do, it with respect to IP address, it will tell you that this particular client is learning over which particular switch, which particular interface, which VLAN, and if you want the MAC address, it will tell you the MAC address of the host as well. So let's go and check get IP client info. First of all, let me show you the result, and then I'll show you the program. Get, was that get IP? Okay, so get IP client info. I can see there should be some problem here, but anyways, I need to do some changes there. Oh yeah, so it is working fine. There is no problem. So you can see here that this IP is a valid client IP, first thing. Then it is telling that this IP DNA is learning from this switch whose model is this over this interface whose VLAN is VLAN 1. Correct? Detailed information we are getting. Now I'm going to show you one very important thing here. It's very, very important. Let me open this program. Let me go to get the IP client info. Now, if you go inside this program, you will see that we are calling one of the API. So this is the API, correct? Now this API, and what's the response? So the response here is the host JSON. Now I just wanted to print this response. Why we are printing the response, I'll tell you the reason behind this. Let's go and give the IP. Now you can see that with this particular API, this is the exact output in the JSON format with this particular API. So what are the things it is giving? It is giving the host IP, MAC address, host type, then other informations, the management address, the connected interface name, the device name, the address, the ID, etc. Now, what I want, so in this output, you have seen that MAC address is not there, correct? In this output, I want to add one more field called the host MAC, because management told us that can you add the MAC address as well in this output. So what we can do, it's simple, that you can go here and you can add say host MAC address equal to host info, and this is nothing but the Python knowledge, extracting the output with help of Python, and then the host MAC address in the output. So I can go here and then I can add the MAC address. You can give the comment and you can add as well. So you can go here and there are multiple ways that you can do. You can use either plus sign or you can use this inverted commas and all. So we have multiple options here. I can use like this also. Put comma here and then remove everything. So the MAC address you want, correct? MAC address, and then the MAC address is nothing but the host. One field we are adding here, that's it. Save it. Let's see then. If there is no syntax error, it will go and give the output. And here you can see in the bottom that the MAC address has been added. Actually these type of manipulations we are doing. Now the other manipulation, suppose if you have list of 100 IPs, and those list of 100 IPs, you want to see that exactly what locations they have connected. So here we are giving one IP, correct? We are giving one IP as an input. Suppose if you have more than one IP, then you can use one while loop. You can put the list of IP in the while loop. One by one, the program will give one IP from that loop, and then you will get the result line by line, like this. One up to 100 line entries. So that was the important thing about that. Okay, any doubt? I know that, see, this program that we are seeing here is still is a basic program that we are going through it, the basic Python programming. In upcoming sections we have much more wide open programs as well that can do other stuffs, but suppose if you are able to understand this well and good, if you are not able to understand these programs you have, you don't need to understand then. What you need to do, that you just change your environment variable, whatever DNAC IP we have with the sandbox, you can change with your production network, and then you can use this. There is no problem. All these programs are tested and we are using it regularly, so no worry if you're not able to understand everything. But yeah, if you dig deeper into this, if you understand 20 programs, then rest of the programming you will understand, because mostly they have the same format. Mostly they will print CSV, print table, find something, search something, etc. So if you understand maybe 20-25 programs, then it will become easier to understand the rest of the programming. Great job. Let's continue, and you can see one by one we are hitting. This output is almost same that whatever we have here. This is with respect to MAC. This was with respect to IP. This is with respect to MAC. I'm going to show you one last program and then we'll stop. Yeah. What is this? Get all device list. Yeah, this program. And then we'll stop. So when we start next time, we'll go and check the license. and we'll go and check the switch inventory. I'm going to show you this output for this program, get all device list. This list we can get from DNA as well, so there is no big thing in this. But sometimes we are using this as a input for other program, you know. So these programs that we are using is one of the part of the program, but these logics, these programs you can use inside other program as well. And that's the power we have with the program, is just the connections. Okay, so get all device list. Let me go and open, because this I have covered in the SDWAN as well. Get all device list, and I have taken from SDWAN logic. Get all device list. What it will do, generally it is telling that it will go and print all the devices, and it will go and check these things like device host name, the software version, management IP, etc. Then it will go and add the header, and again there are some complex things as well, because this is big, is showing big, but no worries. Once we go dig deeper into this, you'll understand everything. Get all device list program, and let's go back here. Get all device list. This program has been started, and I need to do one small change here, so let me do that. I need to replace the DNAC APIs with DNAC APIs 1, and let's run this. I will explain you how it is working in next class. You can see that it is generating the device list in table format, and then it is generating the device list in Excel sheet as well. If I go and open this Excel sheet, the Excel sheet name is a device report. You can see the Excel output. Okay. I know that it's let me stop the recording. Is that first half we'll learn the automation, and then the next half we'll do the integration, ISE and DNA. So because the ISE, once we go and do the setup, here you can see on your screen, the setup screen is there. Once I do that, it may take 30 to 40 minutes. And once ISE will be ready, then we'll start the integration. Meanwhile, what we'll do, that we'll go and continue our study related to programming and automation. So let's do this.
Okay, sounds good.
Setup. Let me scroll a little down so you can see that. So that sheet is there, and I will upload with today's recording. This is the sheet. The page number is, I think, page number 4. So you have to follow like this. So the IP address is 198.168.133.27, like that. So I'm going to follow the same thing that we have in the sheet. I'll give the name as ICE, and then the IP 133.27, then the subnet, oops, 255.255.192.0, and then the gateway IPv6 no at the moment, dcloud.cisco.com. Name server is 198.168.133.1. No. NTP is 198.168.133.1, and then no. That's okay. SSH is mandatory. We should make this yes. And then the admin is the username, and the password is Cisco12345. All right, so now what it will do, it will go and check the network interfaces. It will ping the gateway. It will check the reachability with the name servers and NTP, etc. And maybe after 30 minutes, it will be fully loaded. So then we'll go and do the integration. Meanwhile, let's check that what we have done in our previous section. So let me go back here. So we are checking we checked some of the program, and let me go back and let's see. Created notes related to ISE. Let's go back. Yep. And so few of the programs we have that we checked, and those programs was related to find the client IP, find the network IP, get the device info, get the device info with respect to IP and MAC. So we are inside one of the very interesting program, that is get all device list. So let's check that. I have one folder called basic, and what I have done that even the shared drive that we have, that I have shared with you, you can go there and you can check the program. You can see inside day number 5, I put all those programs like get the IP, MAC, token, IP network, etc. So like day wise, I am putting the program. So suppose if we are going to cover day number 6, we are inside day number 6, and we are going to cover the APIs, whatever program we are going to cover, I will put here. Then you can see that DCloud lab guide is there. Then the PPT is there that I'm going to cover today. So every information, whatever we are studying, I will put. I'm putting as a day wise, day 1, day 2, day 3. So it will be easier for you to refer that. Let's go back to the folder that is basic that I have, and there I have that program that is related to get the device list. Is that get all device list, correct? So let's go there. Get all device list. So get all device list here, and let's open this. All right. So first few lines we know that this is common everywhere, correct? Now what this program will do, that this program will go and generate the device list result or report. It will generate the report in a table format, plus it will go and generate the CSV as well. What are the fields that we are looking for that? So we are going to get the information related to device host name, type, software version, management IP, serial number, memory, etc. Whatever listed here in the header, we are going to get that. How we are doing this? It's easy. DNAC auth. So first of all, you should get the authentication token. Then there is one library function we have. That library function will give you get all the device list. So if I go inside this particular API here, and if you go here, you can see that the function, let's go to the function. So this is the function here, and you can see that how it is working. It's like 10 line of code we have. And here you can see the limit, the token, while all device info, and this is the API. So if you go and run this API, what this API will do, there is one restriction in Cisco DNA. Once you are running the API, it will give you the information about 500 devices. Now, if you want to get more than that, suppose if you want to print 600 devices, so 500 and then 100 in the next page, so you have to use a limit function. So limit is, if you go and put limit is 500, that means it will go to 500 and then it will go to 500 to 1000 and then 1000 to 1500. That's why if you see here this condition 500. So first of all, it will print 500 and then same output, next 500 and next 500 and next 500. And then we are incrementing the limit. So if you see the logic here, what we are doing here, that we are putting the limit here and then we are incrementing the limit with the offset. Right? Rest of the logic is the same. Everywhere we are using the same logic. So you have your API, then you are getting the response, and this response you are printing, correct? So you are getting the response and you are printing. Now the important thing here is that whatever response that we are getting, because it will give you good amount of information. From that response, we are filtering some of the things, correct? So what are the things we are filtering here? So we are going to filter here the host name. So only these fields we want. That's why it's, we are parsing the JSON output, and from the JSON we know that we have the key and value. So these are the value. We are reading the JSON, and these values we are extracting in a report, correct? And the rest of the things are okay. So what logic we have with the programming in terms of programming? So we are using for loop, because this is combination of two different program. So you need to break this program and understand. This is not only two program, but you will find this is actually 3-4 different small programs are connected here. So one of the program here you can see. So let me explain you up to here. And actually it's good. It's a clean code, So it's a nice and clean code, and we are using a logic inside Python as well. So see here, first of all, if we go, we will get the token, correct? Once you have the token, with that token that will be there for 60 minutes, you are getting the device list. Now this device list, if you have more than 500, so you will get whatever number of device list we have. We are calling the API inside the library, and then we'll get the device list. Here we'll go and print the device list. If you want, if you don't want to print it, okay. Now there may be chance that suppose if you have 500 devices, maybe 490 devices will be reachable with respect to DNA at the time of running the program, correct? And maybe 10 devices are unreachable at the time of running this program. So that's why we have some sort of filter here. So we have two lists here. One list we are going to, and these are the empty list. You can see this, these are the empty list. So we are referring to empty list. One empty list will tell reachable device, one empty list will tell unreachable device, correct? Now this list, how we are going to use, we'll see in the bottom. So now we are using one condition, for condition, all devices in the list. So for device, so it will go and check device 1, device 2, device 3, device 4. So first of all, it will go and check device first, and then it will check the family. See, now in here actually we can go and define different type of family. Like in DNA, we have family, routers, hub and switches, WLCs, access points. Now we have firewalls as well. We have NFVs as well. So these are the families. So suppose I just want to run this report with respect to hub and switch, correct? So what I can do, I can go and put this family as a hub and switch where in the environment variable, correct? So in that case, it will go and read only the hub and switch family. So like that, we have the filter. Then the host name, take the host name from this, take the device ID. And if now here you can see we are inside the for loop. Inside for loop, we are putting the condition. So if the devices are reachable, append into the list. Which list? A reachable list. And we are using one Python function append. It will keep adding. So suppose A, B, C, D, it will append A, comma B, comma C, comma D. This is the function we have the append. And now if the devices are not reachable, it will go and append in this list. So suppose 1 to 10, if 9 is unreachable, you will find, if you go and print this particular line, you will find it will give you 9. Rest 1 to 10 except 9, if you go and print here, it will give you that list. So, like that we have the logic. So here, this logic, you will get the reachable and unreachable devices. Then we are using one Excel or CSV file function. Open the CSV file, write it, put the headers. Now this program is related to CSV file. Then here, if you want to print that output in a table format, so you have up to here. So these lines are related to printing the devices in a table format. And from line number 118, this is belonging to CSV file. Print the report in the CSV file with these fields. So it's a complex program. It's not that easy, but if you break this program into a small chunks, then you will understand, oh, we are doing like this. Now, this is the exactly same thing we have done in the SD-WAN. If you go and check the SD-WAN code, you will find that we have used the same logic. We have used the same CSV logic. What got changed here? APIs. API and field got changed. Rest of the things are almost the same that we have in the SD-WAN. Even the same program I have used in SD-WAN as well. If you check the recording, I took the same program and converted to SD-WAN program to get the reports. Great. So let's run this get all device list. You can go here. Let me clean this screen and we can go and run the program. Say Python exe get all device list. Sandbox.cisco.com is having some issue. We are not able to reach. I can understand because I have connected with VPN. And if you connect with this VPN, your internet and other stuff will not reach. So let me quickly disconnect from VPN. And then I can go back. Now you can see the program is running and we are getting the output like this. It's a nice and clean output, If you want to redirect this output, so you can redirect to say device report.txt. Then you will see this output. You can go to the location basic. You can filter with devices or device. Here you have. So this is the report you have, full report. Correct. First of all, we are printing the API, and you can see how many fields you have. If you want more and more data from this field, again you can put inside the program. You can see the family. Family is hub and switch. Here you can see the family. In the router, it will show you some other family because we are taking, I think, all the families in this program. So anyways, so this is the way that you can utilize this program. Still, if you haven't understood this program, no problem. What you need to do is that just go to the environment variable, change the environment variable as your DNAC username and password, and this will give you the 100% result. You can see device family is switches, hub, and routers. Okay. Any doubt, any question in this? Feel free to ask. Otherwise, we'll move to other program. It's a very much similar program what we have seen here. Okay, so I'm going to cover two more programs and then we'll go and start our ISE and DNA integration. The next program here you can see we have get device license. That's again very much useful. So the program that I'm going to refer now, get device license. This also get all device lists. This also you can use it any day. Suppose if you're supporting DNA, then this is a program that you want to run maybe after every 2-3 days. And this program get device license you will run after every maybe 5-6 days. So not only the license, but there are other information as well. I'll show you that. And this switch port inventory is, it's huge benefit we have with this program, switch port inventory. So let's start with switch port inventory. Then I'll come back to the license and other license program. There's only two program, correct? Because it's a really nice program. So when we are managing the switches, we know that the number of switches will be too much, correct, in an infrastructure. So routers will be less, firewall security devices will be less, but number of switches will be good in number. Now we know that in switch we have switch port, correct? So switch port we are creating as a switch port mode, access, trunk, whatever. Now over the switch interfaces we are enabling the MAB or .1x, or we are enabling so many different type of VLANs, means VLAN traffic will pass via the interfaces, etc. Now what this program will give you the output, it will log into the switch and it will give you the information about each and every interface in that particular switch. Now it up to us that what are the information we want. Suppose if I want access, how many VLANs, access VLANs, how many voice VLANs, what is the description, what is the access mode or trunk mode, means whatever, whenever we are running command like show switch port, and whatever information we have, we can get with this script. It's a very useful script, you know. So let me quickly go here and open the switch port inventory. This is actually huge program in terms of in terms of getting the switch interface information, and we got benefit from this program. Benefit in terms that it's highly impressive. If you show the result of this particular program, it's impressive. So let me show you this, what it is going to do. First of all, I'll do one thing. I'll go and run the program. I'll show you the output first, and then we'll come back and we'll check the logic. Let me quickly go and change the so find this and replace with this, replace all, because our library name is DNAC underscore APIs. Let me save this. Switch port inventory. Let's go and run that. Switch port inventory. It is giving you the device ID. Device ID simply added here so you can understand the program is progressing. We have 1, 2, 3. You can see that we have one router and 3 switch, correct? Now it is asking us that what is the name of the CSV file you want to save this report. Say I will save as a today switch port inventory, like in this is the name. Enter, done. Now if I go here and if I check the program with today, let's open this. Let me make some space here. Okay, I think this is the size. So now you can see here that we are getting the output, and it is telling this is the host name, and in this host name, this is the serial number. So this host name having these many interfaces, and we are getting the port type, like it's access, dynamic, auto information, and then the native VLAN information. And here it is telling more about the license. So here you can see that we have only 3 fields, correct? But we can go and add 10 more information here in this list. I'll add one, I will show you that. Let me scroll down. You can see all the interfaces, like you may think like this is the same result that we are getting with show IP interface brief. The answer is not exactly. This is going to give you some more information that we are not getting in show IP interface brief. So let's see this. Let's go back to the program. First of all, we should go and understand the API. I don't want the license information, but this is the API related to getting the license information. And license, we are using filter as an in-use license. So that's why you're seeing here in-use licenses, network advantage DNA. Although license related information you will get from DNA GUI as well, so not a big deal. Get host name, see, get the host name, device type, and serial number. In the bottom you can see that we are getting these 3 information: host name, device type, and serial number. Now I want to run this API. So let's see that where is the response. This is the response, correct? Let's check this. I just wanted to tell you, show you something very interesting here. So if you go here and if you do say p print and then host a name JSON, and let's see, I want to go here and I just wanted to call this function, and this function has a variable in it, and where you are getting the device ID, you are getting the device ID here in this line. So cut this. Let's see if it will work. I think I should do like this. Let's see. What I want here, I need one raw output from where I can filter it. I have two options here. I can go and change my API to get the raw output, or the easiest way we have here. So let me show you the easy thing as well. So let's see that which API we are calling. So we are calling one API whose API name is network device, correct? So do one thing. You go to the DNA, and this particular section of recording is important. So if you watch this recording next time, you can bookmark. This may be like we have started in 25 minutes. So 25 minutes and onwards, you can check this section. You can go to the platform and you can go to development toolkit. You can go and check here network devices, that API we are searching. So you can see the network devices, get the device list, try it. Let me see, this is the exact same. So this is network device plus device ID. This is a specific, correct? So if I scroll down here, see, this is delete, but we are looking for network devices with ID API. I can see ID and VLAN. Let's just scroll down, network devices. We can see count. We can see this, see? This is the API we are using. Now, if you go to this API, it is asking about device ID. This is actually a specific, correct? So the device ID, for example, this is cat 9K. This is second one, this device ID. You can go and put the device ID, run it. Now you are getting the output. Just copy this. Like that we are developing our program, because we need to specify the field. So here, what are the information we can get related to switch port, correct? And is it giving the switch port information? Well, we can see here. So I can go here and you can see network device and device ID, and in that information we are filtering the switch port, correct? So you can see the class switch port. Now if you go here, see here if we have anything related to switch port in this. Otherwise we have to go and specifically check the switch port and the information in the switch port. It's a family, interface, count, management address, those things are there. That is not related to switch port, correct? So I think this API is, it's interface and network device. This is, I think, a little bit different. So you go here, just copy that, but you can understand that how we are filtering it, correct? You can go and check like this now. Yeah, this guy here. So interface, network device, and device ID. This is the exact API that we are looking for. It will give you the switch port information. Now we'll go here and we'll copy the ID one more time. Go back, run this, and now we'll go back here. So this is not the information, but I'll leave it just for your reference here. Now you can see the switch port information, and if I scroll up, any of the interface you can go and take. So for example, we'll see with respect to switch port, what are the information I can get? Interface type, IPv4 address if it has any, mask, then native VLAN ID, then port mode, port type, port name, media, MAC address. So suppose if you want MAC address as well, you will get it. VLAN ID, voice VLAN, class name is the switch port. These many information you can get. So suppose if you want to add one, for example, just for your, interest, I'll show you the MAC address. So if you want to add one field here, MAC address, now you can go to the main program, and in the main program, so here you can see the main program. You have the port name, mode, native VLAN, only these fields, correct? And where you are returning the values. So let's see that where we are returning the values. We are returning values somewhere. Which values we want to print? Here only. So the same thing. I have edited the same program in this. So better I'll show you this program here. It will not take much time. Get the device license. I have edited this program here in the device license. You will understand that. Okay. So it will not take much time, so it will save our time. Where we are, get the device. The program is get device license. Let's go back here to the get device license program. Just have a look on the return values. So when we are returning the value, see, I have added the MAC address. See, one more value I have added. If you compare this, both are same program. So here you have host name, device type, and serial number. And then I have added one more thing like host name, device type, serial number plus MAC address. And the name, I haven't changed anything there, but I have added this line here just for your reference. You can check that. Now once you go and print that, rest of the program are almost same, but here you have to pay attention. So I assume that this portion, we know this is very easy. Let's just get the license information, one function. This function will give you these information like host name, device type, and serial number. Then you have the get input file. Then you have the switch ID. The serial number that we are printing, that is from this function. And then finally collect the switch port information. So you are collecting the information related to these that you want to print. Collect the switch information. This is, see how, it seems like how complex this program is this. But line number 145, in between 150, you have all the logic. So when you are printing the host name, is ID number 0. When you're printing the serial number, it's ID number 2. So ID number 1 is missing, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is that? Those IDs are nothing but the field here. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, etc. It's like that in the program. So now here you can see what I have done. I have given 0, will print the host name. 1 means next field, will print the serial number. 2 will print the device type. 3 will print the MAC address. And then we are using the information called append. Append means append the host name, append the serial number, append the device type, append the management address, and then go and print this. Correct? So let me quickly run this program, get the device license, and you will see the differences. So let me first of all replace the library function, save it, and let's run this. What was that? Switch port, get the device license.py, enter. So it is printing the serial number because we have the condition there to print the serial number or the IDs, actually not the serial number but the device IDs. So it is printing the device IDs. Once it prints the device ID, then it will ask you what's the name of your file you want to save. So now it is asking the name of the file. I have given this fields as well. This is just the JSON type of output. Yeah, this is JSON output. Okay, so today device license, enter, and you can see here the output. You have the host name, you have the model, you have the serial number, you have the manager. So we have added one more field here. Let me quickly go to the CSV file. We can go here and we can go and check the today device license. So management address is the MAC address or management address we have added. So let's see here. I added the management address, not the MAC address, but likewise you can add anything anywhere in this program. So if you want to add the MAC address, you can go and you have to add in the same API. You can go and add here. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. So in future, if you need some more info, you can go and do this. Say append ports.get, and then we'll see that what's the field we want to add. We want to add the copy, and you can go here and save this. So what we are doing in the first program, the switchport inventory, we have added one more field inside this API, the MAC address. And let's go and run this program one more time. Okay, because we have given this print statement, so it is giving you this output as well. Once it will complete, today MAC switch port. Let's see. Let's go back here and let's check the today MAC with switch. Say today MAC with switch. See, the MAC address has been added here. Now show IP interface brief will not give you whatever information that we are getting here. We want to add some other things. Whatever important informations you have here in this API, you can go and add it. Everything we can add and remove, and we can create our own reports and all. So that's the two important programs we have. Any question in this? Feel free to ask. I think we have done a little bit advanced programming so far. So I will show you one very small program and then we'll go to the ISE section. The program is something again that in operation you have to use it. That program is related to backup. Suppose if you want to take the backup for the devices, you can go and use this backup program as it is. No need to change anything. This backup program is going to use one backup API. Let me show you this. See, the rest of the things are same we have discussed earlier, but there is one API in bottom. So from here you have the logic. So the API I'm using here, get device config backup. This is from the library. So if you go and check the library, our DNAC API's library somewhere, and if you go and search this, here you can see. So we have the API whose API is name is, so let's see, I can see the network device config format, whatever. Let me show you this. Let me close this. See, this is the library function we are using. And first of all, we are getting the network device ID. So once you are getting the network device ID, then that network device ID we are using inside the network device and config. So this API is something, it's intelligent API. This parenthesis you are seeing, it's a placeholder. It's a placeholder for the network device ID. So this API is something like network device and then ID and then the config. So how it is, if we go here and if we can check here.
Where does the network device ID get generated?
That's a good question. I'll show that. So to generate the network device ID, here you can see the API, network device, and this $sign, you can see this is the variable, correct? So network device ID variables means user defined. You can give device ID 1, it will give you the config for device 1, then 2, then 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, correct? The question here is that how we are generating this device ID. Answer here is this. You can check our program, any of the programs, say for example the switchport inventory, and if you go here, there is one a specific API, get switch ID. Now how we are generating the switch ID? We are using one of the API. In that particular API, if you run this particular API, you will get so many information, it's too many information with serial number. So in this information you have serial number as well. Then what we are doing, that we are matching the serial number like this, device ID equal to ID, and then we are printing the ID. You got my point? If I go and run this particular program, it will give you the output. It's the API output. In that, so I have this output. Let me show you here. So this is the output. Now in this particular output, you will find somewhere device ID as well. That's a big number. So here you can see in the bottom. This is the device ID. How you are getting this output? You are getting this output from this particular API. Correct? Now from this
Okay.
API, we are filtering the device ID with this condition.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier, remember earlier I told you that the use of API is this, that you are generating the device ID from one API, correct? And then you are using this API. So this particular API, now we are using to other API or other program. So it has been used here. So now you can see that device ID list with that program, and now this device ID list we are using inside this information.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. So one
Gotcha.
API is used in other is in other, and like that we are getting the output.
So each device has some device ID that's internal. Maybe we
Yes.
never used it for anything before, but this is a good
Yes.
place to use it. It's a little more than the serial number, it looks like.
100% right. Yep. It's like
Okay.
internally. So internally how the database will understand that this configuration belongs to this device.
Sure, sure. Makes
So
sense.
that's the internal reference ID for those devices. So now once we have the device ID, we can go and check any of this. So here you can see the parent API. If you go and check the configuration from here, from the tool itself, you need the device ID, correct? So now one thing is clear here. I'll go and copy this. That DNA API itself, we can go and get the information. But problem here is that it will give you information one by one. Now this information, if you want to automate, you need Python or any other language, correct? So it will go and give, say this is the configuration. You can see this is in one line. This is the entire configuration of the switch in one line. Oops. Let me copy this and let me show you here in the notepad. This is the configuration, and if I think we have the word wrapper line, okay, view, and just give me 1 second. Yeah, word wrap. See, this is the configuration. We are getting from the API. Right? Same thing in nice format we'll get with the program. So we have one backup program here. Let me open that backup program where you are. Somewhere we have the backup program, device license, switchport inventory, etc., etc. Let me open that one more time. It's lost somewhere. So I can go and open DNAC backup. Now it is here. So now you can see that we have the backup program. It is using same backup API that we have, device host name and the DNAC authentication. Print the device config. What it is doing, so we have given some logic here. I need one config folder in my system where it will go and put those device configurations. So here you can see I have config and I have already generated those things. Let me delete this. So I have one config folder here where I want to store those running configuration. So that's why we have the logic. So save the path, os.path join os, get the current working directory, that's the config. Then I am taking the configuration, giving the .txt extension, and then I am saving in the config folder. One by one device ID, then other device ID, then other device ID. So like that we will get the running configuration. So let's go and run this program. Before running this program, I should go and change the library is DNAC APIs, replace the all, save this, and Python, and then backup. What was that program name? Backup something, or device backup, DNAC backup. So DNAC backup.py. Now you'll see the output. It has been started. Now it is telling that 4 devices. So we have the unreachable condition here. It's telling that you have 4 devices. Out of those 4, 0 are unreachable. These are the reachable devices. What is the device index you want to start the backup? I want to start from 0. So this is the first. In this program, I have given the this thing as well, so you can see the output in the screen as well. But if you want, you can disable it. So I can go here in the bottom, and if you don't want to see the output over the screen, you can go and disable this. So this line, if I go and disable print device config, now it will not show you the config over the screen. But what it has done, it has saved the configuration, either 4 or 400, doesn't matter. It will go and save all the running configuration like this. This is like backup. Okay. And next time if I run this time it will not show you over the screen because we have disabled that output. Let's start with 0. It will just give you the host name and executing the show running command for switch number. This device index is 0, device index is 1, 2, 3, and then done. Okay, guys, do you have any question? This is nice script that you may use. We are using it every month. We are using it at least once to take the device configuration, and then we have some other logic as well. That other script is there to check the device configuration deviations and all other things, So this is one step that you are taking the backup. Next, with those backup, what we want to do, that's the other thing. Let me pause the recording. Thank you. So I'll do
Yeah.
one thing because we have 8-minute time before taking the break. I have one very nice program related to troubleshooting. The program name is Path Trace. Now this Path Trace is not like traceroute that we are doing in Cisco routers or Windows or Linux. The Path Trace feature that Cisco DNA has given, it is like it's an intelligent path tracing capability. It will trace the path like Cisco ASA firewall. In ASA firewall, we have the path trace options. It will check the QoS, it will check the ACLs, it will check the other parameters. And if we have any problem during the path, it will tell you that where you have the issue problem. Okay, so I have the path trace program. I just wanted to show you. I need source IP and destination IP for that. Just give me 1 second. Let me get the source and destination IP. All right, so source and destination IPs. I have one path trace output. Let me quickly show you this. The logic about this program we can check later on. I just wanted to show you this and then we'll take the break. I don't know what's the name of that program. Let me quickly check. That is in the local folder that I have. So here you can see the somewhere you'll find the path trace where I have the backup, DNAC backup. So this there only backup. Do I have path trace? Yeah, path. Just 1 second. Get device license token list template. We'll check template later on. Where you're out of sync, these things also we have to check later on. DNAC path trace, the name. Yeah. So DNAC and path trace, enter. Now you can go and check the help function is there. Source IP and destination IP. So go and give the source and destination IP and you will find the very interesting output we have. Give the source IP. Now we have intelligent path trace program as well nowadays where you can go and give the port numbers as well. But this is also good program and this will give you some information. So it is telling is the source, this is the destination. Oh, see information. Now it is doing the flow analysis. That's the cool thing I found here in this path trace, that it is doing the flow analysis that is happening in the ASA firewalls. So let's wait for that. It is doing the flow analysis. And in between the path, if it has any issue problem, it will tell you that. So we are going to examine the output as well once it will get completed. Now it is working, no problem. Let's see the output. So this output, you can see this is a source IP, this is destination IP. Now source host detail. So it is connected with this particular, maybe this is a router or switch, but it is telling about detail of that. This interface, this is wired. This is the host IP whose MAC address is this. Now about the destination is 114. So 114 is connected with this maybe switch or router. This is MAC address, this over this interface. Now source information. This is catalyst. This is the management IP about the source. You see good amount of information about the source from where the path trace is starting. Attached interface information. So it is attached with this particular interface, which is physical. Oops, sorry, still it is going on. Okay, it's completed. Yep. So it is attached. Let me quickly scroll down and let's complete this. So it is giving you the information about the attached interface, then destination network means destination device. You can see the uptime as well, uptime, the access port, the platform ID, those informations, good amount of information. Then attached interface detail, then the flow analysis. So now you can see the flow, traffic flow in between source and destination. So flow detail, first hop, this device, device IP, access. Ingress interface detail. You can see the speed media. Then egress interface details. Then second hop, it is going to this switch. This switch is distribution. Then this switch ingress and egress, how it is going to the switch, coming out from the switch. Then finally, the destination switch, how it is coming to the destination switch, going to the egress switch, where is the actual destination, correct? And then it is completed. See how cool this program is. It is giving us the complete, life of packet type of information.
Yeah, it is very cool, especially because, I would expect this with SDA, kind of no problem. The switches are participating in a fabric, but it's especially cool with just a non-fabric setup with DNA, just each switch being discovered. I mean, it's really unbelievable.
Yeah. All right, so let's do one thing. Let's take 10-minute break. Let me pause the recording. Well, what I have done, that I created the document, and let me show you the document. So first of all, let's check the ISE and DNA integration, because the integration of Stealthwatch and DNA is very easy. It's no need to do anything else like that. Simply give the IP and that's it. The integration with ISE and DNA is little bit tricky and interesting, and we need to understand that. That is also easy, but there are things and settings that we need to do with respect to ISE. So that I want to show you here, and we have documents. Cisco documents are there. I have taken the reference of Cisco document. The original document also I'm going to upload. So meanwhile, if I can show you the original document. So this is the original document, the CX Enterprise Networking. How to configure user external authentication using TACACS. Now we can integrate a Cisco DNA with AAA. We can integrate with ISE Radius, and we have option with TACACS as well. And this is actually interesting, because once we do the integration with TACACS protocol, then we can provide some sort of access credibility as well, means how much access, like it's a privilege level 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 15. So those things are also there that we can do. So that's why this integration is important. But if someone wants to do just the authentication based integration, that is also doing that is also achievable. We can do it, correct? So this document as it is, I will upload with today's recording. You can see the flow, everything is explained here. The whatever steps has been explained here, I'm going to use the same with respect to DNA and ISE. With respect to DNA, 2-3 steps. With respect to ISE, there are more things to do. Okay, and if I go back to this slide, so in the slide, you will see the reference that I have given is with respect to both. With respect to 1.2.8 and with respect to 2.1 as well. You can go enable this thing, go there. Whatever I'm going, this is 2.1.2. So all the slides that you are seeing here, I'm going to cover in the presentation. This is important. I will see that what's the importance of this. So we are going to do the integration. Have a look on this, because this may be important piece of activity that maybe ask in interview, or maybe it is required for deployment type of activity. You may require this knowledge. Great. So let's log into the Let's do the RDP. You know that dcloud sessions are a little bit slow, you know. So bear with me. I'll click and it may take some time, so no problem. We'll go slowly. We'll check all the steps.
Okay.
For this particular lab, I'm using a DNA. Let's see which DNA version is this, but it's not 2.1.2. It's a little bit older, but we can do with the 2.1 as well. It's loading. Let him load. I'll go and I'll open 2 more sessions so you can do the duplicate. You can go and do the duplicate. Great. And then let's log into ISE. One 18133.27 is the ISE that just now we have deployed. And let's go and log into that. Let me log in here, admin, and let's log in. ISE knowledge is also very much required nowadays. If you know ISE, it's really good.
Yeah. You know, it's one of those things that I said I never learned it. And I said for past 10, 12 years, had I learned it, I would have made a fortune. Literally. I got so many calls and so many requests and couldn't take them, you know. You can't know everything, but right now looks like it is heating up once again, probably because of DNA, right?
Yeah.
Or just security, period. Yeah.
I mean, it's something that that is common. So, you know, with security, with LAN network, with wireless network, everywhere it is there. And in terms of management as well, so we can get various type of reports as well from ICE if it is managed properly.
Yeah,
This
dot
one,
one X, the
yeah,
whole, yeah. Seeing what every switch port is doing is huge. It is most common in the campus though, and the reason why I don't encounter it that much is I am more of a data center guy, but the campus is very hot right now. You know,
and
very
Cisco
hot.
is pushing. So all the customers, all the Cisco customers, you will see that they have to use DNA. Otherwise, there is no other scope, and you know they have to use it. There is no other option.
Correct. I see the vision very, very clearly.
Great. So let's see that what version is it. Where I can see the version.
You know, Sam, we are not always correct on our predictions, not always, but this time with DNA, I believe we are 110% correct.
Yes, I agree with you.
This is 2.7 and DNA also I'm using old version. Either it's old or new, there's no much difference in that. DNA
No, no,
mode.
2.7 is the stable version. So that's what my customer is going to use. That's the gold star right now. So you're good. Yeah.
I'm using 1337 for DNA, but it's okay.
Okay.
Either it's 1 or it's 1.3 or 2.1. It's okay. And now, what we need to do here, first of all, we need to connect DNA and the ISE, correct? So let's do this thing. I can go here. Here you have little bit difference because in 2.1 you can go here and then you have menu and then you can go to the settings and all. Here you on top you have the setting. What is system setting? Once we are in the system setting, then we can go to settings. Even if I scroll down here, you can see that you will see one ISE. Either go from here, I can go click here settings. We have this authentication and policy server.
Okay, so hold on, Ratnesh. Is ISE integrated at this point yet or no?
No, we haven't done the integration. Now we are going to do.
Okay. How come we have a reference for ISE on that previous dashboard?
This is ISE,
Uh,
and this is DNA. So two different dashboard we have.
Okay, so in the DNA dashboard, if you can go there, please. On a previous screen, I saw something about ISE.
Okay, I got your point. So what is happening there? If you go to system 360,
Yeah.
then it will tell you that ISE, we manage those integration if you want. It's not configured.
Oh, it's just making a suggestion. Oh, okay.
So from here also you can click.
Okay, they call this like a widget, I think.
Yes, right here. And then you can go and click add. Yeah.
Add. Okay, that's easy. I mean,
That's very easy.
I don't always
nothing to do.
Yeah, I don't always love these widgets, but they put them there for a reason. A customer might like them.
It's easy. And what you need to do, you have to go to settings. Once you are inside settings, you have to search authentication and policy server. Once you reach here, then you can go and click add. Okay.
Okay.
Give that IP. 198.188.133.27 is the say AAA/ISE server. So if you have AAA server, maybe Linux based or any other AAA server, that's done. Give the IP and password and it will work. Now since we have ISE, so here you can see that we have this small button. I can click on and then I can go and give the ISE detail. So username is admin. This is related to ISE. And then the FQDN. Now this FQDN you can go and get from the administration and the deployment. Once it will pop up, once it will come actually. Go click this ISE. Remember there are two protocols, one is Radius and one is Tachicus. We can do the integration with Radius as well, and we can do with integration with Tachicus as well. It's up to us.
Okay, so they treat them independently then, right?
Yes, yeah. So both the options are there.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So both options are there. I will show you both the options in the dashboard. But
yeah,
so by definition, this we should use Tachicus. Yeah.
By definition, ISE is a Radius server. It is also a TACAC server. That's it. I mean, in pure form, if you're going to define the product, it does those two things, period, right?
Yeah. So now here you can see that if you are doing full ISE and DNA integration, you can go and enable PixieGrid if you have the license and all. Suppose if you don't have, leave it, no problem. But if we are going to enable Tachicus, then you have to go and enable this feature. Enable the device admin service. Here you can see it is giving you the information that device administration enable an enterprise control and audit configuration of its network devices. Device admin service requires TACACS license. So you need this license. How you can check this? Let me show you this, but before that, let me check mark here. And I come to this page just to check the FQDN. See, warning, TACACS Plus does not employ the latest encryption and authentication methodology due to protocol restriction. Okay. Now here you can see the FQDN, ice.dcloud.cisco.com. So I will copy that and then we can go back here. I'll go back and forth for a few of the things. The rest of the things are easy only. ice.dcloud.cisco.com. Subscriber name, if you are doing Pixie Grid things, it will ask you. Even in 2.1.x code, it will not ask you subscriber name. It will automatically get the subscriber name. Correct, but I'll give any name. It's not required in the code.
Ratnesh, where are we in the recording in terms of the timestamp? Where did we start ICE? I just want to be able to.
After 1 hour.
Go back to. Okay.
Yeah, after
we
1
started
hour.
right after the break.
Yes.
Cool. Next question is: are all these steps in that document that you just showed?
Yes.
The steps are specific to TACACS only, or do they also talk about the radius, the full integration?
They haven't mentioned about the radius, so I'll show that. You can see here, TACACS, and the same place you have the radius button.
Oh, okay.
So it's like that.
But this document is focusing on TACACS.
Yes, TACACS. Yeah.
Okay. Next question is, and I don't know where you find these documents, but I don't want to know. Don't tell me. But they're beautiful. Do you have a document like this for the radius and .1x and profiling and all that good stuff similar to this?
Related to ICE?
Related to ICE, yes.
Yes, I have.
Okay, I need it, please, sir.
No
whatever you can pull up.
I already have those documents. I can share with you, no problem. Let me pause the record. All right, so let's continue. So everything is there in this document. You can go and check, and the PDF also I'll upload. Okay, so where we are, let's go back here, and SSH key is not required. If you scroll down here, you'll find that you have something called advanced setting. So if you go and click, you can see that we have the radius enabled by default. We can go and check mark TACACS. And that's it. Just check mark it and done. Now I'm going to click save this. It will take maybe 1 to 2 minutes, and then you will find the status active. We can wait. Meanwhile, I will go to the ICE, and inside ICE we have enabled this device admin. Save this is required. Once you save this, then you can go and check the license. Next thing, we should go and check the license. Once we are inside the license, you can see that license, although we are using evolution, but you should have this device admin. This is required for TACACS DNA, Cisco DNA and ISE integration, this device admin. Rest of the things are okay. You need to check this. So we have the device admin. I think it should start with plus, advanced and plus. Minimum is plus requirement, and this device admin. Okay, so that is one of the check. Now let's go back to the DNA. You can see in progress. No problem, you don't need to do anything, but if you refresh after 1 or 2 minutes, you will see that it will show you active. So this is one thing that we have to do. enable this integration. Now, next thing, because we are going to use the Takakis integration with the DNA, so you need to go to the administration and the network devices, and you have to add the DNA here. So I'll go and add DNAC. If you have a cluster, means if you have 3 or 4 IP, you can go and add the subnet. Otherwise, in our case, we have only one IP, 129.100, so I'll add /32. Model name software, we can leave it. Then I say if you have TACIC radius, you can go enable this. If you are using both, you can check mark both. I'm using Takakis, so I will go and enable this. Shared key, I'll give Cisco 12345. The share key I have to give, I'll show you where we have to put this. Okay, so click submit. I think the rest of the things are easy and explanatory. It's nothing more, is like ICE related stuff we are doing. So we have added the DNA in ICE and ICE in DNA, like vice versa, correct? Now, what you need to do, because we are doing the Takakis integration, so you need to follow some more steps. What are those steps? You can clearly go to the work center. Means there are other places also you can go, but you can go to work center and you can go to identity. I want to create some users. Now, ideally, we can integrate our AD, the user, with DNA. In this lab, I don't have, user user AD or the AD group. AD group integration is not there with the ICE in this lab. But if you have the AD integration with the DNA on those users that is integrated with Active Directory, I can go and write the rules like authentication rule will be by default, but authorization rule for the users, correct? But let's see that we can go and create some users here. Say user 1, internal user. You can give any password. Okay. And then the problem here is that I haven't created the user group. So I think I need to go create the user group first. Or maybe I can submit this and then I'll come back and edit this. Password do not match, no problem. Let me first of all create the user group. I'll create two groups, one admin group and one observer group. I'll show you why I want to create those groups. So let me go and create two groups just for our testing purpose. So this is DNAC admin, okay, submit, and one more DNAC say user. So two group I created, DNAC admin, DNAC user, and then we'll go back to the identities and we'll go and create the say admin one. Let me put the password. Okay. And here I can go and give the DNAC admin because we want to create a rule, so that's why we are doing this. Click save, and then I'll create one more. So for example, the user one. Let me put the password. Okay, and then you can go here and DNAC user and submit. So now you can see that user is a part of user group and the admin is part of admin group. That's it. Now same place we are here, and then you can go to the device admin policy set. But before that, we should create some sort of profile and other stuffs, correct? So let me go and create some profile here before coming here. So let me check that I can go. You can go to Work Center, and once you are in the Work Center, you can see the policy elements. You can go to the results, and you can see the Takekis command set. By default, it will be deny. So I'll give allow DNAC users all. Now, if you go and check mark here, so this means permit all. But again, you can go and add the commands and do it. It's up to you. That's how you are adding the commands. So I created one rule here: allow DNAC users all everything, all the commands related to Takekis. If I go and give this particular condition, then we'll go and create the Takekis profile. Let's go and create it. And here I want to create two profiles. One profile I want to create. Let me show you this. I have one note here that is useful here. You can give any name, but I'm using like this. This is just the naming I'm using. So one profile I'm creating for admin, and one I'll create for observer. So the name I'm giving like this: super admin role. Seems it is not taking spaces or something like, so you can go and give underscore. Okay, super admin role. Shell, the privilege is default. I'll go and give label 15 here. And now this is the interesting piece. So here you have to go and define the attribute. Now how you are getting the attributes, I'll leave this page. You can go here. You can go to the setting. You have to reach to user. Once you are inside the users, you can see that you have external authentication, this particular page. So now you can see that you have to define like Cisco AV pair, and then you have to define the role. The Cisco AV pair and those things I have already put inside the PPT. But from here also I can copy. So you have to go and add the custom attribute. This is mandatory. The name is Cisco AV pair, and then the value. For value, these are the values: super admin, network admin, observer role, telemetry client. So you can go here, and now if you are doing Takekis, no need to do all these things. It's easy. But we are giving the authentication after that authorization Takekis privilege as well. So that's why we are doing like this. So you have to click here, check mark here, click submit. I'll go and create one more. Say observer role with underscore. So I'll go here and give underscore like this, and let's scroll down. Mandatory. Here you have to give Cisco AV pair. Let's go here and Cisco AV pair. Put here. Then complete this line. So now we have created two, observer role and super admin role. Now we can go and create the policy. So first of all, we have the authentication and authorization, correct? So you can expand this. You can see the authentication policy. What it is telling, all user ID store, that's okay. So it will go and hit the default policy. If authentication fail, reject. Reject if it is user not found, drop. Otherwise it will authenticate and then it will go to the authorization. So we can use this default policy. There's no problem. Then we can go and create the authorization policy. In authorization policy, only default rule, that is deny all command, but we can go and add our authorization rule 1 related to admin. And then we can go and add the condition. So what's the condition? Let's see. You can click here, this plus sign, click to continue. And then even you can go and click here to the attributes. You can select the identity group. Let me scroll down. Somewhere you'll find identity. Otherwise, in the right hand side, you can click and then you can get it. Here you can see identity group. Identity group name equals what was that? So this we are creating for admin, correct? So we'll go and select the admin, DNAC admin. Save this. Why not? I can use it. Even we can save this as a library or you can use it. It's okay. So now you can see that identity group equals to user identity group, but the command set. So we have the command set we have created, allow all DNAC users, all the commands, and the shell profile we have created for admin, that was a super admin role. So this is done. We can save this. Oops, I need to add one more. So I can go and add one more. This time authorization rule for user. Same way, this time we'll go and add the identity group as a user. So identity group name, and we know that we have the DNAC user. I use this, and then we'll go and add the command set, allow all the DNAC, and then the shell profile will be observer. Save it. Okay, it is saving. I'll wait. So now our policy is there. What users we have created? We have created two users here. One user is there for observer rule, correct? So if you go to the identity, let me go to identities. You can see here that we have admin 1 and user 1. Now before doing this thing, let's go back to the DNA center, because in DNA center what you need to do, that you have to come to this particular page. So you have to go to the settings and you have to come to the user page. Once you are in the user page, you can see the role based access, super admin, network admin, observer, telemetry, etc. Then you can see the external authentication. If you are in the external authentication page, it is asking what is the shared secret. You know, this shared secret is the same key that you are giving inside the ISE when you are adding the DNAC, correct? This should match. Okay, I have given Cisco 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 everywhere. And then you can check the advanced setting. We want the TACACS because we are doing like that. Update this. You can go up. You have to check this enable external user. This is also done, and that's done. Our job is done. So integration is done, and now we can go and test it. Before going testing this, do you have any question?
Yeah. How do you remember all this stuff?
Okay. I created slides, PPT and slides, so that's the only way I recall it. Otherwise, it is difficult, And currently, I'm working on the same project, so that's the other reason. Maybe I'll forget this after taking this class.
Yeah. That would be great.
Maybe after 1 month, 2 months, I'll forget this. If I keep taking the classes, I will never forget,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because once you teach, then Anyways, all these steps are there in the document with nice
Okay.
presentation and all. So if you go
Excellent.
here, you can check the PDF, the main one. Everything that whatever we have done so far, everything is here. The name will be different. They have used some other name and all. But
Is this clean enough that I can upload for my customer?
yeah, you can upload. So this you can convert to PPT, and then you can share same document also. You can share with them. There's no problem. Let me show you the name of the document. This is Cisco share document. It's a new one. It's not that old.
Oh, great.
2019. Yeah.
Yeah,
CX
very.
Enterprise document.
So this is the TACAX. This is the DNAC ISE integration period, right?
External.
For TACAX.
Yeah, external
Okay, for
authentication.
TACAX.
Yeah. With
Okay.
Radius, there is
Do
no
they
need to do anything. Radius is by default easy.
Radius is by default. Okay.
It's
Cool.
very easy. No need to do all this profiling and ruling. Yeah.
Excellent. Gotcha.
All right. So let's go here, and we have done everything. Now let's go and verify it. So let me open other browser, and I'll show you some mechanisms. So suppose if this will not work, and since we have enabled the Radius, since we have enabled the Tachicus, then there are chances that we'll lock ourselves. So what's the fail-safe mechanism? Let's see. Accept the risk and continue.
Ratnesh, which default browser do you use? Do you use Firefox or Chrome on your PC?
No, I'm using Chrome.
Okay.
User 1, but both are good, either Firefox or Chrome. Let me use user 1. That's one of our user. And log in. Wow. Fail. So let's check where it is failing. We can go here. We can go to the operations and Tachicus live logs. Oh, here it is showing that green. Let's check this. And in the document, it will show you that it will show you this thing as well. So I like this document because once you do the configuration, sorry, I'm scrolling a little fast. Once you do the configuration, and if you go a little bit down, so it will tell you that once you have done the configuration, you have enabled everything till there we have done, and then everything is there. If you have custom AB pair also, you can do it. That's the thing. But then you go log in, and then you can check the live logs. See Radius and live logs here, and then you can check the AAA attribute and all the steps authorization attribute. It should show you like this privilege 15 and all, so
Yeah.
it should be like this.
Yeah, that's a beautiful document.
Now the document is good. Some CLI commands as well with we can go and do with our CLI. We have the CLI access as well. Now here, if I see, so it is telling that the authentication is successful, correct? Pass. And
Mm-hmm.
the administration session authorization succeeded. Authorization for observer. So this is the observer. Okay, yes, it is the observer. And I can see that it is passing privilege 4. You can see we have given privilege 4. So it is passing, and internal user, and it is passing the privilege. So response is correct. Now it should log in then, correct? Maybe due to VM and all, maybe it will not work, but as per the log and the configuration, everything is correct. Let me try with admin. Give me,
Yep. And no worries. We don't have to see it work. It's
yeah.
a lab.
So I'll show you one fail-safe mechanism as well. Just hold on. Let's do a little bit of troubleshooting. We are good, but these are the steps that we are using to do the integration. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Succeed. Yay! So,
Yay.
so since I think we have the admin one is the ad, and now if you go back here and if you go here, if you scroll down, the admin one should come here as an external user. Let me refresh the page. Uh, it's not coming, but it should show you here admin one as an external user, because now maybe it will take some more few seconds, but it should come here.
Yeah.
So all the external user list will come here that you can see, and you can see
Okay.
that it is stable, it is working. Now before going anywhere, just hold on for 2 more seconds. Let's check the live logs. So now you can see that we have this authorization. You can see the authorization rule as well. We can go here and the authorization is succeeded, and you can see this AV pair. This is the attribute. It's working perfectly fine. So it is working exactly that we are expecting. And you can see here that now it is logged in with admin1. But how we can see this inside the DNA? The DNA should show you here as an external user. At the moment it is not popping here, but let me try one thing. 1 second. Internal user will be like this only. Role-based access, see details. So I can see admin1, see user with this role admin1. This admin1 is coming from outside, and then the permission you can say this. So 2 users it is seeing now. The DNA is showing 2 users. One is admin, one is admin1 that is coming from as external user, because if you go and see here the internal user, you have only one internal user admin. External authentication, let's see if it learned that. Anyways, but it is showing the list here in the bottom, long list of external users. It will show you here. The last thing, and then we are good to stop. So last thing is that suppose if due to any reason you are locked and you are not because of ISE integration, something happened and you are not able to log in. It happens. So then you can use this command, fallback enable. If you run this command, then it will, first of all, it will check the AAA, means ISE, And then if it is not able to do the authentication, then it will use the local credentials like local username and password. This is the command that we can go and run, from here. So we have the DNA. I checked this today. Let me go here, and so this is the maglev CLI, and you can run this command. Oops.
Wait, so how would you get into the CLI? How would you get into the CLI if
Yeah,
you
CLI
are if
access
you have
we
a
have. We have CLI access.
okay. So you would have already been in the CLI, or you're just logging in locally to the. I mean, typically CLI it's still TACACS, right?
Oh, this is maglev CLI. This is maglev, like it's a root.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, interesting.
So this command is not working in the older. This is little bit old. This is for the new version. So if we are in 2.12 or 2.1, maybe 2.14 or 6, whatever new version is there, in that it will work. This command, fallback enable, is not there in the older version. Okay, great. So that was the integration, and you can see how.
So
Yep.
couple questions here. Good for the recording.
Okay.
So what did we just do? We integrated ISE with DNA. Okay.
External
we
integration.
did it.
Yeah, external.
External integration.
Yeah.
Okay, as opposed to what other kind of integration?
So one integration
What
is
did we?
pixie grid integration. That's like you are using ICE as a policy server here. In this integration,
Understood.
we can manage the users. So if I go here and create the device credentials, it should automatically populate inside the ICE and the administration. So let me go here, and if I have the network devices, so whatever things that I will discover inside DNA, I haven't discovered anything at the moment. Let's discover something. So if you go here, and if you discover anything, I can go and discover one of the switch at list. So let's do this discovery. Add the discovery. Give the IP range. This is the switch discovery. Again, I need to add the username, password, and all those things. So 198.128.23. What's the switch IP? Let me see this. This will never work, I know. Okay, ISR, it should work. Let's check the ISR IP. What is this IP? 198.181.33145. So let's give 198.181.331. 133.145. Okay, and then we should give the credentials. I don't have here. I need to add it. Meanwhile, if you have any other question, you can ask. Yeah, so one very important thing here, that while we are doing the integration, we should have the admin access to the ISE, and the ISE should have the same access for the CLI and the GUI. So there are some prerequisites we should follow. If we are doing the integration in production, then if we involve Cisco TAC in that is well and good.
Right.
It only and okay, so we have added the credentials here as a global. I think yes, should be there. Let me scroll down. Let me close, and so read only is there. I don't know, read write. It's not going in the bottom. Yeah, read write is there. Now we can discover it. Start. We are discovering one of the routers. We need to assign the site. We need to create the network setting and hierarchy as well. But the point here is that the devices that we'll go and add here, it should reflect in ISE. So ISE can do the monitoring of all those devices, their access monitoring. Okay, so I can go here and we can go and check the provisioning. First of all, I need to create the site. Any ABC site I will go and create. Slow. This lab is there for next 4 days. If you want, I will share the credential. You can check later on as well.
Okay.
So let's add the building.
If I run out of power here, I don't have my power supply. Very, very good class, and thank you. Don't forget to check for that ISE document for me as well.
Yeah, sure. I'll check.
Thank you.
No problem. Provisioning and unassigned devices. Device got discovered. I'll go and assign this to the site. Save this. Click assign. And what we need here is that we should have the network setting and the credential for that. So in that credential, the same place we are adding the servers. So you can see that we have the credential, and if you go and add here, you can see the information related to ISE, and you can see the information related to Stealthwatch that we'll go and add later on. Same place you will get those information here. In the newer version like 2.1, it's like little bit organized. Here also it is good only. It's AAA, okay. And then if you have AAA for network and client, you can select ISE, select this for ISE, and protocol is suppose TACACS, PSN, like that. You can see network and client it is asking. So how ISE is tracking, that means how DNA is tracking the ISE, you can see here, and this protocol is only radius is disabled for the client and endpoint, because endpoint they are not supporting TACACS. Save this, and this information we will replicate to the site level as well. So site level also knows that what is the TACACS information, whatever devices we have over the site. So now if we go here and if we inherit this, save this. So that means this site should know. If you do not know, then we'll go and add to the site level as well.
Right.
Okay, and let's scroll up. You can see all the informations are there. Just click save.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost done.
Mm-hmm.
I have saved twice, but it's not required. Okay, so now if I go here, and because we have done the integration, so those device information should replicate here as well. That's the idea. See, I haven't added the device here in the ISE. it has been replicated from DNA to ISE, correct? All devices, their credential, manage, hierarchy, everything will be managed. So once we have done the discovery in a in a DNAC, then those things we do not need to worry to manage here, manually. And that's it. That's the power we have, even with the external authentication as well.
So if someone, we would still obviously put users and groups in ISE, right?
Yes.
That's the first place we put the users. Here in DNA, all we're doing is associating devices to use ISE for authentication, right? That's it. That's all they're doing. Okay. If a user gets disconnected or some violation, is that going to show up in DNA?
Yes, because we have added the endpoints as well. But I will answer to this question later on. Your question is a little bit different from this topic.
Okay, no problem.
The user, in that case, the user should connect it via the .1x. And those entries will go to ISE. Anyways, ISE will understand those things.
Yes, I know that's ISE's job. I was just wondering how much of that DNA, and the other thing too is if you're not using Pixie Grid, that might be limited. This is a gray area. What you get without Pixie Grid and what you do get with Pixie Grid. Even my customers kind of struggling with understanding that too. But
what Pixie Grid is giving, I can give you one line answer. Pixie Grid, if we use Pixie Grid, then we can automate the policies. Here, what we are automating with external authentication, either Radius or Tacacus-based authentication. That's ISE work. But suppose if you want to replicate the policy groups and those things, with Pixie Grid, we can do it. So you don't need to create the policy to ISE and DNA. You can create only one place, that's the DNA, with help of Pixie Grid.
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Very interesting. Okay.
Hi, Sam. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, hi, Ratnesh. Thanks for setting up the meeting. LTI has given me a new project.
Oh, wow.
That I'm about to start.
Oh, great.
It's about this client. They have a VeloCloud.
Oh, okay.
They have VeloCloud and HP switches, the Cisco routers and switches. But the client the IT client, I think they left the project, and now we have to navigate and design all the visual diagrams. They have some diagram, but they are not complete, and they are like chicken scratches, And also the VeloCloud, we now the lead engineer, he's good with VeloCloud. So I've started going through your VeloCloud videos.
Yeah, you will get help from that. At least the basics you will understand easily.
Yes.
And you have knowledge of Viptela, so you will do it easily.
Okay. And the VeloCloud, do they have programming for that too?
No, I haven't created the script for VeloCloud because I haven't got any requirements, So that's.
Okay. Okay.
But for VeloCloud also, I think same way we can program, So let me check that, I will check that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's the good thing about programming. If you've done programming for one product, that will be same for others as well.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, once you get the API string, you got the correct distance, you put it in, you can tweak it around. Okay. But see if you can come up with it.
Yeah, surely. Why not?
Yeah, because it will surely come handy as you have the VeloCloud training in the Udemy, you know.
Yeah, because no one has asked me, so mostly I was
Yeah,
focusing on Cisco only, so that's the reason.
yeah, I understand.
Because any of the product is a big product. Yeah, DNA itself is a big, then SD-WAN. Slowly I'm moving to other products as well.
Oh, okay.
But in my company, mostly we have to work on the DNA at the moment. DNA is very big project for us.
Yeah, because many of the interviews I check all were DNA, SD-WAN, ACI. Those are the trade things that they keep looking for and programming.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Yeah. This is a new lab. I'm just doing the discovery. So it will be ready for us to do the other stuffs.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Hi,
Hey
Kevin.
guys.
Thanks for joining.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you, Sam?
I'm doing very good. How are you too?
Good.
Good.
So it discovered 2 devices, but let's see if it can discover one more. Yeah, Kevin, thanks for joining. We have a lot of tasks today. We'll do that. Meanwhile, this is Fresh Lab. I just have done the discovery, and now I'll go and add one site, and there we'll go and put these devices. So it will take 2-3 minutes. Let me complete that, and then we'll start our class.
Okay.
Add the area. Today I has done some recording. I just wanted to do this as per my recording video. 1 second, just give me a moment. What name I have? I'm just looking for the name that I have given. T0 dashboard discovery. Not here. Should be here. San Jose, and then Bill, floor router and floor switch. That's the name I have given. Okay, just a second. Let me go back to the same. And then add the area. So I think area we have added. Now we can go and add the building. And inside that we can go and add the floor. Whatever is coming here. And then what's the name of the SAN floor router and switch? Okay, so I want to create 2 floors here inside this. So let's go here to the building. Let me expand. So this is the building name. And then add the floor. And if we have the floor map, we can go and upload. Now Cisco has given some other options as well, like we can upload from Ekahau as well, something like which is doing the floor mapping and all. So those stuff also Cisco has added. Snap floor router, add it. So if we do not add, it will put some default image there. You can see like this, and Still some data is loading. Still it is loading actually. It will show you clear picture here. See, import ICA project, import bulk AP, sync DNA space CMX, export maps. Like, see how many options we have. Then again we can go and not here. I should go and add the one more floor here. So add floor. I can go here and add SAN floor switch. Since we have done the discovery, so these things we can go and do the provisioning, correct? So now if we go back to the here menu and provisioning, we have to go and change the focus. So we are at the moment inventory. You can see the unassigned devices. It will show you that it's 3. And then what we need to do that we can, oops, let me close this because this DCloud is a little bit slow. I can go here, take the action, and then provisioning assign device to site. Choose the site. This I want to add inside the router. Sign. Now it will remove from here, and these 2 devices I want to add to the floor name switch. Assign device to site. Apply to all, select that. Switch, save it. Alright, so we are very much done, and at this point of time, if you go here, you can go to the building, and if you go to the individual floors, then you can see the routers and switches assigned there. Now one nice option I always find here that if you go to the tools, and then if you go to the topology, DNA will figure out the topology for us. 2 options are there. Geographically we can see, and then it's still loading. Still it is loading, but here if we can go here, topology option, you can see from this router 2 links are going to these 2 switches. Switches are back to back connected, and then they are going to internet. Okay. All right. Okay, so we are going to start the session. I will go and start the recording. Before I start the session, you have any question you can ask? Shall I start?
Yeah,
I'm
let's do it.
the recording. Stop your recording. So recording is, I don't know when I started the recording. Okay. This is day number maybe 6 or 7, maybe 7. And what are the things we are going to cover today? Let me quickly show you this. So first of all, one thing that we haven't covered, that was the Stealthwatch. So I want to add this today. Today I will cover the Stealthwatch integration as well. Before doing that, let's check. So we have completed day number 1. If I complete a Stealthwatch, day number 2 will get completed. Then we have completed day number 3. We are going to learn about the template. I will show you template related things today. Then inside day number 4, site design, device discovery, API introduction, lab access. These things we know. First time site design, just that I was doing that was the first time site design. Then create the network profile and set the global parameters. This I can show you today. Assign the devices to the site, monitor via DNAC, check the API command runner. So what I have done today, I listed down all the programs that we are going to cover today. So today I'm going to show you the program related to new path trace. Last time we have checked one path trace, but there are some modification in that path trace command. So that I'll show you. We have one lifecycle, DNA lifecycle application program, unreachable different type of devices program, command runner, and the template push program. These are the programs, these are the API that we are going to discuss today. So that will include our day number 3, everything inside day number 4, day number 5, and only one topic inside day number 6. That's this guy here. API use case. Understand DNAC template runner API. Push the template. So push the configuration from the script. First of all, we'll do the configuration from the GUI, and then I'll show you that how we can do from the script as well. Okay, so that's the agenda for today's session. Let's do this slowly, and I will go and start this. Once we reach to the 50% of the topic today, then I'll go and add the Stealthwatch in this. Okay.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
All right, so let's start one by one. Let's see the small thing first, and then we'll go and add more. So DNAC first time site design, how we can do it? You can go here and you should go to the design section. So once you go to the design section, you can see that you have the network hierarchy, and you can do like this. Okay, it's very easy. There's no much problem on this. You can do the site design. Now, that's okay. Let's check. Once we have the site design, then what are the things we can do? Now, suppose you have discovered the devices and you have assigned those devices to the site. The next thing is that you want to push some configuration. So configuration push you want to do. Now, there may be chance that you have different type of devices. You may have a router, you may have switch, you may have WLC, you may have network function virtualized devices, you may have others, correct? Others means the security devices. For everything we have option that we can go and create the network profile, you know. And one very interesting thing I want to tell you. Now you can go and create the network profile and you can play around with that network profile. I'll show you how we can do it. Even earlier also we have seen that, but today also I'll cover it. The interesting thing here is that suppose if you want to push the configuration via the API, via the program, then no need to do these things. I'll show you that, and that's the way that we are pushing the configuration to the devices. We are generating the configuration with help of program, with help of Python script, and then we are pushing to whatever device we want to push. So in that case, we are not setting any network profile and all. DNA is not throwing any error in that case. Okay, so let's check the GUI way, and then we'll check the CLI way as well, the template way or the API way as well. So create a profile. I want to create a profile, but before creating the profile, I just wanted to create one basic template. So let me go to the tools and the template editor. I need some commands as well. So let me copy. I have one template. I can go and copy that template from somewhere. Let me quickly go here and see. I should have the template. Let me check that. Where is that template? So it will save the time. Looking for the template. It's here. I can open this recording. I have some default templates as well. I created just for our classes. So let me go there and let me check that.
Can you just give a quick overview? What are some of the things? What are some of the templates you have?
Yeah, basic. I think I have. Okay, so see some small configuration. I'll go and add. So let me quickly go and add some. some of the stuff here. So loop back 22 and 11 and 22, and I'll change the IP. Okay, so these two templates I want to create. Let's go back here and let's go here. What you need to do here, you need to create a day in template. So first of all, we need to create the project. You can go and create the, say, day in template. We can give any good name. This, it's become Dan, but it's okay. Then you can go here and add the template. So once you are adding the template, you have to check that what are the things you want to add here, means which type of devices and what is the iOS image, etc. So for that you have to come here to the device type. You go there, select, for example, this I'm preparing for hub and switches. Go back and then go and add the software image. For that you need to scroll a little bit down. Hard to scroll.
I see, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I see under a template language at the top there, velocity, is that the default?
Yeah, so two languages are there, Velocity and Jinja. We are using VTL, Velocity. Yep. And that's a open source programming
any
language.
preference or, oh, okay, open source?
Yeah, it's open source Apache programming language, and good amount of documents are there. If you do,
I know Jinja 2 is what I hear about the most, especially with Ansible. So yeah.
That's right. So here what we can do, that we can make these variables, and the IP address also I can make as a variable.
What's the problem?
Yeah, that's it. So once we do this, we should go and save this. First of all, save and commit. Click commit. Okay, great. Now we can go back and then we can go and go to the design, and you have to create the network profile. Add the profile. This time we want for switching, say loop back. Profile name type is switching, and then you can see day 0 and day n. Since this is day n, so we can go and add. From here also we can select the devices. Hub and switch, we don't have tag. We can go and search our template, the basic, save it. Now once we have the profile, we should assign this profile to the site as well. So we know that we have the building, and that building floor is switch, where we want to apply this. That's done. Now once you do that, then while doing the provisioning, what you need to do, that you have to go to the provisioning, go to the inventory first, and you need to change the focus here. Change focus from inventory to provisioning. It's loading. Select these two devices. Go to the action, provision, and then you can see provision devices. Click there. Yeah, these are the two. These are the sites. Next. Now once you go there, you can see that because these devices, we have created the variables. Okay, and here you have the option, copy running configuration to a startup, provisioning these templates even if they have been deployed before. So we can, generally we are checking those things. So loop back 11, what's the address you want to put? 11 11 11 11. Here I want to put 22, 22, 22, 22. This is the variable for the first device, correct? Then other, I'll go and make 11, 11, 11, 12, and then 22, 22, 22, dot 23, correct? Then we can go and click next. Now you can check the details here. That's okay. Want to deploy it now, apply it. Now once we are applying this, and you will see that it will come here, we can go and check the details about that, and it will show you, detail in greater, bigger output, bigger detailness. You can see each and every step set, what is happening behind the scene. You can see the workflow. So you can see that this stream and all those things that you're checking behind the scene, and then it is doing it. Now we want to check this configuration have been pushed to the devices or not, correct?
Where did you see the workflow? Can you go back?
Yeah, see details. The section, see details.
Yep.
And you can go here and you can check. Now you can see this is the older one. It has done at 6.9. Now just now we have pushed the configuration. This is the newer one and it's still going on. See the pending. But if you go and click here, it will show you all the details. Okay. Initialization happen and running. These are start. Still it is going on behind the scene. These are steps are still in progress. Once it will be done, you will see it will show you like 1 minute, 2 minutes like that. It's like 13 minutes away. Some initial configuration, some discovery and site assignment we have done. The configuration process is still in progress. All right, if you want to check your task, then you can go to the menu. You can check the activity. Once you are in the activity, obviously you can check the audit log. I logged in as a admin, so I can go and check the admin, what admin has done. And it again here also you will see this in full detail, full description. You have big amount of good amount of output is there that you can see here. Still it is going on. See these things happen behind the scene, but this like audit log. But if you want to check your task progress, then you can go to the task and it is telling failed. So task is failed. You know why? Let's see. We can go and check the details. Let's see where it got failed in the workflow. So here it is telling that while deploying this, it got failed. And if you go and click here, view details, we can go check the switch. Okay, so instead of interface name, I have given the IP, twice. And that's the reason it got failed. So while creating the, while creating the template itself, we should do these measures, we should name it properly. Otherwise, what will happen that it will go and it will throw the error. Means what happened here that I created the variable like this, interface loopback 11, and then the IP address like this. I should not create like this, correct? So here I can go and give like this, say interface 11. Interface name better. And here I should give like this, say IP address if I am giving 11. Oops. Interface and then the variable interface name, maybe 22. And here also I can go and give the IP address 22, something like that. Then again you have to repeat this, save this. and then you can go and commit this. Great. Same workflow we are going to repeat. So we can go back and we can go to the provisioning inventory, change the focus to provisioning, select these two devices, and see here it is showing out of sync. So what is happening that once you are pushing the configuration, it is breaking the configuration. But suppose if you have to push 10 configurations via a template, and first 5 configurations are okay, but from 6th you have the problem, so it will go and push the 5 configuration, and from 6th onwards it will generate the error. So it's like that. But this time we'll go and put the variables properly, sign the site, and then go put the variable. Okay, so interface name, what's the interface name? Loop back 11, correct? And then IP. Then other interface name, so loop back 22, and then the IP. Then I can go here, interface name loop back 11, 12 I'll give, and then loop back 22, 22, 22, 22, 23. Now this looks to me okay. I go and deploy. Apply now. So meanwhile this apply is in progress, I'll take advantage and I'll go back and I'll show you one nice API that is related to command runner. So let me go and open that. Today we have to learn about the APIs as well, because APIs are really good, and the scripts that I have built for this class that you can use in your production as well as it is. There's no problem on that. It's tested. So I have an API called command runner. Command runner itself is one of the API inside the DNA, and that we can put and format inside our Python programming. So let me see that where is the command runner API I have, something like DNAC command or something. Let me increase the font first of all. I could see this. Yeah. Okay. Great. So command runner, where are you? Wow. Path trace is there. Assurance, CA, device, report, DNAC, config. We are going to use this also. Range, and I think everything is there, command runner except command runner. No problem. Let me check my, yeah, here I can see. And let me copy this, because these codes I want to share with today's recording. That's the folder name is basic02. That the folder I will upload. Okay. And let me open this command runner like this. Selling other form of command runner is running already. I don't have problem. I can see that there is one more command runner in the folder. Basic2. Yeah, it's there. Okay, no problem. So you can see that we have command line program. What it will do, that it will run the CLI command. Whatever things that we are doing from the CLI, we can do from here as well. There is no big thing in this. The only advantage with this command line program is this, that if you want to execute n number of commands to devices, then because since this is a program, you can give your input as a loop condition somewhere in the for loop or while loop, and then this will work. Correct. So that's the key we have with the command line. We can go and give the command in a sequence, and then it is true for that those devices. How it is working in this particular program, we have to give the device name and we have to give the command. So what does it mean? First of all, let me go and check that what devices I have. Oops. Let me check that the devices that I have in the CSV format, I have taken the backup. I don't have that. So let me go and run the device backup first with respect to our lab. So where is my environment.py? Here it is. So I want to run my lab with respect to don't expose my CCO IDs. Okay. So let me go here, and it's very hard while taking the training to hide your credentials or something. It is getting exposed. All right. So we are here, and what I have done, see, this is the dcloud lab variable I have set. That's it. Now, first of all, I'll go and run the device report. Why? Because I just wanted to know my devices and their, their IPs and device name, etc. So I generally not doing this backup, but I generally go and run the device report just to take the device name, the device road.csv. It's going on. Let's wait for it. Strange. No problem. I'll check this later on. I just wanted to get the device name. Even the backup will also give me that. So let's see. It's quite strange that when I'm running these programs, I'm not getting the output. It's showing some sort of parameter mismatch or something is mismatching. utils.py something. Anyways, I'll figure out this. So the idea here is to run this python.exe program with command runner. Now here we have to give the argument that what's the switch name, what's the command. So I want to take the switch name in double quote, and then the switch name is, let's go back and check the network devices. We have this cat 3850 dcloud something. We'll go and copy this name from here. It's loading. This is the name. Let me copy this. Copy and give this switch name. You may thinking that why to run one command we are doing this much hard work. This is okay just for one switch, but if you have hundreds of switch, then it's very difficult to do it via one by one. Now it is telling that it has some problem running the API. I don't know if the API is enabled in this particular DNA or not, because this is brand new DNA and we enable the API or not, I don't know. So that I need to check. Let's check that and let's check everything. So if I go here to the command runner, and let's see that it is taking the URL, password, username from the same program. That's correct. Then everything is there. So it should run. Seems the API is not enabled. So how you can check it? You can go here. You can go to the platform, go to the manage. It's loading. See, I can see that DNA REST API is active, but still it is not working. This is quite a strange. So I can go to developer toolkit. You can go to the network. Let's check that from here it is working or not. Anything, any API just for testing purpose. Get site health. Try it. Run this. It's loading. Still loading. Still loading. Seems that API has some issue in this particular DNA, but good thing is that I have other platform as well. I can show you that, so no problem. Oh, it is working. So it took some time, but API, you can see API test is working. That means that it should work from here as well with our Python. So I can go and check 198.128.129.100. It's reachable. So application is starting, but it is telling that there is some problem. If I have done some changes here that I don't know, let me check any other thing that I have. Time to time joining changes in my programs. So get the site id.py. This is one of the program. Later on we are going to discuss about this. It's taking too much time today. Just wait for a second. This DNA is not responding as I'm looking for, but no problem, we'll fix it. So let's continue our work. I'll come back to this API integration in maybe 15-20 minutes. So what we have done, that we have done the discovery, we have created the site design, we have created the network profile, we have created the template, and those template we have pushed to the device, correct? Now we want to check that this is successful or not. So for that, let's first of all go and check the log messages. So third time, let's see when we have pushed the configuration, and I'll show in the CLI as well. Seems it is okay, and what you can do that you can go and click to the individual device. So go to this device, just click to that device. Then it will give you option. First of all, you can go and check the configuration. And here you have the search button. You can search it. Loopback. You can see clearly, we can see the loopback is created, correct? Loopback 11 and loopback 22. That means the configuration push is successful. The other thing you have that you can click to run commands and your new prompt will open. And from here also you can go and check show IP interface brief or whatever loopback we want to selectively check. So you can see in the bottom we have the loopbacks, means the configuration push is successful. Okay. Up to this point, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. So what we have done, that we have done this step, assign device to site and monitor via DNAC. What does it mean by monitoring? Monitoring means that you can go to that device 360 view. So you can see the view 360 and you can monitor from here. It will redirect you towards the assurance. So telemetry is enabled by default. You can go and monitor this device health, CPU, memory, you can see issue, path trace, device info, everything you can monitor from here. The moment it is showing 10, 10, 9, that means it's healthy. Correct? Then introduction of DNA API and command runner. Command runner is there. You can go and check from here. So you can go to this location, you can go to the platform, you can go and check the developer toolkit, and from here you can check that. But point here that I have given in the notes is that, see, these are the APIs for command runner, network device and CLI legit that we are using in our API integration as well. But the point here that I have given is that you can go selectively to the device. So you can go and click to the device. From that device, you can go and open the command runner. So behind the scene, whenever we are giving any instruction here, the API is running behind the scene and then it is giving the result. Okay. So now this is like a API integrated command runner here we have. Next topic I have given role-based access. We should know this, and this thing we have discussed in the ISE integration as well. We have 4 different type of roles. What are those roles? So those roles are like super admin, network, telemetry, and I think basic or something. So you can check from here. You can go to the system settings and then you can go and check the role-based access. You can see whatever we have. Super admin, network, observer, telemetry also we can create. If you want to define your own role, custom made role, then you can go and create from here. Say custom for support, you can give any name, and then if you go and click next, you'll see that it will ask you that you want to give the assurance, read access, write access, whatever. If you go and expand this, then assurance monitoring, assurance setting, troubleshooting, network analytic, what level of access you are giving, all those informations you will get from here, and then you can create it. The summary page, and then you can see inside the user and roles that one new role has been created. Now it is telling that you can add the user. So now if I go back here, role-based access control, you can see that we have the custom support, and where we don't have any user added, that we can go and add here. So I can go to the user management and I can add, say, NOC1, NOC2. NOC is the username and its role is obviously the custom support that we have created, and you can go and give the password, say Cisco 1234, Cisco @1234, save it. Same place you can go, and same place you have in the bottom sign out option. You can sign out. But this thing we should do with the ISE integration, but in maybe in day 0 or day 1, if you don't have ISE integration, so DNA has support, like you can create custom made users and you can work like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just wanted to show you that how the dashboard look like. So now we have given mostly the read permission. The user is NOC. So now he can read those things. So if I go to the configuration and template, do I have permission to edit this? See the action, nothing is there. Even I can't do anything because it has only the read permission. It can read many things, but it can't do anything because we have given less permission to him. See on top, we don't have this plus button to create the sites, correct? So this is like, internal user we can create and assign the roles. Any question on this? Let's go back to the admin.
Is this the 360 view?
What I have done, I created one user with very less options, like he can only read those informations. The username was NOC, and then I logged in with that user. I logged in with the NOC user, and if someone will log in with the NOC user, then he can't do any write. So he don't have write permission. So let's see, welcome NOC.
Okay.
And then if you go here, so for example, if you go to the design and the network hierarchy, even we don't have plus icon to click and do anything.
Gotcha.
Because he has only the read permissions.
Restricted. Gotcha.
All right, so let's go and log in via the admin. And I suppose that Cisco has very good business now with DNA. So they are pushing all the customer to use DNA.
Yeah, I think so. And you know what? Because it's such.
So here you can see that point number 6 also we have done. We have created one basic template, loopback template, and then we have attached with the device, and then we have checked with the command runner as well. Check the compliance setting via DNAC. Oh wow, this is interesting. So compliance setting, how we can check. This is really powerful thing. So what you can do that once, let me show you that how you can check this. So once you are inside the network inventory, you can see the compliance is there. So what does it mean? If I go to the compliance where you have, oh no, it's a green. That means it's 100% compliant. But let me show you here. So you can see the running and the startup configuration. They have sync. Rest of the things are not applicable at the moment. But if it is out of sync, you will see the red. It's not out of sync. That's why it is showing good. So this is the way that you can go and check the compliance, and it is showing the detail about the compliance. It's nice that we can go and check the compliance related stuffs. Again, if I go to the router, let's go back to the router. You can see this. This is also compliant. The number of running configuration and startup configs are the same. So the line has been increased from this to this. At this time, these many lines, and this time, these many lines. Here you can see this is the number of lines. Okay. So that's also a cool feature we have in DNA. Like that, you can go and check the compliance. Understand the Python and DNA API integration that I will show you now. API use, get the device list, unreachable devices list, unclaimed device list. So let's quickly check this also. Now earlier I have explained about this, that when we are talking about the APIs, so I told you that we have different files, and those files that we have, so if I have some notes here. So earlier I told you that we have different files, and those files that we have, those are belonging to, you may have the variable file, say conf.py first. Then you have the library, say DNAC _API. Then you have the utils, correct? Utils.py. Then finally, you have your main function, the execution function or execution file or script from where you are running the script. So your work file.py. This is the glue. So from here you can query something inside API. From here you can query something inside the DNAC API. You can query something inside the config.py, and then you will get the result. DNA has inbuilt API, and then inside the Python we can call those APIs. So we have some examples here, examples related to get the device list. So let us first go and get the device list. Okay. So we can go here and let me go and run that program. So far it's not successful. I don't know what's the reason, but I can surely do the troubleshooting now. Python.exe and then the device, not backup, but I need device report. Response it is not getting. It's not getting actually the token. So when it is running, when it is querying the token, it is not getting the token. Maybe the password is wrong or something. Let's see here. That should be related to this particular section. And let me remove rest of things here. You know, so many unnecessary things I can see in my environmental lab. This file. First of all, let me remove that. DNAC IP is correct. Admin username and passwords are also correct. Port is also correct. So let's run this one more time. I'm getting the same DNAC token issue, but no problem. The good thing is that we have multiple sandboxes. So let me go and check with one of the other sandbox that we have sandbox. Oops. So because I have connected with the VPN, so it is not working. Let me quickly disconnect my VPN. Device report. Device report has been generated, and if you go and check the device report.cs, we can see that these are the devices in that sandbox. So that means the program is correct, the token is correct. The only thing at the moment, the present DNA is not responding properly. I will check that, no problem on that. But you can see that it is working properly. Now, next program, again, I'll go and explain about that. Get the list of unreachable devices, unclaimed devices via Python. This is one of the good program, nice program that we have developed earlier, unreachable, unclaimed devices. So often it is happening that from DNA, your managed devices become unreachable and you want those lists. Or maybe when you are doing the plug and play for the access points, then there are devices who are unclaimed status. So if you want the list for those devices, you can get it. Correct. And for that, actually some APIs are there. So what we are doing that we are calling those APIs and we are getting those information. If nothing is unclaimed, if nothing is unreachable, it will show you 0, 0. If it is unclaimed or unreachable, then it will print this API will go and print this. Now, if you go and check the package, so we are using DNA Center SDK. Now, if you want to run this program in your laptop, it will throw an error. You have to do pip install DNA Center SDK. This is the DNA inbuilt software defined toolkit. And if you want, you can just search with this particular keyword, then you will get nice document that which particular API is doing what. Now the API calls here, whatever API calls you will find here. So you can see that DNA Center API is called inside DNA_API. When you are getting the unclaimed info, simply you are calling get device list unclaimed. Okay, so whenever you will see this DNAC API, you will see that you are calling some API, and it's actually easier than what we have done earlier. We have our own library as well, or if you want, you can use the inbuilt Cisco inbuilt SDK as well to query that. Even these things are very much useful in ACI as well. In ACI, generally we are using ACI SDKs. So SDKs are there. Still, Cisco is developing more and more functions, adding more and more functions in that. You can use that. So let's run this program, and this is I don't know what name I have given. Let me see the name of this DNAC un. So DNAC XPY. It's running, and then it is telling no unclaimed device found, no unreachable devices found, but no unassigned devices found. In a single shot, you'll get all these three information: unclaimed, unreachable, unassigned. Correct? All the information you will get from same program. It's very useful program. We are using this a lot just to get the information about unclaimed, unreachable, unassigned. Great. So we have completed this day number 4, and I haven't completed all these things. I will go and complete this. So before taking break, I just wanted to complete one more program. That's a new path trace, and this is amazing. This particular path trace. This is, this will give you all the information that we need to do the troubleshooting, right? So let me show you that how this will work, and then we'll take the break. I have the source and destination here somewhere. Let me check where I have put the, so I have the source and destination. So I can go here and I can run the path trace. Now see, once the program will run, it will input source IPv4 address. I have this address as an input. Input the source port number. If not only it is asking the IP, it is asking the port number as well. At the moment, I don't have any port number, so I'll leave that. Then it is asking the destination. Destination is 114. Then it is asking the destination port. At the moment, I don't have, so I'll press enter. Then the protocol number, at the moment I don't have, so I'll press enter. Now you can see what information it is giving. Interface status, device status. Oops, completed. So fast, you see. ACL traces, QS. These 4 information you will get. Inside ACL, which particular ACL is blocking the traffic, that much information throughout the path, throughout hop A, B, C, D, E, F, it will give you. The QS, if any drop in the QS, either egress or ingress or egress, you'll get those information as well. So it's a good amount of detail you can see, and once you run that, you can see the Q depth, the Q drop, input packet, output packet, and then the ACL, if any ACLs are configured, it will give you the ACL information. It's the same thing that we have in the firewall, the appliance firewalls we have. It's a good amount of information. And finally, the summary.
But we've we've never seen this on a device other than a firewall, right?
Yes, it was not there on the networking devices. Now it is there in DNA supported devices. And that's the big advantage we have with respect to troubleshooting. Yeah, you can see the total memory and everything, total memory usage. It is telling about memory usage as well. So if problem is there at a moment, it will tell you. See, ACL trace calculate success. ACL traces also it is giving.
And the key here is the devices in the path must be discovered by DNA center, right?
Yes, all the devices should manage by DNA. Otherwise, DNA, how could he will know? And now you can see that this is the source. This is connected to, this is the ingress interface of this catalyst. Then this catalyst egress interface. Then ingress of this particular switch. Then the egress of this switch. Then the ingress of this switch, and finally this destination. So it is giving point by point, like topology and all those information. Now I have seen this, that if client has some issue, just figuring out that okay, which client has what application issue, how their traffic is flowing, just getting those information, it is taking too much time. And when we are doing the trace route, we are just getting the hop by hop information. We are not getting the information related to interfaces, the devices, their memory, their ACL, QoS. Those are never there, correct? But in this trace, you will get everything. Now this trace
That's
is
very
not that
nice.
from the CLI we are doing, but this option, this option is there in the GUI as well. So if you go to the GUI, let me log in here. So for that, you need to go to the assurance. And once you go to the assurance, for example, if I go to the network, any device you can select. If we go to that device, we need to go to device 360 view. And if you scroll down, you can see the path trace. The same thing that we have taken in the programming. Once you are inside the path trace, you can run the new path trace and you can give the source and destination and all those information. And then it will give you the exactly same information. And then in the bottom, you can include the device, interface, QoS, ACL trace is on, refresh in this many seconds is on. I will show you this when we'll go and check the troubleshooting session and the assurance session. We have one dedicated session for that. So you can go and hit, and no need to do via the script as well. The script is fast, so that's why we are doing like this. But you have the option from the DNA dashboard as well. DNA dashboard is something, if someone will go spend some time, he can do, I think 90% of troubleshooting he can do from the assurance page. It's this much powerful. All right, so we have completed day number 4 as well, and before starting day number 4, and we have completed 2, path trace and annex. Still I will check command and others after the break. So after the break we'll go and start day number 5. Just after the break I will go and integrate with Stealthwatch, so day number 2 will also get completed. Let's continue. What we have done last 1 hour, we have checked so many things, so that was the summary of DNA. Whatever we have done in last 1 hour, that's like the main thing. We check everything like discovery, site design, network profile, assigning them, creating template, everything we have checked in 1 hour. That's the power of this automation tools that we have, the power of SDN platforms we have. The same feeling I had when I was working with Cisco Viptela. Cisco Viptela was so easy. Not Cisco Viptela, Viptela. Viptela was so easy. Everything was like click, click, click. Same thing we have with Cisco DNA. Now Cisco has evaluated that Cisco Viptela. Still, it is good. It's not simple. So once we are adding features, it is losing the simplicity. That's not the case with DNA. DNA has so many features, but still it is simple.
Interesting.
Yeah, and Cisco Viptela was like that, but Cisco has added so many things. But still, you will see that in Cisco Viptela, still we can go and add so many new features. But the thing here is that it is not that easy and user friendly, like for example VeloCloud or other platforms we have. But this Cisco DNA, it's easy, it's making sense, and it's robust as well. So for example, in Viptela, you see that if you have to edit templates, if you have to do some small changes, it's very difficult to do. Some features will support, some will not support. Security will support, this will not support, and it's not big like DNA. DNA is a big, big box, and so many features, reports, image, everything we can do. That type of vision is not there in Viptela. It's just a software. It's not supported by super intelligent hardware that we have in DNA.
Wow.
All right, so let's see and let's check our section 2. First of all, let's go and add this guy Stealthwatch. It's very easy. Let's check. Let's go back and let me connect.
Excuse me.
I'm planning to create one course specifically related to wireless and DNA wireless, like that. Everything related to what other things we can do related to Cisco DNA wireless, security, compliance, everything. I started that work. It may take maybe 2 to 3 months to complete that project. Once it will get completed, I'll inform you.
Okay,
That's a
thank you.
good idea, a very, very good idea. How will you test that?
Obviously DCloud.
DCloud, yeah.
Yeah. So DCloud is going to provide wireless lab, and obviously I will be the maybe second or third to use that.
All right.
Okay. So what do we want to do here? That you can go to this place, that tools, and you can go to system, and you have the setting. Inside setting, you will get this Stealthwatch integration option. You can go and give the destination. Now this destination that they are giving, or destination is related to webhook and all. I think Stealthwatch separately here. So Stealthwatch here and SMC. In Stealthwatch. Even I'm planning to prepare one big course related to Stealthwatch as well. And lab and everything is there. I just need to work on that and create that. So this is also in my to-do list, in my radar, to create course related to Stealthwatch, because Cisco had changed the name of Stealthwatch. Now it's something like security response container or something, that name of the Stealthwatch. Cisco had renamed Stealthwatch.
Yeah, so security analytics or something like that.
Yeah, so that I'm going to work on that, and I'm going to create a course on that, because there are so many security related stuffs are there. So let's see here. If I go here, we can see in your lab setting, one tab is there for SMC. Stealthwatch Manage Console. It's like the controller. There are various components inside this Stealthwatch. The components are like flow controller and other, UDP director, and it's like so many things are there. I think 4 components are there in a Stealthwatch. Okay, so first of all, let's see that what's the IP. I can see clearly.
So
I can copy this IP, or maybe it is asking.
So I've been spending a lot of time on Stealthwatch. Only two devices are required. The management controller, which is what you're on right now,
Yeah.
and the flow collector.
Flow collector. Yeah.
The UDP director and the other device, I think a flow sensor, they're optional, and they do different things. So yeah, my customer only has the management console and the flow collector.
It's telling the certificate is not, so I'll go and allow it. So what will happen? That once you go and allow this certificate, if you scroll down in the bottom, you'll see the trust pool. It will get added inside the trust pool. And I think if you go here, we can see that maybe somewhere you'll find this Stealthwatch as well. Anyways, so this is done, and now what we need to do, obviously everything related to design we have in the design section. So we can go to design and network setting, and then we have to give the flow collector information. So now if you go and say I'm here in this hierarchy, I'm here in the SAN floor switch or something, and then if I go and click add server, so we will see the option for a Stealthwatch flow collector, flow destination. This is nothing but the collector only. We can go and click OK, and then it is asking about the destination. So I need the destination, and here we have this FNCF. That IP is 137. in this lab. I can see 137, he is able to sense that. Save this. And that's it. Now we can go back to the SMC. Let me log into SMC because those devices, everything will be already there behind the scene. We only need whatever things that we have done, only those things are required. Now if I give him some time, automatically some default traffic will get collected there that we can go and analyze inside the Stealthwatch. So just wait for maybe 20-25 minutes. I'll come back and then we'll go and analyze the traffic and all. We'll see that how it look like inside that. Okay, so let's go back to our agenda.
So what's happening here? Stealthwatch was already configured in this lab?
Yes, Stealthwatch is configured, yes, in this lab. Yep.
Excuse me, in this lab, okay.
Yes, it is configured in this. Basic configuration is there. What we need to do only that, just give the destination and connect with the SMC. 2 steps are required from DNA side. Okay, great. So let's go back and let's check our agenda. And let's go ahead. So we have completed day 1, day 2, day 3, and day 4 as well. And then I just wanted to check few of the lab that is not working for me with respect to the DNA. I don't know, maybe I have done some change in the environment variable. I just wanted to recheck one more time. So I'll go here and I'll uncheck the sandbox. Let me go and check the lab and let's go and check the device list, or maybe unreachable. Something is wrong with my lab or credential, something I missed. I need to check. I'll fix it, no problem. I'll fix it offline, maybe tomorrow. But anyways, I can continue with the sandbox connection for today. I'm not getting the responses and proper things with that, but it's okay. I can check that later on. Username and password. Okay, let me check here. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me quickly check this. If I go here and if I can just check my username and password. So user password and user I'm using. I don't need this statement. I don't need, okay, so user is there. I don't need this as well. It's very strange for me. Report. Okay, cd dot there. Let me check any other get discovery device info.py. So 1 second. Interfaces report csvpy. Okay, so something is wrong there in the coding, and again I sorry for that. Yeah, something is there. I'll check that later on. But let's continue. Let's check our agenda. With this agenda, we can check in the sandbox lab as well. So there is no problem. Okay, so we completed our day number 4. Then day number 5. Before coming there, I have one very important program here to discuss. This program has a real-time use case. DNA lifecycle. What does it mean? DNA lifecycle, and let me show you if I have the GitHub open for you. Yeah, see DNAC lifecycle. You can see here on your screen what this API is doing. this is combination of so many things. Like this is combination of DNA plus Cisco advisory tool. This is termed as a CAA, Cisco Active Advisory, that in short. Then DNA APIs, and then some Excel format as well. Now, if you run this particular program, what it will do, that it will tell you software end of life, hardware end of life, PCERT information, and everything. You will get the summary format plus the Excel sheet output. Then, if we have the proper integration with DNA to ITSM, then it will go and use the DNAC API, and then it will post those information to ITSM as well. Okay, so it's a big thing that we want to manage the life cycle of the devices, and this is one of the nice example related to even the security advisories as well. Now this security advisory that you are seeing here, that is there inside Cisco dashboard as well, but at the moment it is not downloadable. So let me quickly show you the security. See here, inside tools we have security advisories. Once you go there, what you need to do, you need to scan your network. Once you scan your network, then this will work. It may take, as per the size of network, it may take some time, maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes. In our case, we have only 3 devices or 2 devices, so it will run maybe in 2 minutes. But if you have big infrastructure, it will go run and then it will pull the report. Okay, it may take time, but it will give you the PCERT information, the CSVB reports, and other informations that can be used for security audit. It's running. So if we go to other page also, that doesn't mean that it's not running. It will run and it will give you the information. Then we have one other option as well, the network reasoner. Now if you go there, you will see that if you go to network reasoner, let me go there. So tools and network reasoner. Then you can see CPU utilization, fabric data collection, power supply, ping the devices interface down. These are like a graphical tool, and these are the Python program maybe behind the scene or any other program behind the scene. But these are the programs just there to do the troubleshooting. So if you go and click interface down, the moment nothing is down, so it is not showing anything. But here you will see the information as well. So you can see the counter 0, low, 0, 0, 0. If any information will be there, if you go there and if you check that, so let me go to any of the switch, or maybe I'll do one thing. Let's break this session. When I'll come back to the troubleshooting, then I will come back here. I'll make some interfaces down, and then I'll show you that this counter is increasing or decreasing. Yeah, but network resonator is also resonator is also there. Security advisory is there. Wide area bonjour is there. Template we know. License manager is it will just give you the license information. Command runner we have seen. Topology we have seen. Discovery we have seen. Everything is very nice, important, and useful that is put here inside DNA. Correct? Great. So what we are doing here, that we have just scanned the network. So let's check the scanning output. Still it is going on. While it is going on, I'm not seeing any output here, but whenever we are running in production network, we are seeing good amount of output. Those outputs you will get with this program as well. You need to go and little bit, you have to dig down inside this particular program. I'm going to run this and I'll show you the output. So this is going to give you hardware end of life, software end of life, PCERT information, and then it will post those information to ITSM. Plus it will go and generate the Excel sheet, the summary page as well. Yeah, so let's see. I can go back to the place and I can revert back the changes, because at the moment in the sandbox we have 4 or 5 devices, rather than in our network we have less devices. Even it is not generating the token as well. So I'm inside the sandbox. I want to do the testing, and I have already copied all the programs you can see here. So let me show you what programs we have. It's not coming up. Come on. Anyways, if you go to that particular link, I will do one thing. I'll ping this link here in the chat window as well. So there are multiple programs like main.py, caa.py, excel.py, everything you need at same folder. I have already copied all those programs, and I will upload with today's recording. So you will get that. But if you have time, just ping this link here in the chat window. You can copy that. You can check this later offline. All right. So let's go here and let's run this program. I have all the program here, the notepad as well. So the main.p, so you can see CAA, Cisco Active Advisory.py, Excel.py, main.py. So I'm going to run that program called main.py. So let me go to the basic 2 folder. And if I go and run main.py, I need some help here because it has some arguments. So see what it is asking. It is asking the IP address, the username, and I don't know the IP address to the sandbox. So sandbox dnac.dcloud.com, something is that. As the URL, let's check that URL. Sandboxdnac.cisco.com. Sandboxdnac.cisco.com. And I think I'm not able to ping because my VPN is connected. So let me disconnect this and let's try one more time. I just need this IP address because when we run this program, I need IP address. IP address is this. Let me copy this IP address. And then the username, we know that username is devnet admin. And then you have to use a keyword called lifecycle. Now, once you run this, obviously we need to give the password. So let me give the password 123. Then it will ask you the CCO admin. DevNet admin, I think is the correct. Otherwise, I'll check. Is this a DevNet admin or DevNet user? I think it's a DevNet user, correct? The username is DevNet user. Let me try one more time. You can see here in this page, the environment lab. If you go there, you will find the DevNet user is the username. I was giving some admin, so that's fine. And then it will ask you the CCO detail, and that's why I copied my CCO account here. You need the real one. If your CCO account is not correct, it will not work. You can go and give CCO and then the password and enter. So now you can see that it is telling that here you have 4 devices. These are the device information with serial number. And then you can see that retrieving the life cycle info for the devices max 10. We can increase this up to 30 or 40. And then you can see the software version and others. Number of PCerts 0, HOL 1, software end of life 0, and then it is generating the lifecycle.xls. If you run this program with respect to production network, we are getting the XLS, nice Excel output you will get, where you will get much more detail about all this device and information. Here it will not generate because, let me check that. Lifecycle.xl, yeah, here it is not generating, but if you go and generate this with respect to your actual credentials, actual DNA credentials and everything, it will generate the Excel sheet. It is generating actually, and then you will see much more information about these 3 things. Okay, so very interesting program related to device manageability. Unreachable we have seen. Command runner, I want to show you that. Let me show you this with respect to the sandbox, and I can go here and I can use, first of all, I need the list of devices. So more and devices dot csv, and then I can go and use python dot exe command runner. You need the device name. So let me check any of the device, any device name, and then you need the command show IP interface brief. Let's enter. What happened? DNS Center sandbox detail. Let me check there. It's telling DNS Center sandbox. Oops. Yep. Let's see. The command is not show IP interface brief is not supported in this. Maybe I have to give like this, say interface brief. But yeah, you can see that this command and program is intelligent enough and it's telling if some command is not supported, so it will not work. Let me do one thing. Oh, I have given comma there, you know. Even the device name itself is wrong. Yep. Yes. Let me go and use one more time the 3850 something is there. Let me copy this and let me put here, give some space and okay, no problem. I'll check this also. I don't know why this should work. I'll check this command runner and the output I'm looking for, it should show show IP interface brief output. The command runner output should be like this. It is not coming. I'll check this API maybe next class, maybe tomorrow, and I'll come to that point. Then let's see the other API we have, template push. This is huge, and what we'll do that we'll go and complete this task, and then we'll stop today's session. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
Great. So this command runner, I'll put here. Tomorrow we'll do that. And so next very important thing we have PNP workflow. We have already discussed how to create the variables. You need to use a $sign. The velocity scripting, that we have two script options. One is velocity, one is Jinja. We are using velocity because it's easy to use. Tomorrow I'll give more and more scripts related to velocity. Building the templates is easy to build. One thing that we haven't done so far related to templates, that we haven't created the composite template. So what does it mean? Composite template, I can give you the nice example with respect to SDWAN. Remember in the SDWAN days, we used to study feature template and device template, correct? Now feature template is what? Feature template is a small template, correct? So suppose I have AAA template, a small feature, SNMP. I have a small template, for example, banner as well. Then we can go and in that case, we have some VPN 0 and others stuffs, correct? Now, if you are creating the device template, that means you have to add all these things in one template. And that will become your device template. So this is something like feature template, and these are the device template. Now here, almost the same concept. When we are grouping the small template, they are becoming the composite template. So we can still go and create a small templates like QS, AAA, SNMP, good amount of NTP, good amount of template, and then we can put inside composite template, and then that composite template we can push to any device, like grouping of templates, in other words. So let's go and check this task. So let me connect to the VPN and let me show you this task. I need the password and shift tabs. Here I have the password. Come on, connect. I'm just connecting and session is gone. It's actually very easy. You can go to the DNA and you see how easy that you can go and create the composite template. So I'll do one thing. I'll go to the DNA and I'll create two small template, one for QS and one for NTP. So let me quickly go and log into any of the device from where I can copy the configurations. Sure, and let's see if I can copy something from here quickly. AAA is there, so I'll go here and AAA and domain name. I'll go and create one template called AAA. So let's go here and let's go to tools. Let's go to template editor. Once we are inside the template editor, it's coming. It's a little bit slow. Come on. Let me refresh the page. Yeah, it's loading. So now we can go to the day end template, onboarding configurations. Oh, so actually this is different lab. I logged in, so I'm not seeing day end. But anyways, let me create the project and templates. Creating project is not a big thing. Day end template. Add this, and inside that we'll go and add the template. So add the template. I'll go and make this as a AAA, and then this also with respect to hub and switch. Go and find hub, and we'll get this. Go back, then scroll down. ISE, add, and you can see the name is AAA. I'll go and put. I don't want this. Few of the lines I'll delete from here. Just these many lines. Let me copy. Okay, deleted, 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 deleted. Now I have this AAA template. I can go and save and commit. I'll create two small templates more. Commit. Let's go back and let's see other configuration that I can take. Leave that username password. I'll go and create one more non-basic services. So I can go here and I can add more template. I'll give the name as a services. Now what the wrong thing I'm doing here is that the configuration I'm taking from router, but I'm putting inside hub and switch. So in this case, I can go and mix the router. So now you can see two devices selected. It's two nature of devices are selected there. Now it is applicable for routers as well and switches as well. So obviously when I do the composition of this, means if I group these templates inside a composite template, it will throw error because it will tell, oh, one is for router and one is for router and switch. Are you mad? Like that it will tell. We'll see. Okay, And SNMP, let's check few lines from SNMP as well. I don't know how many are related to routers and how many related to switch. So let's go back here and add more templates here. You can see these templates are adding here. Now V stands for velocity and add template. Here also I'll take as a router and switch SNMP. And description, leave it. This is under day N. And then go and add the hub and the routers. Go back, select the device, add here, save. So once you do all this commit and all, and still if you want to see their properties, means the nature of this template, you have this gear icon. You can go here and click properties. If you go to the properties, it will tell you what is the build. So 2 devices, and again you can go and check all those things. Correct. So now we have a day end template, but I need one composite template because I want to use composite template. So I don't want individual template like AAA or SNMP or NTP or those. I need one big template that I want to push to device. So for that, what we need to do here, we need to go and create the composite template. So let me see if we have the option here to create the composite template. See, don't have any option to create composite templates. So I think I should go to project. Inside project itself, you'll get the option to create it. So if you go inside the properties, nothing is there to create that. Okay, let's do like this. Let's click here and let's go to the action. I think inside action, I don't know where it is. Let's go to properties. Let's check more. Great. See, I'm here and I'm not seeing anything related to composite template so far. Okay, but yeah, we can group them. And I'm thinking that where I can go and check the grouping of this. Meanwhile, you can tell me that from where I can go and check this. I'm not seeing it is onboarding. Onboarding is something like day 0. Then they have given some sample Jinja just for our understanding of the programming and languages. Sample will stay just for our understanding. And then we have a day in where we want to group these templates. But if you go to the properties and all, I can't see anything like cloning is there, delete. If we go to the properties that see here, it is there composite sequence. So while we are creating the template, we have the regular and the composite. But now this template is already in use and I want to make this template as a composite, I want to make as a part of 3, 4, 5 templates. That is our goal. So what do you think? If I go here and click properties, and you can see that I don't have edit option. See, I don't have it. I can't click here. I can edit only these things like the device type. I can add routers and other stuff, but I can't edit this from here. And that's the problem. Means that when you are creating the composite template, you have to create as whenever you are creating the template, correct? Otherwise, you can see that we don't have any option from anywhere I can go and edit that. I don't have option. Yeah, edit here. I can see this edit. Let's see this edit. And if you go here, and you can see that if I can go and click it. So in edit, we have this option: undo, redo, copy, paste, find and replace. You find and replace, but we are not able to convert a regular template in technical term to the composite template once it is created, correct? So that keep in the mind, what I'll do, I'll go and quickly clone this. Even I'm cloning this also, but I'm not seeing any option. So let's see one more time. So I have the copy, and now if I can go to the properties, it's grayed out, it's not have the option. Okay, so you're seeing the problem means it's difficult that when we are doing it, it's not allowing us to do like this. So now what we can do here, so let's see now. I can go here and create one more template. I'll give this name as a composite AAA services, whatever name that we have given, SNMP, and then I can go and click composite sequence. Okay, and then let's see. So day N, and I can go and select the devices, hub and router. Go back. So we have selected two. Let's check the software. Add this. Now once you created this, now you can see the intelligence. Now it is telling that you can drag and drop. Correct? Once I drag and drop, then I can go and save and commit. See how intelligent the DNA is. So now I have one composite template, AAA SNMP, because we haven't given two parameters in AAA. If you go and click this plus sign, you can see AAA is showing here, but inside our composite template, showing in the form of composite. So in my composite template, I have SNMP, I have services. That individually we can go and see that. Correct? Now if I go here and if I go to the AAA, and we can go to the properties, but still we can change number of devices, correct? So we can go and click edit actually. So let's go and let me go to properties if I can change that. So here you can see, you can go here, you add one more, you can go ahead and add the router. Go back, now you have to update. Once update, just save and commit. Save is there already, commit this. New update will get created. Once you do the update, and then you can go to the composite, and now you can see the AAA, because AAA now has two device attributes. So I can drag and drop. So now this composite template has SNMP services and AAA. Okay, so this is the way that we can go and let me save this and let me comment this. Now, if you want to push this template, the question here that can I go and push this template to the router? The answer is no. Why? Because if you go here and check the network profile, you haven't created any profile for router. So you need to go here, create the profile for router, and while creating the profile for router, it's a big headache inside DNA. So make the service provider as 0 at the moment, and then service type. You need to go and select a router. We know that our router is 4451. So this is the model we have. We don't have tag. We can go next. Say 4451's name is mandatory. Go next. Skip. I don't want L2, L3. Next, go. I don't have the integrated switch. Go next. You have any custom? Yeah, I have DN template, and the template name is composite. Correct? Wow, I'm not seeing any composite. The first one. Go next. You can check the summary, and once you can check the summary, you can go and save this. Once you save this, then because we are doing from the GUI, we need to assign the site, and then you can go here and you can go to the building, you can go to the router, save this. Then if you want to apply this, it will get applied. So you have to go to the provisioning inventory. Once you are here, you know that you need to change the focus to provisioning. Go to the router. Once you're in the router, go to the action, provision the device, and then the next cycle will start. So the profile is this. It's a WAN. Yeah, this is the router. We want to push 10. Although we are doing from the GUI, but it's still actually it is simple one. It's not that too complex, because then we are thinking that we have to push this configuration to 10 devices at a time, or maybe 20 or 100. So now we are pushing the composite template to the device, and task has been submitted. If it is successful, it will show you the success. You can go and check this. It's 14 hours ago, but it should show you like 1 or 2 minute time frame to get deployed, and you can go and check the task. You can go and check the details. It is still in progress, and once it is completed 100%, you will see the success. Otherwise it will throw an error. So maybe the task is scheduled and still it is in progress. We can wait for a few more minutes. Meanwhile, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Let me pause the recording. Oh, great. So one very important thing I want to tell here is that the lab that Cisco has updated in DCloud is 2.1. Initially it was 2.0. Actually it started with 1.1, then 2.0, then 2.1. Now, yesterday when I was running the APIs, I developed those APIs with respect to 2.0, and I haven't checked that in 2.1 there is some change. So yesterday when I was running those programs APIs, it was throwing error, and I was thinking why it is giving error, because just now I have checked. Just now they have changed the lab, like during the course they have changed. So last week it was 2.0, now it is like 2.1. So Cisco is keep adding new things, new features and everything. So the program that we ran earlier, our script, that was with respect to 2.1.2.4. In this lab, I think we have 2.1.2.5, one updated version. And even I'll show you that 2.2.2.0 is also available. That I'll show once I log in. So what difference is there? That's the key. So our programs are okay. The difference there I found that in the API, so when we are doing the API call, let me see if I have any old program. So we have two folders. Remember, the new folder that I will go and upload. So suppose if you go to the shared drive that we have. So maybe day 7 or day 8, when I update that program, that will be with respect to 2.1.2.5. But in the older folder, whatever program we have, that is with respect to 2.1.2.4. There is slight difference. There is one difference between these programs. The difference here is this, that in the older version, we have to give API like /DNA/intent. Now in the newer version, we have to start from /API/VM, like that. So we need to remove these two things, DNA intent in the older program.
Yeah, so that's more common with REST API URLs, right? Just
That's
API, then blah, rather than this other DNA stuff in front of it. So they should probably clean that up a little bit, right?
Yeah, 100% agreed with that. So Cisco has done some sort of cleanup, and everything will start with API v1 like that. So like that, you can see everywhere in the library. So then I rebuilt this library, and you can see this library everywhere. You find that it will start with API/v1, API/v1 like that. So that is one of the update, and that's why our program was failing yesterday with respect to our lab. But when I was running the same program with the sandbox, so we have one sandbox lab as well, this lab here. So when we are running with respect to this particular lab, it was working fine. So it was little bit difficult for me to figure out exactly why those APIs are. Although see, the sandbox is showing 2.1 or 2.5. It's quite strange. But the lab that Cisco has put inside the DNA 2.1, that will not work. So you have to do some changes there. I'll log into this lab and I'll show you the package as well. So there is some difference in the packages and the operating system. We can figure out that. So let me quickly show you this. So we have two different labs. So you will understand that from where you can go and find the packages. So here you can see that although the sandbox, they have the version 2.1 or 2.5, but if you go and check the package, so these are the packages actually. And inside this package, you will see one package for automation. So let me scroll a little bit up. You'll find somewhere one package for automation. See, automation base. Now you can check the revision number or the number for this. There's something like 2.1.265, etc. I need to connect my VPN. Let me quickly go and connect it. I don't want to connect this. I want to connect with other lab that I have. 1 second. Just give me a second. I have two labs
But
basically.
while you check for that, Ratnesh, I just went to the sandbox, the same URL that you're at right now, and I get a login page. How does it work? I mean, multiple people logging into the same thing. This one you don't have to schedule, right?
Yes, this is always on. Yep.
Okay, so when you go in here, you're seeing stuff that other people have done. It's shared, right?
Yes, it is shared. Yeah. So whoever will go and use this lab and create something like DevNet user, and they can't do much. This is basically for API runs and all. So if you try to create template and want to push it, you will not allow to do those stuffs.
Okay.
Some
Okay,
restrictions
so
are there.
this one is to just see some restriction. So this one is good to just see the behavior of things kind of little bit in production. Is that right?
Yes, you're right. So again, yeah, it's you can see number of devices only 4. So if you want to know more about DNA and the number of devices and all, then inside DCloud there is other lab that is full-fledged lab. There you have more than 100 devices, wireless WLAN controllers, profiles, and all those things. There,
Okay,
but
that
there
one I
we have,
schedule.
yeah, but
I
there,
schedule that. Sorry to cut you. I schedule that one, and I can manipulate that one, of course, right?
yeah, but that lab we have only demo access. So you can only check those things. You can do little bit of manipulations, but you can't do much there as well. But you can check all the
Okay.
configurations and everything.
Okay. Okay. You can see how things should look. So both are so with these two labs, we have minimal ability to change anything. Is there a third lab or just these two?
So these are just for, this is for programming, and one is just to check the demo purpose lab is there. And then we are booking our hardware lab, correct? So in the hardware lab, you see that we have, you can see this is the infra that you have ISR, you have 93, we have 3850.
Okay, yeah, I was a little confused about the different types of labs, so I'm gonna
So we can think
kind of
like this: DCloud hardware lab, where we have DNA and hardware devices, and then DCloud we have read-only lab, where we can see everything, but we don't have permission to do any changes. And then we have the sandbox, the API programming lab, that is completely different.
Okay, I don't want to take time from the class, but I'll try to document them while we, and then I can share it with Sam.
Sure. All right, so let's go here and once my VPN is connected, I can go and start the remote. Is it connected? It's not connected. I need to connect this. I need to connect from here. 1819 is the username. It's going there. Now I'm seeing, good amount of traffic for DNA and something like 20, not 25, but like 10 to 12% traffic for automation, and approx 15% to 20% traffic for DNA. So now people are they are querying DNA and they are purchasing course. With my selling, I'm figure out those things. So SD-WAN is still going good. Cisco SD-WAN market is good for that. Okay, so I have done the connection, and let's go here do the remote RDP. And this is important because what is happening that in future, if we have to do any package upgrade, so we should document that what are the packages and applications those are running inside DNA first, and with the upgrade, what are the things will come. So I will show you those things here. Let's lab start. It's coming up. Sometimes the G-Cloud labs are a little bit slow, but because so many people they are using, so that's why this is a bit slow.
Yeah, especially a popular product. I noticed the name Cisco Enterprise Network something lab, right?
Yeah, hardware. If we go and search with hardware, yeah, enterprise hardware lab. Yeah, with hardware it will come. So they stopped 2.0. Now we will see 2.1 only.
So just search for hardware, right?
Yeah, just search for hardware, then you'll get it. Yeah, yeah, right.
Gotcha.
So if you go here, click to the question mark, check the about. When the package will come to 125, but if you go and check the package for automation, you will see some difference. So you have assurance and automation base is like 62735, but it's still we have seen that our old program was not working. I have told you that what's the difference in the API change that we have done. Now suppose if you have to do the upgrade, if you want to do the upgrade, then very easy. Cisco has given this cloud connector. We know that we have one interface to get the update, software package update from Cisco, and for the same reason you have this cloud connector here, means this cloud option. If you go and go to the software upgrade updates actually, then you can see one banner will come. The 2.2.0 is here. You want to switch, what are the new features we have? They have added some sort of AI ops. They have added swim, little bit of swim features, some wireless, some security advisories, and some other as well. More detail we can get in this link. So what are the new features we have in 2220? Correct. If we click switch now, then what will happen that it will start updating this particular image. So it will update this image from 2125 to 220, and then we can go and check the everything. Now we can do that, no problem, but once we do that, it will become unavailable for maybe 8 to 10 hours. So what is happening here, that all these packages that you are seeing here, everything will get updated. And you see some of the softwares we have here, some of the packages we have here is like big. For example, network control platform 4 GB. It will add the patch maybe 1 GB, 2 GB, etc. So that's why it is taking time. It's a time consuming thing. In terms of doing the upgrade, simply click here, click next, that's it. But in terms of time, it will take time to upgrade it, update it, and then become 2220. So it's like something that it will take time. Okay, great. So let's go back here and let's check the agenda that we have for today's training. So we have completed day number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Inside day number 4, we have to check one of the option called command runner, and one of the program, one program command runner, other program template push. So we'll continue with the command runner because this is easy, and then I will go and check the template push. So what happened yesterday, that we have pushed a template. Once we have pushed the template, you know that we want to check that from the command runner. We don't want to log into DNA, although it's very easy. From DNA, you can go here, you can go to the menu, you can go to provisioning and inventory. From inventory, you can go and even you can search as well. So you can go and you see here you have filter. This is advanced filter. It's not like normal filter we have. This filter can understand the regular expressions as well. So you have one quick filter, then you have advanced filter, where you can put your query in terms of a star, dollar, whatever regular expressions we have. We can use it. It's a very nice filter. It's very robust. You can filter, you can search anything from here, and according to that you can run your query. Correct. So you can go and search the devices, and then once you search the device, suppose if I go and click to this device, then I can go and check the run command. This is the command runner, correct? And then you can check whatever commands you want. It's like it will give you the CLI based output, read only output. Same thing we have developed with our program as well. Before doing that, let me go and check the device list that we have. You can see that oh, this is I think old program output, because in our DNA we have 3 devices. So let me quickly check if I can run the device related program that we have, device report.py. If it will run and it will give the output. You can see now it is working fine. Yesterday it was throwing error. I have done that change in the API. Click device report and you can see that I have this device. Now why I'm doing this, because I want to run our Python command runner program. So command runner, and I have done the modification here. So you don't need to worry about giving the switch name and command. Simply go and run this command, press enter, then it will ask you, enter the command. What command you want to see? Show IP interface brief. Then which device you want to see that? I want to check this with this particular switch and enter. Then it is telling that it's started, and it is telling the show command is supported with the command runner. And then you will find the output. See, show IP interface brief. So any command you can go run with respect to any of the device with respect to show commands. So even if you haven't logged into the DNA from your CLI, from your Linux or Windows machine itself, you can go and execute those commands, correct? You can verify from there. So that was one of the program that I marked that we'll discuss today. Great. Apart from that, I have one more other API as well, because I started this API thing. So let me complete this as well. Out of sync. Now what is happening here in DNA, this is related to some audit and security purpose. So if you go to all devices, let me go to all devices. Once you are inside the inventory, so your focus should be inventory. Then you can see here, these devices, they are showing compliant, compliant, compliant. Correct. Now compliant means, actually I think there are 5 or 6 things. If anyone will not match, it will show you non-compliant. Start versus running, software image, critical, security, advisory, anything related to fabric, and anything related to applications visibility. Like those 5 compliances are there at the moment. In this lab it is showing only 3, but there are 5 or maybe 6 also in the new package. So like that, Cisco is adding this compliance. So at the moment everything is compliant, and the program that out of sync you're seeing here, it's related to the first check, running versus a startup check. So if device they have anything which is not compliant, if I go and run this program, and that program I'll share with you, out of sync py, it will not give you any output here because all the devices they are compliant. But if they are not compliant, then it will list you the deviceness, like this one, this one, this one, this one. These devices are non-compliant. This is just a program you can easily go and run in your production. There's no problem. Just to check the devices are compliant and non-compliant. At the moment is not.
Ratnesh,
Yep.
do you? I know you mentioned 5 or 6, prepackaged compliance things that they will check. Device, image, standard, all that.
Yep.
Do you think you can create a custom one for compliance for your own purpose?
No, I think that option is not there. Custom compliance option.
Yeah, that would be interesting if you could create like a compliance template, because your security policy requires that this and this and this be present, and you make that a part of the compliance check for all the devices. That would be interesting.
We have requested this feature to Cisco because this feature is there in Cisco Prime. So we can create configuration compliance, and it will work. But in DNA still that feature is not there. I will check 2.2.2.0 if they have added that feature, but I think at the moment they haven't added. But Cisco will add this feature sooner, I think, maybe in coming 4 to 5 or 6 months. But this is already escalated to Cisco. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. So all of these things, this little widget, let's say, if we call this 3 widgets right here, these are all Python scripts in the background, right?
These are APIs, yes, API embedded. Maybe Cisco is using some other program like Java or something.
But it's an API. Okay.
Yeah, but it is API embedded code, yes, 100%.
Okay.
Like this command runner is also API. So DNA itself is doing API. If you go and check the structure of DNA, you'll find that it's taken from Kubernetes. So inside DNA itself, when we are doing the deployment, we are giving 1/21 subnet for services. And those services, because inside DNA hardware itself, there are so many containers. And those containers, they are using the logic of Kubernetes, where the nodes, they have the IPs. So inter-node communication is happening with respect to IP addresses.
Containers. Okay.
Containers are already inbuilt inside DNA, and in future, when you do some advanced study, you'll see that we can create containers inside the CLI. Means we can log into the DNA via Manglef, and we can create the containers inside the box itself. So those things are there. That's why Cisco has given this giant box, because they know that in future they can add so many new features and
add different things. Yeah. So ACI uses Docker, Docker Swarm cluster, and here they chose Kubernetes. I guess I think everything goes to Kubernetes.
The hardware is Kubernetes. Yeah. The operating system is, I think, grep and then Wine, and the hardware. But again, you will get this information. It is available in Cisco websites and all.
Sure.
And then I was looking for Cisco DNA website, and I found that DNA, they have added 4 things. One was AI ops. So there is going to be a scope for artificial intelligence as well. and then SecOps, network ops, like that 4 or 5 sections they have created for DNA. Obviously wireless as well. All right, so let's continue and then template was, I'll come to that. Let's check day number 5. So we have done PNP, workflow, variables, velocity, scripting we have learned, but if you have time, I will give you the link. Let me quickly give you the link. There is one nice blog for velocity scripting. Let me ping here in the chat window. So you can go and copy this velocity and you can check this. It's a really cool blog. Robert, his name is Robert, and he's writing blog for Cisco. Let me quickly check. There may be so many Roberts, so let me just try with this. Cisco blog velocity scripting, and here you have, I think. Yeah, Adam, sorry, it's not, his name is not Robert, but his name is Adam Radford. We can see that he has explained very nicely the script and the velocity scripting step by step and diagrams, and then if we have this, then how it look like, true false condition, regular expressions. This is a really good blog. It's not only one blog, but he has series of blog. You can see this is part 4. So if you go and check part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, so he has explained this. This is part 1. After that, you can go and check part 2. I'll ping here this part 1 if you have time. You can go and
Okay.
check.
Yeah, thanks.
I think
I'll take it from the chat.
I think if you go here and just click 2, it should open 2. Let's see. Yeah, it is opening. And on the topic, if you can go and change the index as a 3. Oops, 3 is not there. But 2 was there, and let's see 4. But 2 was there, no problem. So 1 and 2 you can check like this, and 4 also helping here in the chat window. But yeah, if you're at level of 1, then you will easily search 2, 3, and 4. So have a look on that. Let me ping here in the chat window. Great. So let's move on and let's continue. Then building the templates, we have seen few examples related to that. Onboarding template, we have done the PNP earlier in the session. You can have a reference for that. Day in template, yesterday also we have checked, and today also we are going to check the day in template with respect to template push. So I'm going to show you one program. That program is really nice that we can use it. You can push the template with respect to or with help of Python programming. Okay, so let me show you that program I have here. DNAC config templates, that's the name of the program. We know about these packages and all. This program, it will start what it is doing here, and what are the changes I have done this in this particular program to make this easy to understand. So first of all, it is reading one file called data input. Now what I have put inside data input, so let me open this data input file so you can check that. Let me go to basic 2 and data input if I can. Yeah, so here you have this notepad, data input, and let me scroll this here. So you can see inside the data input, what I have done, I have given the project name. I'll change this project name. I'll make this project name 555 something. That means this program will first of all create the project, whatever name we will give. So CLI template I have given. Inside that, it will go and create one template called basic.txt. I should have basic.txt as well somewhere. I'll push here. So basic.txt, and I'll go and change these things. I'll make this 99 just to show you this. Destination also I'll change because we may have those IPs there already. This is template, but whatever we want to put, we can put inside the template. I'll make this loopback 16, and then I'll go and change the IP. Say 16161616. So this is the template called basic.txt. So what will happen, this program, first of all, this program will go and create the project. Then it will go and put this template inside that project called basic.txt. Now what will happen, this program will ask you that which device you want to push this template. Once you give that device name, then it will go and push it. That's the whole concept inside this, behind this particular program. Here you can see that because earlier I was figuring out that the API, there was some change in the API structure. So I make my library as a DNAC underscore API 3, and here you have DNAC underscore API 3, and all the functions as it is that we have here also you'll find. Even inside all these API, I have changed these APIs as a slash intent, DNA slash intent. I make that API beyond like that directly. It's a straightforward. Okay. So let me quickly show you once you run this program how it look like. What's the program name, and I need to connect my VPN as well because I disconnected to show you that. Go and connect this first. Once we once we book this lab, once we are booking this lab, this Cisco lab, at a time 16 people can use it. So here you can see user 1, like that you can give user 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 16. I have tested up to 4, but as per DCloud they are telling that 16 people can use this lab at a time. Okay, but that will be shared lab, if anyone will do the change, it will reflect to everyone. Alright, so you can go to python.exe and let's check the name of the template. The name of the template is DNAC config template. So DNAC config template. Now, as per the program, you can see that the project it will create CLI template 555. The template is basic.txt, and then it is asking that enter the device to which you want to push this configuration, and I forgot the device name here. Some 3850 some device was there, so let me go and copy that from the DNA. It's connecting. Once it will come, I'll go copy and paste here, and then you'll see that how it will create the project. It will create the template and it will try to push that template to the device. So I can go to all devices. And copy and paste. If I can paste, seems paste is not working. Let me try one more time. May copy. It should paste here. Yep. See, and enter. So now we can see that it is telling you successfully created this project and all the other information as well related to task ID, this project ID. So with this particular project, the ID is this, and then it will go and create the template inside the project, this program, correct? So we can wait, and meanwhile I can go here just to go to the tools and the template. and you will see CLI template 555. You can see on the top. Inside that basics is there. Let's see. So now it is checking the duplication of the IP addresses, and now the serial number. I have given this serial number just belonging to the template ID, or maybe, sorry, the task ID. Now it is telling that it, and you can see the code is success. So that means if I go back here, if you go and click to this basics, you can see it has created the template. So first of all, it created the project ID, then it created the template. And then if we go back to the, so let me create one duplicate here. And now if you go back to the inventory, you know, one nice thing that Cisco DNA has given, it's very cool. I found this thing in Silver Peak SD-WAN management. So search bar, you can go click to the search, whatever place you are in, you can go and search anything related to DNA. It's a MAC address, IP address, client name, whatever. So I can go here to the search bar. I can click, I know that name is something 3850. See, it has searched 3850 for me. Then you can go and check device 360 topology inventory. I'm looking for inventory. You can see that 2 hours ago something happened, but it's okay. I just wanted to check the command runner for this. So we can go here, we can click to the command runner, and then we can check show IP interface brief, just to check that the loopback that we want to create is there or not. So I can see loopback 16 has been created from our template, correct? Because we have given the loopback 16 here in the configuration. Yeah, so you can see the power of programming. You are not worried to create the network profile, project, a template, clicking 10 places, you know, at a time. Simply what you have done, you simply created the, you know, you simply, what you have done, you simply created your program and that's it. You run this program, it pushes the configuration. Now in production network, when we are using this, we have, you know, servers and the uh, you know Linux machines we have. This is, that is very fast. So when we are running this program, it is taking less than 3 seconds to execute. And when we are pushing the configuration to 200 300 devices, within 15 minutes we are able to push the configuration to 200 300 devices. Okay. Otherwise, what you have to do, even if you do this thing via the GUI as well, it will take time. There is one limitation with Cisco DNA, that the Cisco DNA GUI, at a time you can select only 100 devices. Now suppose if you have to push the configuration to 300 devices, you know the problem here? You can go and click here, you can see that show 100. So once you click here, it will select 100 devices, okay? Then you have to push those 200 devices. In that, how many get filled? In between, maybe 3-4 devices will get filled. You have to select that which is going to get filled. Then what you will do, obviously you will click next page. Obviously you will get the next page option. If you click next page, then you will get 200, then you will get 101 to 200, correct? Now from that 101 to 200, you have to go and click one, you know, this checkbox. You have to click 100 times, because that list will be from, you know, 100 to 200. It will not from 101 to 200. You got my point? And suppose if you have thousand of devices, then you have to click 900 times, like this. And sometimes these, you know, this GUI or something, like if you click one time, two time, it will take. So it's too frustrating, you know, to push the template to big infrastructure from the GUI itself. If it is less devices like 100, 200, it's okay. But if it will go to 3,000, 4,000, then it's pain.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was the template program that you can use it. All right. So let's move on here and let's see. So we have completed our template program as well, and we have completed our day 5 as well. Then let's move to day number 6. Inside day number 6, we have started the API and use cases. Yes, we have done that. Understand DNA template runner API, push template via script. The same thing just now we have done. That's the use case number 3. Check the various type of template and use case related to template. That means that you go and check different type of template inside the regular template like AAA, SNMP, NTP, etc. And then use case related to composite template. So what does it mean? We have done this thing yesterday, that you can go and create multiple templates with same nature and behavior, and then you can club them together. That's the concept of the, I think I have removed the older things, but yeah, you can go and group those templates. So there is no problem of grouping the template with respect to composite template. Now, use case number 5, get the DNA device backup to a specific folder. Oh, so before that, the API related thing, I think I skipped this thing. Use case number 4, get the DNAC license and switch port. Already we have done this thing and the programs are there. So if I go to share folder, I think it is there in maybe day 3 or I think day number 5. If you go to day number 5, you will see the information related to check the network devices, client info, MAC info. With the IP address, you'll get the client information. With the MAC info, you'll get the client info inside day number 5. But if you go inside day number 6, then probably you'll get the switch inventory. Okay, inside switch inventory, license is also there. Inside switch inventory license, you will get the license information as well. And then the path trace part 1 is there in this. But anyways, let me show you this basic number 2. And there are different programs. So let me, so one assurance program is also there, but it's not useful. Command runner is there. Then you can see the create site is also there. That is also not useful. That's why I haven't shown you. Then DNA config template that just now we have done. Get the site ID. That is simple program you can run, and it will tell you that with the site, what's the site ID. Get the device, with the sites. That's okay. Out of sync path trace we have done. So the switch put program that you have, that is actually belonging to the licenses as well. But if you want to get the license information in much more detail, you can use GUI as well. So there is no problem getting this information from the GUI as well. But we have one program that is giving the switch port information plus the device license. That is inside day number 6. Then take the backup. Yes, we have seen this backup as well. And that backup program is also there. So if I go here, you will see somewhere, yeah, DNAC backup. So if you run this, you will get the device configuration backup. Then audit log, I will push this to the next day. This program I will show you in the audit log. So what does it mean by audit log? Now, if you go to DNA, there is one problem with the existing DNA that if you go here and if you check, I think activity, if you are inside the activity, if you go and check the audit log, suppose I am a user and I push a template to 1000 devices. Now I want the proof that the user whose name is ABC, he has done these many activities to these many devices. Now in the initial version, Cisco has given some sort of tabs here. You know, you can you can filter the user. So if I go and click here, filter, you can give the user ID. So for example, if I am admin user, and apply it. So with respect to admin, whatever changes that admin user has done, it will list here. But Cisco has given some tab here that you can export that in Excel sheet. Now they have removed that tab after 1.3x. Now we can't export this. How you will export this for audit purpose? It's not possible, correct? For the same reason, we have created one program that if you run that program, you will get the user activity in the Excel sheet that I'll show you in the last class, means in the next class. Okay, so that is pending for next session. Then coming to day number 7, DNA assurance. So we are going to discuss 15-20 minutes related to DNA assurance, and then we will stop for today. Before I move there, you have any question?
Nope, no question. I just before we before we end, I just excuse me, I want to just get the logins and for the labs, the credentials.
All right, so let me ping you the lab. Meanwhile, just give me a second. I have the lab open, and you can check from your side as well. That lab is open for next 3 days, and if you need lab, just let me know. I'll book and share. So this is one of the lab that we have used earlier. You can use this lab.
So DCloud, okay, I got that one. That's the one we search for hardware. What are the capabilities of this one? We can make limited changes, right?
Yeah, this one we can do any change. This we have admin access. Yeah, you can do any change in this lab. This is hardware lab.
Yeah, that's the note I want to make so we know which one. Free to change anything.
Each and everything. So if you go and open this lab, nothing will be there. You need to start discovery. You need to discover the devices, and then you can create the template. We can do whatever we wanted to do in this lab.
And this one has no lab guide. Is that right?
If you go here to resources, the lab guide is not there, but I know some limited steps and those things will be there. If you go and click to resources, you will get some PDF, and then you can follow those PDF. Yeah, but not like day 0 to day n, how the flow and all those things are not there actually. How to do PNP, how to create templates, those things are missing in this.
Just too much. Yeah, I mean that would take a long time. Okay. So I'm making notes. So free to change anything, no lab guide, just some limited PDF info or instructions.
You can check, but a good amount of notes you'll find, but not related to DNA, related to ISE, related to some other stuffs.
Okay, no problem. Okay, now the sandbox. Okay. So for DCloud, you're going to get credentials when you log in there. The sandbox, what's the credentials to the sandbox, please?
Yeah, it's always open. And if you go and check our shared drive, so let me quickly show you this. So if you go to day number 6, and if you go and open this environment lab, inside this environment lab, you'll find the username and the password.
Okay, so that's
okay.
Okay, Cisco 123 exclamation. Okay.
Yeah, and DevNet user is the username. I think these two are enough, for build the knowledge basics and everything. For advanced stuffs and all, obviously once you start doing the stuffs, it will come automatically.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So let's continue. So next task, next important topic that we want to discuss here is the assurance and assurance piece. Let me check if I have any slide. It's this assurance piece that we have. So you can go to the menu and you can go and click to the assurance. Once you click there, it's like click of button. Everything Cisco has given here, what we need to do, the basic thing here is that assurance with respect to network, client, and application. And only these three things are important. The applications, they are using network to help client, or the clients, they are running application with help of network, correct? So you have the network, full network information. Now once you go and click to the network, again you will see that good amount of information will be there with respect to wired and wireless, and all these places are clickable. You can click there, you can go deep inside this, you know. It's one of the nice tool we have at the moment that is giving this much visibility and the information. Inbuilt troubleshooting things are built inside the assurance page. See? Now, if you go and select any of the devices, suppose you find that, okay, the health of the router is not good, the health of the access switches are not good, then you can go and go to any of the router. If I go to this router, you can see the health is 8. So you can go and check why it is 8. So it is telling here itself, it is telling the memory utilization is 47.7. So that's why his health is not good, you know. And then if you want to drill down inside this, you can go click. It will open the device 360 view. Inside device 360 view, with this particular device, how many tickets are open. You can see here. You want to ignore the issue, you can acknowledge, ignore it. You can scroll down, you can see this topology related to this particular device, the link and the health as well here itself. So he is 8 connected with 10 and 10, correct? Then you can go scroll, you can check the event viewer. One of the nice place we have the path trace. Path trace, let me show you this here. So the source port, leave it destination, destination IPv4, give the address for the destination. I am inside which device? So let me see. So I am inside 9300. I can go and give destination as 3850. Protocol, I leave it. You can see the ACL trace is open. I'll go and include the device check, interface check, US check start. Here you can see it's still loading the trace. Once it will load the trace, you can see the output, and its output is really good. So the source is 23, destination is 24. It is telling this is unknown destination. No trace route net flow information found. So he's unable to find this because maybe this destination is in the same subnet or something. But one point, because this red mark is coming here, one point I want to tell you here. We know that DNA is doing telemetry as well for both wired and wireless. Now to make DNA or to work DNA as a telemetry services, your net flow destination should be DNA. If your net flow destination is not DNA, so this telemetry things will not work properly. Okay, so keep in mind. Now I can see that it is showing this. See, this trade. It took some time, but you can see that it is telling that from this switch to this switch, the destination is there, and there is some red dot. We can go and click more details here. And now it is telling that input queue drop is there 267. See, just for one hop, we are getting this much information. Now you can understand that you can go and check the source and destination. So source is the client and destination is application server with respect to source port and the destination port, and it will give you n number of hops, and it will give you the result. So that's one of the cool thing we have. I want to focus on this for a little more seconds. Once, let me go and show you this one more time. So let me go and quickly close this session. I have the source and destination. Yep.
Ratnesh, I'm sorry to cut you off. You just said something very interesting. So if I have SolarWinds, so my customer has SolarWinds, right?
Make two destinations.
Okay, no, hang on. They have SolarWinds. They also have Stealthwatch going in to the network, right? That's two. So, I mean, two is the maximum by default, right? Unless you use some kind of NetFlow hub, right? I think that's what I saw in documentation.
Four. I think we can give to the device. 4 NetFlow destinations.
Yeah, I need to check that. So, I mean, if the device can send it, no big deal. Send it wherever. But I saw in the Stealthwatch documentation that if you have more than two, then you need like a UDP director, which is what Stealthwatch uses as the solution for two or more. So if you're sending NetFlow all over the place, you need something else. But we can double check that. Very interesting. So just to clarify, if we don't get NetFlow to DNA, then we can't do the path trace.
Telemetry will not work. We can do the path trace, but full telemetry will not work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, full visibility. So then the DNA will lose the visibility, correct? Because you don't have the information. Right. So let me show you this one more time with the source and destination that we have here. So let's go here and let's run this path trace one more time, because this is important. I can go to the assurance and I can go to the health. Let's go to the client. Let's scroll down a little bit. This is still loading. I can see only one client here. Let's check the 360 view of the client. You have this path trace here. So source is this, and the destination I will use 98, correct? Okay, so I can go here. 98 will be there, and then I'll go and enable these things. Device, interface, QS. Now we'll see, because it has some little bit more hops to cross. Now you can see source, destination, and in between, if any drop like QS drop, ACL drop, device drop, anything, it will tell you that here you have the drop. So here you can see that CPU utilization and all. Then the link is OSPF, which is telling that is going via OSPF. Then you can see the device details. Then it is going via OSPF. Then you can see this. It is switched network, and then again, in full production, it's really good to see this. All right, I lose the visibility. Oops, now it is coming. But yeah, this is one of the nice feature we have. Then if I scroll a little bit down here, you can see the application experience related to client. So if QS is opened, if we have enabled the application visibility, then you will see these things. Otherwise, this will not be visible there. Then the detailed information about the client. So a very nice place we have that's called as a 360 view. 360 view of the client or network, correct? That's one of the nice place we have. Apart from that,
this path trace, do we have a script that we can run that we can run to get this kind of information from, let's say, Cisco SDWAN or other devices? Can we get a script that can show us this similar output?
Cisco SD-WAN, I don't think so we have this, because the point here is that with this path trace, we have the API. So behind the with help of API, this script is working behind the scene. Even DNA is also using the API. That API is something called flow analysis. That is not there in SD-WAN or in other places. It is there in ASA firewall. You can see somewhere the flow analytics. Yeah, flow analysis. This is using
Okay.
these APIs for path. So for path trace, we have API in DNA. That is, I don't think so. It is there in SD-WAN, but again, I can check because if SD-WAN has a feature that we can do the application visibility. So I haven't checked. No one has asked me this thing earlier, so I haven't checked this. But I haven't seen also. So if you go to SD-WAN dashboard, we don't have any option called path trace. But with program, if we can do it, I need to check this on, I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. So let's continue. So what you can do, at least with respect to assurance, I know a few of the engineers, they are just checking the assurance page and they are bookmarking the assurance pages. You can customize the assurance dashboard itself. So we have option that we can go and create our own dashboard for assurance. You can see you want to see this type of view, or if you want to check network health type of view, you can see on the top we have create dashboard option, my dashboard, test and all. So you can check, have a look. You can create your own custom made dashboard as well. Cisco is giving default. You can use that also because that is nice and clean. But yeah, we have option to create our own as well. Then inside assurance, you will see that we have the issue option. Issues here you can see, and one thing let me highlight, that's the new feature we have, and Cisco is pushing hard across this AI driven. So if in your infrastructure you are managing the WLCs and AP, then if anything related to behavior of AP failure or client failure related to wireless network and all, it will marked as AI. So it will show you AI, P3 AI. And if it is marked AI, P3 AI, then if you go and check that information, you will be amazed that how much detail it will tell you about that particular event. And then there is one page. So let me go and show you how it look like. So if I go ahead and click here, you can see excessive time between DNA and all. Although this is not the AI related event, but I'm just showing you as an example. You can go and click here. If you open AI related event, nice type of graphics page, and finally you'll get one page that will tell you root cause. So you don't need for RCA. DNA will tell you the RCA for that issue. But here also you can see that it is telling to check this, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you're not able to solve, raise a tag case. Okay, here you can see there is one other option, edit the issue setting. So what is happening that DNA is categorizing P1, P2, P3, P4 as per the standard practice, as per Cisco standard knowledge. But if P3 for DNA is P4 for you, then you can edit that, correct? So how you can do that? So let me show you that multiple ways you can reach there. So once you go to the, not like this, but I'll show that you can go to, let me reach from here, but we can go from assurance manage threshold. Now we can select any of the event, like CPU utilization is marked as a P3. I can select this, and I think here I don't have option to do that, but let me log into the DNA, our DNA, and let me show you this. But yeah, those things are there that we can go and play around, correct? Oops, I lose that. Go and let me check. About this assurance, you can go and click more and more and more, and you'll get the knowledge about this. It's very much clear inside Cisco DNA and all. I think I'm using different credential. That should be somewhere here. Where are you? Okay, here it is. So let's go here up. Let's go to the any connect. Let me connect this session, and I'll show you this issue setting, and then we are fine for today's session. We can stop. So let's go here and connect. See you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Okay. So you can go here to the assurance and issue setting. You can say manage issue setting, health score setting, etc. You can go there. It's coming. I'll show you with one event, one issue, and then likewise you can check with the other. So AP utilization, you can click, and now you can see that you can go and change the priority. So this may be P4 for me, and the database synchronization and other thing are there. View default setting, those things are there. I can go and click apply. So now what will happen that this event will become P4, and it is custom made now. You can see everything is default. Then if we are doing any change, it will become custom made. Like that, you can go and change the issue setting. Then you can see here the health score setting. So if 8, 9, 10 is there, it is showing you green. So you can see poor is greater than 95, good is less than 95. Like these things, if you want to change, yeah, you can change it. I'm not changing here, but you can see this. These are the options that we can change. These are the default in DNA. But if you want to do any changes here, we can go and change. If you change that, it will show you custom router, then core and the access, then wireless controllers, access point, wireless client, wired client. So these things we can go and change. Rest of the things are same. Just go there and have a look. If you have any doubt, please feel free to check in the next session.